Peggy 18.
How did I end up going on a bender? I hate attention, but I'm right in the center of the room. And it's spinning, so I'm holding on to you. 'Cause my head's in a blender. I guess I'm going now. I was all alone, caught up in my head. And now I'm in the thick of it all. Take a shot and forget everything she said. You only live once. collecting dust in the corner. I haven't called any of my friends, I've been MIA since last December. Blackberries filled up with email. My phone calls go straight through to voicemail. 'Cause on the street or under the covers, we're stuck like two pieces of Velcro. At the bar, in the back of my car, it don't matter what I do. No, I can't keep my hands off you. I can't keep my hands off you.
There's fungus growing in the icebox. All I got left are fruit roll-ups. My clothes are 6 months old, but I don't care. No, 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 I don't notice. My bills pile so high, it is shocking. The repo man just keeps on knocking. 'Cause on the street, or under the covers, we're stuck like two pieces of Velcro. At the bar, in the back of my car, it don't matter what I do. No, I can't keep my hands off you. I can't keep my hands off you. I can't keep my hands off you.
Sorry to all my friends and to anyone I offend, but I can't help it. No, I can't help it. I can't keep my hands off. I can't keep my hands off. I can't keep my hands off. 'Cause on the street or under the covers, we're stuck like two pieces of Velcro. At the bar, in the back of my car, it don't matter what I do. No, I can't keep my hands off you. I can't keep my hands off you. I can't keep my hands off you.
The lights go down, the crowd starts to scream. You can feel it in the air, electric energy. We're revving up our engines, and the dam's about to burst. I've just got a couple of emails that I need to knock out fast. We're all backstage, about to start the show. Just gotta do a few things, then we're ready to go. So get ready to be ready to get ready, 'cause we're almost about to rock. We're gonna make you scream eventually. Just wait and see. Now get ready to be ready to get ready. Be on stage in a second. Just a few things we gotta do. Gotta make the set list, wash the guitars, bathe the entire crew. Gonna play with all my Legos, then we'll eat some snacks. Drop Ninja Brian off of his Brazilian wax. Drink some gas so we can play real fast. And then you better hold on to all of your ass. We're gonna crush this show, just a few more steps. Nothing says rock like meticulous prep. So get ready to be ready to get ready, 'cause we're almost about to rock. We're gonna chill your spine and blow your mind all in due time. Now get ready to be ready to get ready. get ready to be ready to get ready. Now be ready to be ready to get ready.
As a cold front sweeps in, you can expect showers in Spokane.
Showers in Spokane. Spokane.
Temperatures are up there, and it's hot in Topeka.
It's hot in Topeka. It's hot. Hot, hot. Hot, hot, hot. Hot. Hot, 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 hot. It's hot in Topeka. Toe picker. I'm a toe pick. I'm a hot toe picker. Pick my toe, it's hot. Pick my hot toe, pick it. Topeka's hot. My toe is hot. Pick it. It's hot in Topeka. It's hot. It's hot. It's hot. It's hot and it's hot and it's hot in Topeka. Topeka. It's hot in Topeka.
It's hot in Topeka. Hi, everyone. What the fuck am I doing back out here? Here we go. Better. Jesus. Thank you. Hi, everyone, and welcome back to another stream with the one, the only, the dog that is panting in desperation because it's still hot in Topeka. Oh my god. I might as well live in Topeka at this rate. Like, it's fucking hot. I went downstairs earlier to get some water. I've had water today. I also ate some food, so I'm feeling okay. But going downstairs, it was like stepping into a cellar on a hot summer day. And then coming back up here, it was like getting flashbacks to my days boxing and stepping into the sauna to lose water weight. It is bad. It is bad up here. It is hot. It is spicy even. Actually, no, because spicy would mean that I'm sweating, so I'd be cooled off. But no, I am still hot in Topeka. I hope everyone is doing okay on this Wednesday. I am admittedly kind of tired. I stayed up really late last night after stream ended. I wasn't even like doing anything. I just like 4 a.m. snuck up on me like hello, and I was like, oh shit. But it's okay, because today we are continuing our work on the comic. Yay! Woo! Woo! Work on the comic. Yay! I was having fun with it yesterday. I hope you guys were enjoying seeing that get worked on. I think we have about 2 pages before, maybe just like 1 page before Ophelia shows up, so that'll be cool, right? That'll be neat. Yay, free Yuri. We also, later tonight, in about 3-ish hours, will be doing critique, but it's going to be a very short one, as we only had 2 submissions, and one of them is a repeat of last week's, and I'm going to combine 2 of them because pretty much everything I have to say is applicable to both. So it's going to be a little bit of a short one this week. But also no what is it? Like figure drawing class this week. I want to work on the comic a little bit. I was enjoying it. Hopefully you guys will too. And just, hang out and do stuff. This is going to be a very calming, very relaxing last little bit of this stupid fuck-ass month. I'm over it. I'm done with it. Can we please just go next? That's all I need. That's all I want. I just want to go next. That's all I want to do. That's all I need to do. That's it. Anya, okay. I'm going to put my foot down on that. You got to submit before the stream starts. If you submit during, that's not, no. I'm putting my foot down on that. Not allowed. Because that's just like last second. You gotta be on time with that. Everyone else submits like earlier in the week or the day before. You gotta stop asking me day of if you're allowed to do it. Just fucking do it. Jesus. Sorry to jump on your throat like that, but like, it's consistent at this point. Everyone else does it. Everyone else is pretty much on time with that. It's a little annoying where it's like, okay, I can map out what I'm going to do for the rest of the day, and then to have another one thrown in because they usually take from 15 to 30 minutes, give or take, upwards to an hour, right? So if I'm properly planning around it and I'm like, okay, I only have like 3 to get done today or this time, right? And then you throw an extra one in, it's like, well, there goes my scheduling out the window. Hooray! So yeah, stop that. Submit it early. Jesus. Anyways, there goes my calming, like, relaxing section done, I guess. Jeez. I don't really have any new updates or anything. Apparently the electrician was contacted today as they said that they were going to be free after the 27th, which is today. And hopefully they'll be able to show up tomorrow and fix this fucking problem so I can have my AC running so I'm not in a fucking sauna while I'm trying to draw, because holy shit, during the summer, I am at my lowest and I'm trying to get projects done. Do you know how much this shit is pissing me off? It is pissing me off quite a bit. I'm very upset. I'm very angry. Anyways, bullshit heat aside, hot in Topeka. I don't really have anything else to add or say or do or anything else. I will say I will continue uploading comic pages to the channel itself. I know that some people don't actually read them in the Discord. Instead, they read them when I upload them to the channel. So I will be doing that. I will be uploading them to the channel pretty much during the same day. So like every Monday and every Thursday. So tomorrow will be page 1 being released. And it'll still be 1 page per day while we work on it here and there. I don't really have anything else to add or say or do. I don't really have any plans coming up. I mean, I guess technically maybe on the 13th of like next month, which is a Saturday, I'm supposedly going back home for a minute, going to my mom's house basically for my brother's graduation. So I probably won't be streaming that weekend, just because I'll probably spend the day, like the week, or the night at her house. So I'll be there from the 13th to the 14th, and then probably be back that Monday. I don't know. But that's really like the only thing I have is like an update, I guess. Anything to talk about? I don't really have anything to talk about either. I don't really have a lot going on with me at the moment. And most of what we had to talk about happened yesterday, so, you know. Yeah. It's hot. It is very hot. It was very, very hot today. But I've had water. Don't worry, I've had water. I've drank some water. So hopefully I remain hydrated. I also had like a Coke. I had like a glass bottle Coke. It was okay. I don't know. I feel like everybody sings the praises of glass bottle Coke, but it's like, I don't know. There's just a Coke. There's a Coke in a glass bottle. I don't really know the difference. Either that or my taste buds are broken. That might be true. Anyways, I see no reason to beat around the bush today. I have both pages already up. Whoop. Sweet. Let me get you guys your outfit post. That's a QA. Outfit Normal. None. Bunny suit. Teacher. Here we go. Well. Alright. While you guys argue about that, I'm gonna put on some music and we're just gonna get to work. Got nothing crazy going on. I'm looking for good music to play. Something simple. Something with like a little bit of energy. I want something with like a little bit of energy. No, I'll save the Evantris stuff for later tonight. Oh, here we go. This is good. I did play ZZZ earlier today, actually. I had a good time with it. Which is how I found out that Star Knight Billy is like a thing. Also, again, sorry for the lack of, like, real monologue. I don't really have much else to talk about today, I guess. I have never seen such like a downward split in the outfit vote before. Also really surprised you guys want me to be none today. That's weird. You want me like in hot garb, really? Already hot enough as is. You wearing basically like a whole ass dress. I made like her head too big or something. I wish you luck. Probably one of my more like weirder page layouts. But to be fair, I don't think we've really done that much like fighting scenes in any of my comic projects. Yeah, it's just a tin can. Though I would like to try and like get the trio in here somehow. I don't know how though. I could make them like really high level PKers or something silly. Damn, maybe I should have just gotten that coffee today. That ramen was not good, by the way. I got ramen earlier and it was just like not. I don't know, they gave me like subpar cuts of meat. There's no way none won. There's no way. You guys are the worst. There's a side quest for you. Oh. You didn't give me a side quest. What the fuck? Hey, mouse. Take this out a little bit. It's still hot. It's still very hot. Electrician doesn't come until tomorrow. Or some point after tomorrow even, I don't know. Oh, Jesus.
Pause right now?
Hell yeah.
Get yourself some iced coffee, Pocket. P.S. I'm signing these calls. It doesn't like saving my name.
It really doesn't. I wonder why. But thank you, Pocket. I will look. Sadly, in the current times that we exist, $10 does not in fact buy a coffee, but I will put that towards a coffee. Just give me a second and let me double check my phone. My phone has been refusing to charge lately. So it was, well, because I was expecting us to have an electrician come today, I actually shut off my computer last night, right? And so I put my phone on as music instead, because I usually listen to music before I go to bed. And then I woke up to no electrician. And I was like, ah. And a dead phone as well. So I was also like, ah. Fun fact, no, because my charging port is broken. I have to use wireless charging. $5 ice cup. Right. But Pocket, I can't go to a Dunkin's. No, Pocket, I live in Massachusetts. It's like our personality to drink Dunkin' Donuts. It's just like I can't go to one. Two, like surcharges and shit brings that shit up to like $30 fucking. So don't worry about it. I got it. I will put your $10 towards the coffee. Do not worry. Well, apparently, to that, Axel, actually, we never actually set up well, my roommate never actually set up like an appointment. The person just said that they'll be free after the 27th. So, apparently they contacted them today. I don't know if it's supposed to happen or not. Again, I don't get told anything. $15. Yeah, see, you get it. See, you get it. Must refrain from talking. There's a Dream World thing? Oh. Weird, but okay. Paralot? What's that? What is that? Look, ZZZ has like a roguelike, platforming, a dating sim, a fucking, what is it, light novel, like visual novel. It's got like fighting game combos. It's got everything. I would not be surprised if they put a Pokemon in there too. A Pokemon. Oh yeah, they were releasing it on Steam too. Oh, were you not? Are you talking about the Sims game instead? Yeah, ZZ is getting released on Steam too. It's not on it yet, but it's supposed to be coming to Steam, which is interesting. But I guess that's where most of those kind of games kind of end up. Hi, Axel. How you doing? How's life? No prep, badge. My old friend slash coworker from my previous job, where it was like super into Sims. Remember, she was like asking me for help modding the game. I was like, I don't fucking know. I barely even know how to mod Skyrim. Are you serious? But
perspective gain from all the pain and stress. And when I do come back, I'm stronger than ever before. So kneel down this inner peace. Look into my eyes. Then tell me the things you love about behind my back. Definitely, our heart is hard to break down. It's the left foot, I'm under this is going
Hmm. Hmm.
Can you feel life moving through your mind? Ooh, looks like it came back for more. Yeah. Can you feel time slipping down your spine? Ooh, you're trying to ignore. Yeah. But you can hardly swallow your fears and pain when you can't help but follow and put you right back where you came. Live and learn, hanging on the edge of tomorrow. Live and learn from the works of yesterday. Live and learn. If you beg or if you borrow, live and learn. You may never find your way. Can you feel your life tangle you up inside? Yeah, now you're face down on the floor. Oh, but you can't save your sorrow. You paid in trade. When you can't help but follow, puts you right back where you came. Live and learn, hanging on the edge of tomorrow. Live and learn from the works of yesterday. Live and learn, if you beg or if you borrow. Live and learn, you may never find your way.
That might work better.
There's a face searching for so far and wide. There's a place where you dream you'll never find. Hold on to what if. Hold on to what if. Live and learn, hanging on the edge of tomorrow. Live and learn from the
Forgot he has like this little set here. Kind of want this to like bend a little bit more. Can I do that? Can I like mesh transform specifically just that? I can. Awesome. That's like a little goofy.
Big deal. We can handle it. I don't have to think.
Nah, I'll just draw it. It's fine.
What we need to do is clear. Don't you think? I don't
Scoot this over. Grab this, rotate it. Just like that.
Now it's your turn. Cat got your turn. I'm for Bird and a bird. It's a vacant dirt. Your regret that no one knows. Bird and a bird. Keep going. That's the last sound you ever hear. The kiss of death. I'm sorry about that. You thought this through. I don't have to think about it. Out there those who believe. What about you? When I'm older, do I do anything? I want to keep it that way. Now it's your turn. Could got your time. I'm for
All right. That's not bad.
The kiss of death.
I'm gonna kind of have as much of the panels kind of jutting out from each other a little bit as possible, just to kind of give it this much more of a like a stacked kind of feel. If you're seeing how I'm putting it together. So it's still technically within like those same margins here and there, but it's kind of got this fragmented overlay kind of feel to it. Right, and that kind of helps too with the read. I said that weird. So obviously you start up here, then you go here, then you go here. And then also where we start here with this kind of grabbing action. That's this big swoop, right? Goes this way. Hey, Killa. We get this big action, which is a big swoop this way, right? Welcome back, Pocket. So then in this one, and in this one, we get the payoff to both of these actions here, with the big swoop back here, which also would technically follow the eye line here, because this is, you start here, basically, you see this, and you go over here, and you're like, oop, and then you go back down to this guy. And then you come down to his strike, and then also her slash into each other. So you see how both of these wind up bits kind of come together into this little clash right here, right? Or, yeah, technically still right there. And that's a nice little mental payoff, because you're like, ooh. But this is just like the first like this is just the first like little clash. So then of course your reader is going to be like, well, what happens next? Like what's the next action here? This is just like the first little interaction. Which is technically the same thing that we see happen here with, you know, Elise coming across the guide to begin with. And then we pop back over here. It's like, all right, well, now she's reacting to him. He's reacting to her. This is what happens. What happens next? Also, this is just like the setup. I hope all of that made sense. I kind of blitzed through that, but... yeah, I didn't add anything there. So now we get to do line art. Yay! trying to ad lib where that foot would go. It's like back here, maybe. Just kind of do like a little nubbin.
Delivered from the hand of all enemies in all this world. Delivered from the hand of all enemies in all enemies.
Hey, Travis. I can get it. Maybe I have to do it like in two like little loops. 3 loops? That's a good loop. Are you doing hard mode or are you doing normal mode? Hard mode? Ah, that would be why. I couldn't even do Ratsar hard mode. Like, that shit was kicking my ass. And he has, like, the least amount of mechanics. Though, to be fair, I do not have good gear at the moment. Dip this in just like a little bit more. That should help. No, it doesn't. Oh, whatever. I think doing this after I've already aligned something is like way better. Gives it that like cartoonish shadowy pop. Oh, hot, 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 hot. Phone is on fire. Phone is on fire. Oh. Hot. Still hot. Still very, very hot. Sorry, I'm using pockets. For coffee. I'm actually gonna see if I can cheat just a smidgen. Welcome home, Badger. All right. Let's see. Yes. Awesome. Awesome possum. Rossum Dawsome. I don't have any other rhymes that rhyme with awesome. Nice. Poggers. I like how much this looks like a sticker. It feels very poppy. You know what I mean? Ow, 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 ow. Covfefe. This place? God no. Coffee. Okay, good. Duncan's is on here. Thank God. Sugar-free Oreo? What's the point? Like, the whole appeal of an Oreo is the center bit that is just sugar. Oh shit, they close soon. Why does Dunkin' Donuts, like, close this early? The hell? Can I just get, like... Yeah. I have to remember my days as a barista. Hold on. Two? Maybe? 4? Yeah. 4. Right? Fucking RuneScape! Hang on. How much is one dairy in a Dunkin' cup? Okay. What does that mean? How much do they add? I don't get Dunkins. How much milk is extra milk? What does that mean? What does that mean? That's what I'll do without it, but now you're starting to... No, I feel that too, Puck. I'm gonna say 2. I'm gonna say 2. We're gonna science this bitch. Add 15. What the fuck is this? Add $15 to save $5. No. I don't want that. I will do Prio though. I'm that much of a stickler. Bring me my coffee. All right, and that was altogether $10. Thank you, Pocket. That was actually the amount of money you gave me. Thank you. That is legendary. I'm so glad that worked out. To be fair, I am used to getting coffee with y'all know who, and then that shit gets racked up. But I just got like a little baby coffee, nothing crazy. And so begins my coffee obsession. Wiggle, wiggle. Wiggly, wiggly. Hey, it's Random Guy. Hello, Random Guy. If I ever pick back up electric guitar, I'm learning this riff. Whatever happened to my DSi? I mean, it definitely got thrown out at some point. But I don't remember the act of doing it. All I remember was getting a 3DS and calling it a day. Wait, actually, wait. I gotta check. You're coming with me. Thank you for reminding me. I gotta check. 6 months ago. Okay. 6 months, 6 months, 6 months, 11 months, 11 months, 11 months, 1 year. Okay. So we have to be coming up on it because it is about to be June. No fucking shit. You lucky little fucking rat. Even though I would technically still prefer Zhao over Star Knight, but still. That's fucking rad. He's really fun too. Like from just playing the demo with him, he's really fucking cool. And he should also be like really good with Anby and Nicole. So you already have like a goated team to be running with him. Even though I will say Anby's like second like version, like her also like her other alternative version, I don't know what the storyline behind that is also like really cool. I love that she gets like the twin Viper swords. Also, I do really like Anby. I don't know what the fuck has been coming over me, but like I really like her. I still want Nekomata, though. I really want her. She's really cute. I like her a lot. But I keep getting blessed by big buff men. Like, I got more of that panda guy today. And I'm like, oh no! My steak is too juicy. How dare. I wonder who's gonna fall for liking this song. I mean, you've probably heard me play it before, but I don't know if you know what it's from. It's fan-made, not official, by the way. I'll wait till the song is over. I'll let you guess. Did I do two of those? Oh, I did. This one's a lot more shallow.
The times we live in now have changed. Honor is long gone, and now that good and evil are shades of gray. A cruel impasse is drawn. For all the good we have created, it doesn't make us right. But those of us who hide in darkness see a different kind of light.
At this point, I'm just enjoying seeing you guys like guess and getting it wrong. Trying to keep it like mildly similar. Of course, I can't keep it like a perfect one-to-one, but that's okay. So, who had a My Little Pony song on your bingo card? Here's another one. This one's good too. Oh wait, no, Sombra's Door. Yeah, we're doing this one instead.
I see me behind the door, don't know what it is for. Think my dreams have gone away.
Nah, you guys know I don't like Aviators. I only like the one song.
I have tried as best I can and I don't understand. Your voice told me I should go and that is all I know. My worst nightmare right in front of my eyes. But who knew that it was all a disguise? Somebody tell me this is a dream. I'm torn to a world I never have seen. I shudder as through me as I pass through Sombra's door. Losing faith with every stare I climb, I'm unaware. Can't help thinking
This one's a little more obvious because it actually name drops Celestia.
I tried so hard and got so far, but in the end it doesn't matter. But it's too late for me to
Yep.
stay. I've got
It's the only song I like from them. because I genuinely do not like the vocalist. I do not like the way he sings. Oh. Oh, give me a second. I have to be right back. Sauna in here. Holy shit. It is unironically so nice outside. Oh. Set my booty down. Okay. Coffee has been acquired. Conversation is about to get put into overdrive. I've not had Massachusetts Dunkin' coffee yet. All right. I should have added more milk. It is very dark. Let's find out. All right. Yep. Definitely should have gotten more milk. The ice part is nice. I will say that much. But it is very dark. It is very much coffee flavored. Also, remind me to stop getting like fruit flavored coffees. I keep doing that thinking it's gonna taste good and then it kind of don't. Yeah, I got raspberry flavoring in my coffee. It's not very good. I'm gonna drink it because Pocket bought it for me. Because I like fruity things, okay? Don't be judging me. Yeah, I definitely should have put like 4 milks in there. That doesn't sound bad. Well, you know what? It's not as bad as Screamin' Freedom. Screamin' Freedom was 10 times worse.
Okay, and now we are recording.
Right, ready.
Yep.
Say when.
Okay. 1, 2, 3, go.
Okay, good. Making sure. I think the reason I don't like it is because I am getting like the raspberry flavor because I did put like an adequate amount of raspberry in. But there's like, it's not sweet. It's not a sweet version of it's just like unsweetened raspberry. So I taste raspberry and I taste coffee and I get no like sweetness to it. And I need like sweetness in my existence. Maybe I should throw in one of my lollipops and just like let it dissolve. I'm kidding, that would be fucking disgusting.
Dreams that speak in tongues. Mother, my mind it runs. 'Cause the war's just begun. Every night I can hear the approaching high. In a hole, but I fear I'd run. I got a thing for the edge of light to come undone. Mother, I'm coming home. Oh, la da 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 da.
I mean, I put sugar in the coffee, don't get me wrong, but I probably should have done like the liquid ones instead so it dissolved better. I just like getting to chew my sugar, you know?
And the war's just been won. All my friends can await the big ships to arrive. But I'd rather not join the fun.
I will say,
Need a minute to maybe
as much as I don't like the
soak in
taste,
sights of a town that I came from.
having like an iced drink right now is like the best thing ever. Would I have preferred a caramel macchiato? Yes. But I don't like Dunkin' Donuts' espresso. Dunkin' Donuts' espresso is kind of gross. I am a little snobby like that. Oh, I see. I understand. What's up, Pocket? Oh! Away! That's a hooray, right? I can't imagine the birth of a new life would result in anything but an ooh yay. Oh wait, because I shut down my computer, does that mean this works properly now? Yay! My soundboard doesn't lag anymore. Hey, Doctress. Spin, you bitch, spin. My coffee keeps doing a... Oh, that also... Wait, it makes sense because it's happening right here. It's doing a little bit of a... I love having a soundboard.
Oh, she's 2D? Lois? Spin around.
Time it to an... Really? That's kind of hype. Okay. I'm going to ask a question. Answer honestly. I will not be offended. Who would watch me play Zenless Zone Zero on stream? Not today. Definitely not tomorrow. And definitely not Friday. But who would stop in and give it a little look-see? How many as many as pages as I can put in, as much as my computer can have. Okay, I'm impressed that so far it's yeses. My preferred teams. You mean my Chesty McChest team? That has to be my Garrett. That has to be like my actual team. Oh my god. I will call it the chest, but it's like it's a soft ch, because it's like the best, but it's the chest. Mods are conspiring. You're not sorry. What are you talking about? What are you doing? What are you talking? What is happening? The fuck, guys? Oh, baby. You guys are conspiring. What the hell? Fucking rat. The hell, guys? Ugh. These pretzels suck. Ugh. I don't know, Vorkson. You didn't say anything. So you were an accomplice by not saying anything. I'm surprised YouTube isn't yelling at me for playing this song. I thought this song was like copyright claimed. If anybody recognizes this song, by the way, it's from Concept Unification. You know, the like really creepy fucking like real life Five Nights at Freddy's video where they like take apart all the oh, what was it? The Showbiz Pizza animatronics, and they retrofit them for like Chuck E. Cheese animatronics. See, Pocket does have a point, but also that would require me to look at mod chat in the time that you guys were talking. And you also could have absolutely have done the trick that I do, which is like mass spam people like a bunch of letters and words and random shit so that it's like go away thing that we were just talking about that I don't want somebody else to see. RuneScape again! Vorkson, you should make one, Forehead. Name for the team. That is a good name for the team, admittedly. Destroyers. That's how you have to say it. You have to say it like you have a stutter, but you don't. Actually, really quickly, just cause I wanna show you guys. I took a second yesterday to show you Final Fantasy bullshit, so I can take a second to show you ZZZ stuff. God, Starlight Billy is so fucking cool. We should make a Sea Bunny Slug character. Everyone needs a bunny character. Everyone should have one. Ooh, a moth bunny's a good idea, actually, yeah. I think you said that last time, actually. Bum, bum, bum.
Standing by.
This is who I mean by Chesty McChest, by the way. Whenever I say Chesty McChest, I mean this guy. Minato. Well, I can't be in a relationship with him, sad. He's like... Oh, can I level him? No, I don't have anything for that. He is my favorite character, unironically. And I need to work on leveling up Pan as well. Because I actually learned that he goes really good with Kamano. Yeah, he's Mr. Chesty McChest Man. And he's straight up soul bad guy.
Even stronger.
Can I don't want to do anything crazy. Let me
Ready for combat.
See, this is the thing that like these kind of games get me with. Is like figuring out who the fuck to talk to half the time. It is. No, you're right, Vorkson. It is just Set and Soul in the same character, and I love both Set and Soul, so it works out. Let me go back to video store. I'll go back to the video store. Are there any dark-skinned characters? That is the loaded question, isn't it? Oh. Turns off my thing. That's good to know. I think the darkest skinned character, as I scroll through it, is...
Did you call me?
I would argue Nekomata is like maybe the darkest character. I can't think of anyone else who has like dark skin. Everyone else is like white white as fuck. I mean,
I can become even stronger.
he's not even like this is as dark as you're gonna get for like a gacha game like that. I mean, maybe maybe Ben, but he has fur, so I don't know if that counts.
Whatever you seek, I will devote
Hi,
myself
Chris Sabat.
wholeheartedly.
Thanks, Asia. No, literally, I know. But here, let me do like a quick like combat comm. That's level 38. That's level 34. I can do this. Let's do this one. This is like my go-to team. My boy Minato over here. I love him. Nicole's good on support, and I just like playing Anby as well. No one else though? Really? Not even the panda? What the hell? God, he's so fucking hot. I'm sorry. I think I can feel a strange power up ahead. I don't really know how it works, but I came prepared. Check this out. Ta-da, it's Res... Oh! Resonium. Good. That's like part of their, kind of roguelike system that they have.
Just in time.
He's so goddamn cool! Oh, I fucked that up.
Moving up. Neutralize. Target confirmed. Go. Neat and tidy.
Excuse me, I hit that perfectly. He's so hot, I love him! Nothing is cooler than actually killing something and getting a wipeout just as he does the little, like, back walk.
Bye-bye, suckers. Boom! There's both. At your command. It's no good surrendering. Opening. Thunder.
I'm still not done? I know exactly what you're talking about, Mouse. I know exactly what you're talking about.
Take care of them.
No, the Eastern market is actually extremely racist. If anybody remembers, it's fun. What is it? Star Wars. They removed Finn from all of the marketing for the Chinese market. I'm still not done. What the fuck? Oh, this guy might be a little bit of trouble.
Begging for mercy.
I love him.
Get away from me! Eliminating target. Boing. This won't hurt.
They should have made both Rey and Finn Jedi. That would have been so much cool. So much cool, so much cooler than what we got.
I won't let it be for nothing.
Let me give you a little treat. Like, hey. Thunder.
I am immune!
At your command. It's no
Gwen is immune! Sharky buddy!
Running away.
I'm definitely getting like maybe an S, not an S rank, an A rank on this. I'm not getting an S rank. Yeah, I just went over 5 minutes, so I'm probably not gonna get it. To be fair, pretty much every day that I've been playing this, I have not done like main story stuff. I've just been doing
fracture.
like side content.
Electric charge.
Little Sharky, go!
Everything.
Sharky. I was trying really hard with that one. And A rank, yeah, that's okay. But yeah, I love my boy. Minato, I think Minato.
Ready for
But
combat.
Man,
this guy I need to work on leveling up because he's actually really good.
Meal.
And then this is the character I'm after.
Real value this time.
In case it's any fucking obvious why, by the way. Like, it should be pretty horrendously obvious why I want them. They also get... Can I show it? She sits on it. She's got, like, a big fucking fuck you big sword. And she's, like, a goofy cartoon character. She's awesome. I like her a lot. What sucks, though, is I learned, like, 2 months ago I could have gotten her for free.
Need a hand?
If I had started playing sooner, I could have gotten her entirely for free. But no. Who else do I want? There's another character that I'm after. Oh, this is...
You want to become a hero too?
God damn, he's so fucking cool. No, it's Starlight Billy. That's not Star Knight. Starlight. He's so fucking sick. Look at him. Same character, by the way.
Guns, so double the accuracy.
He's like if Deadpool wasn't an asshole. He's great. Character is... Do you mean Zhao?
I'm here.
The bunny?
Hand?
If you want like real pedo bait, I would argue Nekomata's
Did
like
you call me? Meow.
more so.
I shall follow your orders.
This is the one that Parzival is based off of now, and everybody loses their mind over, and Badger has and pulled, and is why they're still playing the game. Understandably so. I get it. He's hot. I mean, look at him. Love him.
I'm at your disposal.
Who else do I want? There's the Katana girl. Where is she?
Eradicate all evil.
She's really cool. I've gotten to play her as a demo a few times. She's really fucking sick. I actually really, really like playing her.
This is the path I
So
follow.
I really want her. Who else? There's another girl. Where is she? I kind of want...
You seek, I will devote myself wholeheartedly.
I do admittedly kind of want Chris Sabat Cyborg Man. He kind of sick. I haven't demoed him, so I don't know what the fuck he does, but he's kind of sick. I like him a lot. He's really cool. This chick, this girl.
Wrong, okay?
I've seen her ultimate, and it looks sick as fuck, and I want to know how that works. So I kind of want her. And then also this guy.
Want to see the red scarf?
No? What? This guy is also cool. He is basically if Yang was a dude, and I fuck with that a lot. Who else? Who else? Who else? Who else? Who else? Who else? Who's this guy?
I wish you a fabulous.
Oh, this guy's a lot of fun to play, actually. I got to demo him. He's sick. He gets like a scythe. He's 1000% like vampire man. I mean, his name is literally Hugo Vlad, so of course he's a fucking vampire. But he's sick. He's really cool.
Me for stealing the moonlight.
Shut up. That's the one gripe I do have. Is how do I put it? I don't like trope characters in Ramatra. Yeah, actually, that's pretty close to him. Yeah. I don't like trope characters in these sorts of games because they don't work for me. You know what I mean? Like, how do I put it? Some games do like the overt tropes, and I just go, shut the fuck up. Shut up. Who is it? Oh, this girl, Corin.
I'm sorry.
I don't like you. I do not like you. However, I like her character. Because when you meet them in the storyline, they're actually like bearable. And I think that's like the main reason why I've been able to stick with this game for as long as I have done, is because while playing through the story and actually meeting the characters and seeing them move around and doing stuff, they're not tropes. They are characters, which I way prefer. So like if we go all the way back to fucking Nekomata over here, right?
The lunch is on you.
Right? You're gonna look at her and just go, ugh. All this girl is she's just cat puns constantly. Oh my god. Like, I've seen so many characters that are just the cat pun. She's the obligatory cat girl for the game. Oh my god. Wow, wow, wow. We've seen it before. And then you actually, like, meet her in the story and you're like, oh, she's got, like, character. She's, like, a person? What? And even, like, her like, overt cat punness is, like a ruse. It's not, like, actually just her personality, and she isn't just, like, the bubbly one that loves you.
Did you call me? Meow.
See, like, you see that, like, you hear them say, like, their first line or whatever, and you just kind of go, oh, okay, she's the cat one. And it's like, well, yes, on the surface, but then you get into it and you're like, oh no, there's more there. I don't want to spoil it. I do. I'm gonna set some people off with this very quickly. Game is free. Go try it. Seriously, go try it. Game free. Be a free to play player. I'm not joking. I have not spent a single dime on this game. I have a shit ton of characters that I do enjoy actually playing. And there's plenty to do, plenty to see. And from what I've heard from the community, this is something that I ran into when I first started playing it all the way. Like I started playing this game like a few years ago. And I hadn't touched it. Or I started playing it like a few years ago and I got really annoyed. And the reason I got annoyed was because I wanted to play a specific character. I don't remember who it was. But half of these characters didn't exist. I think all I wanted to do was like pull characters. That's 90% of the time why I play gacha games in the first place. Is because I'm like, ooh, character. Ooh, I want that character. Coffee got worse. And so a huge problem, ZZC's sponsorship. Hey, you know, if I play this and we get like good viewership, I wouldn't be against it. I'd be cool with it. But here's the vibe with it, right? Here's my take. Is that when I first started playing it, and the whole reason I'm trying to talk about, is I went in trying to pull characters, and the game doesn't give you any currency to pull characters. Technically, it does. It does. Of course it does. But, like, it doesn't do that thing. Like, you'll probably see some gacha games where they'll do it, and they'll be like, get 200 free pulls right now if you start playing today, right? And you're like, oh boy, and then that gets you addicted to just pulling and pulling and pulling. ZZZ doesn't do that. It says, hey, earn it as you go through the story and like extra content. And the main way that you get currency, can I just like fast travel?
Standing by.
I'm still like not great with the ability to like move around. Not what I wanted to do. There's so much shit to do in this game. Is it this? More? No. If I leave... Oh, I should have gone out the other way. Well, that's how they usually, like, stick you in it. Again, I first started playing this back when it initially came out. But if you go and you fast travel to Scott Outpost and you go here, like on the map, is there a map? There is a map. Oh, are you fucking kidding me? I could have just been doing that this whole time. That's okay. This is more me being stupid than game bad. I can't do gacha games because 90% of the time they are menu hells, right? I spend more time figuring out menus than I do anything else. But this is where you make all of your currency, is by doing this system. Because every 5 levels you get 80 polychrome. Which is a lot for how much the game gives you. It usually will give you like 5. And then you have your dailies, right? Then you also have like proxy stuff that you can do. And these are like little challenges that you can do. And these will give you a bunch of polychrome. You have like a little bingo sheet card thing of stuff to do that also gives you polychrome. Again, in very small quantities. You have your full daily shit that you can do. You have combat things you can do that also gives you polychrome. And then as you play through the game as well, they'll do events where you can also get polychrome. Which one is it? Final callback? Oh yeah, this is the one where I was able to play Starlight Billy. And it gives you polychrome. And then you can go to the pull menu. I don't have any of these because I did it earlier today. I have 4 of those and I do not have enough polychrome. But then you pull, and I'm kind of in the way. But you can get, see up here, you can get like pity, and it's like really good pity. I'm being an ass, but like it's really good pity. That pretty much every 10 or so pulls you can get like a guaranteed A rank. And then every 80 or so pulls, you'll get like an S rank, which is really good. On top of just the regular pulls in general. And they're shared across each banner. Which is pretty sweet. Of course, gacha game. Of course, gacha game, right?
Ready for combat.
But again, I've pulled a good chunk of characters. Every one that I've unlocked, I've actually enjoyed. 100 levels. Yeah, but that's on top of doing things daily and all the other shit that you get too. That's just from getting levels. That's not even like considering like doing your dailies and things like that. But what I'm trying to get at is that the game is like, the more that you actually play the game, the more you're gonna get the currency to pull in the first place. You don't have to spend any money on it. And here's the other half of it too. This is the part that I get into. Is like, unless you're doing like top tier, high level, current content in these sorts of games, there's genuinely no reason to like vomit dump money into the game. You know what I mean? Like if you're not trying to like perfect everything and you just like enjoy the game itself, no reason to spend money. Genuinely. Same thing with Uma Musume, right? You can play Uma Musume and be a free-to-play player and be totally fine because, hey, if you get an Uma that you like, you can still run the game, and then the game also has systems that just like, you know, make it easier on you. I'm over here vouching for a fucking gacha game. How the mighty have fallen. Am I right or am I right? But I will say, this is probably one of the better gacha games I think I've ever played. And I've played quite a few. And I do actually enjoy this more than I enjoy something like Genshin Impact, because I've played Genshin before and I didn't like it. I think the way to describe it is not the jiggle jiggles, because of course I'm playing as Nicole. Am I right or am I right? But I could, in fact, swap to my boy. Jesus Christ, he's fucking huge! Look at him. Look at his tail, swooshy. He's so fucking cool. He really is just like Soul Bad Guy and like and Set like mixed into the same character. Maybe I should turn Parzival into this. That'd be nice, wouldn't it? Instead of like the soft femboy, I just make him Mr. Chesty McChestman. I could just like copy paste this outfit. I wouldn't hate that. I mean, I'd have to have his chest out to begin with. That is kind of part of the new thing that we're working on, but still. God, look at him. I also like, this is, I'm getting away from my point I was trying to make, but I like that the bear characters are heavy. They are slow to move around. I like that. I like Ben too. I mean, both of them basically have the same animations, but like, I really, really, really like how even in combat, right, and you're sprinting, they're very slow. So there is like, the only way I can describe it is like Counter-Strike, where like what weapon you have out and like changes your movement speed. Same thing for these guys. They don't feel like they're a light little baby. They feel like a fucking tank.
Standing by.
Man is iron, rice is steel. I make a mean chitlins meal.
I don't like that he rhymes. He needs to not rhyme. If he could not rhyme for me, that would be fantastic. I also like Seth. Seth is kind of cool. I didn't think I was gonna like Seth as much as I do, but I like Seth. He also gets like a sword, like a baton and a shield that turns into a greatsword. He's kind of cool. I don't know how I feel about playing as a police officer, but you know, we do what we do.
Standing by.
A mission? Take me along.
You're a little too bubbly for my taste. Oh, but what was the point I was even trying to make? I was trying to say something. I was trying to be positive. Wildly out of character for me, I know. How he plays, but you like Ben. The best way I can describe Ben is that you 1000% need the president. What's her name?
You want to test
Kaleda.
the hammer?
You need her in your team if you're going to play Ben. Because they work off of each other, which is really, really cool. That's another thing that I like, is that like all of the characters. Oh, right. I was going to make a point about Genshin. I'll make this point first. All of the characters in this game have like relationships to each other. So like if I go over here, I'm not going to sign up for one, but I'm going to get into like the character selection screen. You'll see that all of the characters have like affinity, right? Also, these are all trial uses. I can't actually run these. Smileys means that they work good together. Frowny faces mean they don't work good together. You want characters that work good together. And sometimes when you get characters that work good together, it means that you get specialty things out of it. Like with Ben and Kaleda, where Ben will actually show up for Kaleda's special and do increased damage, and they will work together and do more damage because of it. And they'll actually like interact with each other when you do like support attacks and things like that. It's really cool. Okay, but so the point I was trying to make specifically about Genshin and why I don't like Genshin as much is that Genshin Impact feels like,
Standing by.
you know, how do I put it? Genshin Impact feels like Pow World. And some people might look at me funny and go, Sid, what the fuck do you mean? What is that supposed to mean? And what I mean by that is that Pow World itself was built on this idea of what if we make a game like another game and then it's wildly successful because people are like, ooh, another game. And then all it's kind of known for is for stealing. Right? Because that was like an early controversy with specifically Genshin Impact in general was there are so many animations that different characters have that are outright stolen from other games. Even down to the way that it was basically just a Breath of the Wild clone but turned into a gacha game, right? Because that's when it came out. That's what everybody was saying about it when it first released. And because it was free to play, it was pulling the fucking Fortnite bit where it's like, hey, it's a free to play game. Anyone can try it. Might as well pick it up. It plays exactly like another popular game that a bunch of people are playing. You can play it on your phone. And it is stealing from other games. And being, okay, I remember, I think it's Noelle who it was. She had the exact same animations as 2B from Nier Automata, right? And a bunch of other characters were basically just copy and pasted from other video games. So it really was just like everything fits together here perfectly, sweet, awesome, who cares, right? And that's kind of how I've always looked at Genshin, is that it's like a combination of other games all together, but I don't want to play it because I would much rather just go play those other games. If I want to go play Breath of the Wild, I'm just gonna go play Breath of the Wild. If I want to play Nier Automata, I'm just gonna go play Nier Automata. Right? I don't need Genshin Impact to fill that void, or for me to even take the risk of like, you know, pulling that specific character that plays that specific way. Right? Zenless feels different. It feels a lot different. It feels like it's its own game that has a bunch of other games mixed in, but it's not outright stealing anything from anyone. Sure, some of the character designs are like again, we have our big busty boy over here, right?
I'm listening.
Where it's just Soul. You just took Soul and made him into a cat boy. But at the same time, it's like he's still kind of his own thing. Because again, if we go, I'm going to swap to a lighter character. I'm going to swap over to Anby, actually. She's a lot faster. This whole game, this whole mode over here, roguelike. You go through different paths, you pick up items, you get buffs, you fight a boss at the end of it. Good job, right? It's a roguelike. Then if we go, thank you for telling me that I can just do this. Not Lumina Square. 6th Street. If we go to 6th Street. Right, which was the main place. We're at 6th Street now. This is like the main hub area that you kind of exist in at the start of the game. You have this area.
A lunch break and an arcade is the best pairing
which is just like a whole arcade with a bunch of fucking mini games in it. And they're like well-made little baby arcade games. And you can get rewarded for playing them and doing good at them. And there's multiplayer mode too.
Wish I could get out of here early.
And if you go into your video store, it's very minuscule. It's very, very small, right? You go into your store, You have a store running mechanic that makes you money. You pick a promoter, you pick a bunch of movies, and you try to match it as best you can. And then it makes you money. So you run a store for a little bit. Not only just that, but you have like an actual story to play through. You have like explore commissions. You have dedicated combat commissions. Even in the combat commissions, not here, in the story mode. Yeah, here. You have like an easy mode and a hard mode. You have like different shit that you can be doing. Like there's so much shit to do in the video game. No, I don't blame you for not expecting that. Hell, if we go to the Hollow Investigation Association, you can go in here and you can do like specialty fights. Right? And this is currently part of an event. This is the only one I haven't S-ranked. I'm really mad. I've tried desperately to get this to work. But over here is like a bunch of like dedicated fights. You get to pick what enemies you fight too, by the way, which is really cool. And you get to work towards like the little upgradey stuff. Of course, you're limited by your battery charge. That's like the only limit on the gameplay section that you actually have. Because you know how some gachas are like, well, you can only do this for so long. It's like, no, that's like a daily thing to go in there and get like upgrade materials on top of just doing the story. Like you can do the story for as long as you want. I mean, I think the only restriction on the story is your actual character level. Not the level of your characters, but the character levels themselves. Like the...
Ready for combat.
Where do I pull it up? But then you get coffee. I get my coffee every day. I do get my coffee every day. I'm still working on this. Upgrade 3 engine. Yeah, I need to do that tomorrow. I need to work on getting my engines up. I have those 2 done. I want this. And I have to do the Hollow Zero. I haven't really been touching that all too much. And then, of course, you have a Battle Pass! Battle Pass! But again, I am free to play, so I can't get that section of the Battle Pass. Battle Pass. But I'm already 17 levels deep into the Battle Pass. Choose reward. Wait, what? And then you got like an exchange store where you can turn in. There's so many menus. Menus too many. Oh, I can get another thing. I'm gonna hold off on that. But there's so much room for activities in this game. And it's really fun, and the combat is flashy and makes my dopamine go burr. Actually, really quickly, before we go back to art, I do want to try to S-rank this. Look how close I came, by the way. Look how close. I need 9,000 points to get an S-rank. Look how close I am. Come on. Please. Look how close. Look how close. This is the only thing I have left to do. Also, I do like Promia. She's actually kind of cool. All right, we're gonna give this a shot. We're gonna try this. I'm gonna lock the fucking. Also, the music in this game is really good. And
Okay, let me help. Smash it all.
too much damage. Too much damage.
Execution!
I want to get out of this corner.
My patience is limited. A gap. Got you. Stay behind me. Big farewell. Your tomorrow!
Lose yourself in the world of music.
This ends here.
He's doing his big slammy.
Is that all?
I do not want to be in the corner anymore. Didn't realize I was playing a fighting game.
Too slow. Meaningless. An opening is over. This is the will of Krampus.
I'm gonna kill it before I even get close to like it cram.
A gap. Farewell. Stay back.
Damn, that was like a whole ass shot there. Oh! Oh! Okay! How did I get that much? How did I get that as a score? I barely even touched $8,000. Okay, cool. Did not feel like I earned that, but Randy, there we go. I finished it live here on stream. That is one of my better scores, actually. Holy shit! And that is all of them done. I S ranked everything, by the way. Oh, which one's the? This one. Let me do this one really quick, because I want to show you guys Starlight Billy. Starlight Billy's sick. He's so fucking cool. I love him so much. He's so fucking sick. Look at him! He uses a fucking motorcycle as a weapon. He's like fucking Dante over there.
Faithful companion, be my call. Wanna play a game?
Look at him.
Come on. Take this. Spiders can't catch me. Don't get the stroke dirty. The verdict is unforgivable. Lumber in the mix. Night charge! My never backs down. Cheap tricks. Showdown time.
That thing's straight out of Get a Robo. It's so cool. Let me get out of the corner. I love him.
Time to roar! Starlight! Eat this! Out of my way!
Oh, he's so cool!
Dirty. Fighter dash! Fighter dash! Superhero landing! Night choke!
Drawn for countless legends, melodies, and dreams.
Beware her iron hoof cheat tricks!
A complaint?
Get me out of the corner!
Gracious start!
There we go. He's so fucking cool. No, I love it. But I do not have him.
Ready for combat.
And it is unlikely that I will get him, as the main one is actually very difficult to get wheels for. And frankly, I should have waited. It was the Ice Girl for the main banner for a little while. I didn't realize that they were releasing Starlight Billy, because I actually really like Billy. And another thing, you tell how much I actually enjoy this game. You can. So I made fun of another game, Neverless to Everness or whatever the fuck it is, because it has a dating mechanic and it gets weird with it. There's another Nekomata character in the game that's kind of the face of the game that's a cat girl. And you can raise your affinity with her to the point where you can do ear care, and it's weird, and you can hold her hand, and if you get max ranked affinity with her, you unlock a lingerie outfit for her to wear in regular gameplay and stuff. And I was that's weird. And Zenless kind of has the same thing, but it's not shitty or weird or creepy like that, where you can go hang out with people and get affinity with them. Of course, you need to own the character first, and I haven't hung out with Billy as much as I've hung out with Nicole and Ambi. But it's pretty much the same for everyone. When you unlock them in the story mode, and you do enough of that content, then you can actually hang out with them, which is kind of cool. The 10-foot pole. That's actually what got me back into Zenless, unironically. I saw Everless being advertised, and I saw somebody playing it. I was like, it doesn't look horrible. And I played it for a little bit, and I actually I really did kind of like it. Because it's a little Persona-esque, where you're hunting down anomalies that are more like ghosts than anything else. And I was like, oh, this is kind of fun. But it does the gotcha thing. You guys know the gotcha thing, right? Where it's you wake up with amnesia. You don't know anything. You are the most important person ever. Welcome to the committee. And the committee has the Gooby Babo. And the Gooby Babo does the wiggle waggle with the Gooby Bap. and the Gooby Bap is super duper important, and there's like a max level Zippity Bop, and that Zippity Bop gets defeated by you, and everyone's like, wow, you're so cool and awesome and like the most important ever. More because they do they? Really? I don't know that. That's gotten off my PC like immediately. Ah, damn. I believe that. I didn't know that, honestly. Could have fooled me. But while I was playing it, the whole time I was just thinking to myself, like, man, sure would prefer to be playing fucking Zenless over here. At least that has like characters to pull. And like, you know, good animation. And I remember it fondly, and people still like it. And it's got the one hot Fox.
Loyalty lies with the winner.
Yeah, I dig this character. I think she's cute. Oh, she knows what she is. Oh, well, she can't even make eye contact.
Looking for intel?
Are they?
Or hiring me for a job?
Sometimes you just can't win. I mean, pretty much everyone at this point uses AI. It's kind of like inescapable, not to excuse it. But that's my little sales pitch for why you should try the game. See, I more prefer Zhao. I like Zhao. Not even as like furry bait. It's because she is small, like pseudo bunny character with a big fuck off sword. That's what I like. I like small, cute bunny characters with a big sword. Is that so wrong? Is that so wrong? Here, let's do this. Actually, I'm gonna lower the music while I talk about this really quick, because I do want to talk a little bit about AI really quick. So, here's the thing, specifically about AI, right? Is that, again, this is gonna sound wild out of context, but it's gonna make sense once I explain it. AI is probably the best thing to ever happen. You know why? Because all the stupid people that want a shortcut are using it. But here's what's happening. Is that those stupid people who are using it, right? And abusing it specifically. They're overtly abusing it. They're letting themselves get stupid. Right? So that means there's a whole gap, right? A whole gap of knowledge that you, little viewer, are able to abuse. Unironically. I watched a Josh Strife says video that kind of put this into perspective just a little bit. And it's the same thing I agree with, is like, no, I can't turn that into a point. That's too much of a his story. I'll have to link off to that conversation. But it's more so like, if you know what you're doing, right? Or you can think for yourself. That is now a skill. Isn't that weird? You'd never do that. I don't blame you for not doing that. But that's what I'm getting at. Right? Is that people are using it right now to kind of to do all the bits that they don't want to do. So they're harming their own learning. And that means that the more that you actually learn, then the more that you actually study, and the more that you begin to understand, the more those skills are worthwhile. Have people not be stupid? No, I agree with you, but those people are already stupid. That's the thing. Yes. Anya, literally, yes. You're able to think for yourself. You have more skill than other people now. Because here's the problem, right? Is that, AI is currently the huge new fad. Everyone's touching it. Everyone's using it. It's the buzzword. Yay, everybody loves it, right? It's not sustainable. It is by and far like the least sustainable thing imaginable, right? And it's going to change or crap out or do something different, right? And when it does, the people who have so heavily relied on it are going to be shit out of luck. Now, of course, this might be a little bit of copium where we sit here and basically go like, oh boy, the internet's a fad. It won't take off or anything like that. That's always a risk. But it's a lot like the NFT situation that happened a while back too, right? Where NFTs was already a problem. It was cryptocurrency. It was a big, huge, dumb, stupid issue, right? But it exposed all of the people that were in the art industry in general for just the money, right? They saw an easy way to jump on a fad and make a shit ton of money. And then exposed a bunch of people for their, horrible actions. And that's, kind of helpful. Because now it's like, oh, okay, you're a shitty person and you don't have any values. Got you. Being able to complete a task that you don't want to do by researching it. Exactly. How do I put it? There's a way I can compare them. There's a thing I can compare it to. Okay. So you know how some people will ride a bike? You have a bike. And then people will put on training wheels on the bike. Right? To keep the bike upright. The training wheels are AI. Right? And here's the thing. Is that, if you want people riding bikes and they suck at riding bikes, this is the fastest way to get people riding bikes. Everyone's got their training wheels on. Everyone's doing a good job. They're riding bikes now. This is what you wanted, right? You wanted more people doing art? Well, now people are able to do art because they have training wheels on. Or you want them to code? Well, they have training wheels on. Right? And right now, this is fine. Everyone's cool with this. And the argument for AI at the moment is, right, you have the training wheel bike, or do you have the regular bike? Technically, it'd go like this because it has the little pedals. Right? the average person is going to look at the non-training wheeled bike and go, yeah, but it's so much easier with the training wheels. Isn't it? In your own home, something about the idea is insane enough to make you think they're preemptively trying to solve issues they're foreseeing. Yeah, most definitely. This is how people are seeing the AI conversation right now. Is the difference between AI, like training wheels and no training wheels. And the problem is that we haven't hit a point that we need no training wheels. That's our problem. That's our problem right now, right? Is that the training wheels make this activity easy. Now everyone's doing it. Thanks, and then we use AI again. I mean, hey, that's how it goes. But that's I think the worst part about AI specifically, right, isn't its existence, it's how it's being used. And this is the other thing that I always, this is my other, like, more controversial take with AI, because going back to the bike example here, right, is the people who never cared about actually riding a bike now get to ride a bike. Right? If you never cared about riding a bike and you never cared about learning to actually use a bike, right? Now people are doing this. Those people who are using training wheels on their bike don't care about riding the bike. They've never cared about riding the bike. Metric fucked. True. Yeah, true. But here's the thing, is that it has now made riding a bike super accessible to everybody. Everybody can now ride a bike. And everybody is. And people are turning it around and making money off of it. It's no longer a fun toy. It is instead a way of life for some people. It's how people get to work now. Kind of text like, you love him? I'm glad. See, this is a smaller problem, because forever ago, way back when I first started streaming, right, I wanted to make a video talking about AI. I really did. So what did I do? I went to the other side and I asked questions. And I had some genuinely good conversations with people. And I had some bad conversations with people too, because some people get really uppity when it comes to AI in general. And the way that I look at it is that much like anything, you can abuse it. And AI is currently being abused. And I think it's mostly being abused because of the climate that we live in currently, right? And it's being put forward by people who are in power to kind of control people a little bit, which is where this issue kind of comes up. I know this is getting wildly off topic, but still on topic. I know it's weird. Think of it like this, right? What is AI's purpose? I'm like asking a genuine question here. What is its purpose? Why was it made? I'll give you that like little space of me not talking to think up your answer, but I'll kind of go into something else. Is why was it made and what was it turned into? Because nowadays what we're seeing it being used for is propaganda. It has been used to call into question the legitimacy of other people's like news media. It's to a point where actual events and actual like comments that people have been making are now easily dismissed by saying it's AI. Now, halt. Actually, that right there, that is interesting. And I cannot specifically say anything about the medical field. I'm mostly talking about generative AI, like art AI, right? From my conversations with actual people in the industry, it was just a tool that they were using to help them design. It was something to quickly pump out a shit ton of thumbnails so that they could turn around and make something faster. It was something that would enhance their workload already. And here's the other part of it, is that this is actually very close to home for me, because the thing that some of you may or may not know about me is that my stepfather is a lead designer for Converse. Or was. I don't know if he still is. I don't know what's going on with him. They are apparently trying to close down Converse. I don't know what's going on with that. But here's the thing, is when generative AI started popping up, he started taking classes with his studio on how to use it to help him in his workflow design shoes. And he has designed shoes based off of generative AI pieces. And it's a quick mock-up. He's still using his knowledge. He's still putting forward the thing. He's not generating something and then immediately putting it out there. He's using it and pulling different parts from here and there, basically making his own concept art without having to do full concept art. Now, if you remove everything that we know that is negative about AI, right, and the stigma around it, doesn't that sound almost beneficial? That's like, hey, I have an idea. Boop, Jarvis, make me a shit ton of concept arts, and then I will pull from them. It is the argument, actually, that a bunch of early AI adopters were making, where it's like, hey, it's no different than going online and finding reference sheets and reference material. I do that all the time. I go to ArtStation and I find things that I like. You know, I see plenty of, people that have commissioned me so far go on Google and look up poses and other things. It's no different. And I'm saying specifically, remove the stigma. Remove what it has turned into. Remove the environmental effects of it, right? And the lives that have been damaged by it. This is what it was when it started. Right? This is where this conversation begins to break off, because you've had people that have used it in the actual industry. I'm saying specifically, like, professional designers and architects have used it to, like, help their workload. My stepdad, again, has used it in his workflow, right? To enhance it. At no point was he training it on stolen art. He was making his own art, training the AI model on his own work, and using that as a basis to stretch out and play around with different ideas and meld them together at times. That is technically an ethical use of the technology, and especially early on, where data centers weren't destroying people's water or even harming the environment just yet. There is no ethical stigma there. It is totally justified. Which is where the conversation begins to break off, because there's the professional angle of this, and then there's us over here. Little baby artists like me and like you guys who look at AI and see what it's done to our existence. Because while it was being used professionally and ethically on the other side, there was no cutoff point for that exact same technology to not be immediately abused by bad actors. Because that's where the stigma comes from. Think about it, right? When AI first started being like popping up here and there, it was being used to copy already existing artists. We had a bunch of negative shitheads and people that didn't care about art, did not care about riding the bike. They don't care about it. What they were doing was going, hey, look, I can make art too. I can be better than you in an instant. AI is going to make you obsolete. All of that time and all of that joy that you have drawing, it's undermined because I can do it in a nanosecond because a computer did it good. And then you know what happens? You get people like Shadiversity who turn around and say, hey, I'm an artist and I am able to use this technology to just make pretty art without entirely understanding what they're even making. And then that becomes a different conversation now. And that's where the separation begins. Is that on one hand, we have the smaller artist communities that are being abused. There are people like me and some of you guys who do commissions for people where we are now noticing this rampant, it's been on for a while. There's no reason to commission an artist anymore if there's a specific way you want something done because you can just go to an AI artist. Go to Rule 34 right now. You can find all the smut in the world that you want. All AI generated. And it's always, and I'm sorry, it's always going to look better than anything anyone's drawn. I'm not kidding. It's depressing, but it's true. Because art does take time. It takes effort. So, you know, having a computer just go bleh, a bunch of smut out there for you, or bleh, a bunch of really good looking images for you, that plays better to the way that social media exists right now. But here's, again, this is the difference, is that in a professional setting, you are not making social media posts, you are making a product. A product that does not just immediately pop up one day. It has to go through manufacturing. It has to be accounted for, right? Completely depends on what you consider good. No, I'm very sorry. I need to make a point on that. It is fundamentally, and I don't mean fundamentals in like art fundamentals. I mean like pretty wise. It is like appealing to look at. It is like scientifically constructed to be as appealing as possible. And what happens is that you can kind of excuse some of the gunk that happens when AI comes out the other end because of how much of it is just appealing. And because most people don't even have the eye to notice anything wrong with what's happening, right? This is average consumer. I'm not saying us, I'm saying average consumer. And the average consumer is going to look at big, shiny booba that has like really decent shading and be excited over no shaded booba, right? There's a difference there. Again, point that I'm trying to make is that when it comes to making a product, there is no shortcut. There is no simplicity. There is no, it immediately pops out. It has to go through manufacturing. It has to be applied. It has to be tested. It has to like pass focus groups. You can't just generate it like product. Go to like, you know, my stepdad can't go to the computer, say, computer, generate shoe, and then the shoe pops up. No, he has to design it, figure out how the dimensions of it, take it to the factory, go, can you make this shoe? And then they go, okay, and then it's a real physical item. Can't do the same thing. The fact that art is increasingly judged on the quality of the vision. Exactly. No, I'm getting at that. I'm roping back around into this. Don't worry. They can't do that. So product-wise, AI is just a piece of the puzzle. Just got Minato. Stop getting all the cool characters, guys. I want one. You guys are getting so fucking lucky. It's pissing me off. I want Zhao. Man. Chesty McChestman. Fuck, where was I? It's a piece of the puzzle for making a product, right? Again, if somebody makes a house or like generates concept art for a house, they still have to plan how to make the fucking house and to make sure it's going to work okay. There's still a level of human element that goes into that, which you don't get when it comes to our end of things in generative art, right? We still have to be making shit, right? Me spending out like 2 to 4 hours working on a whole comic page when this could get made in seconds by someone, right? And here's the thing too, is that my whole time while I'm working on this, I'm thinking and I'm like, I'm going to do this thing creatively. I'm going to do it like this so it makes visual sense. I'm going to do this. Oh, this is a little jank, but that's okay, whatever, right? All of that gets thrown out the window for AI because AI is just going to make it look pretty. AI is going to get as close to a decent product as possible. And it might be bad art, but nobody really cares. Just because the sunlight is in a weird location doesn't mean that it's like not going to be appealing for some people. And again, average consumers, what I'm basically talking about, right? Something is AI, you can tell pretty quickly. No, you can. That's the other problem with it too, is that it's so everywhere that it's like getting harder and harder for people to like, not like, it just wipes over your face a little bit. But again, when you start adding on to the way that it's been approached, right? And now you have to start layering on, can run the process of creating it into content, which AI can't do. Yeah. No, I had a point. I was building to a point. Oh, yeah. So here's another thing. Social media, right? Social media is like the bane of existence. Because I talked about it the other day, because of a video that I linked off to, which was very interesting. It was about Disney and how its food has changed. I talked a little bit about it the other day. But back in the day, before social media was like everywhere and everyone had internet access, food wasn't a thing to take pictures of. But now, think about how much viral food shit you've seen. Think about all of those how to make this food videos that you've probably seen either on your Instagram feed or on Facebook or on YouTube Shorts or on TikTok if you're on TikTok, right? Think about all of those, right? Are you going to make any of those? Or are you just there to watch somebody make something that looks really appealing and makes you hungry? And you're not even going to attempt to make the thing. Right? That's everywhere. But that's because food can go viral. Because it can be really good looking. And that becomes something to market. That becomes something to buy. That becomes something to share with your friends or your family or otherwise. Be like, oh my God, look at how delicious this thing looks. We should totally make it. And then you never do. To the point where even there's a subset of content where people make videos discussing about whether or not a like viral trending food item is even possible to be made. Right? Isn't that weird? Isn't that just weird that that's a thing? And that's social media for you. That's genuinely social media at work right there. And this is the problem with it in general. And it's been a conversation point for artists for like years at this point. If Pocket's here, I bet you can even mention it, is that when somebody makes better art than you, it demoralizes you. Because now you feel like you're not as good. It becomes a popularity contest. It doesn't matter how much passion you put into something. It doesn't matter how much you enjoy the thing that you do. Your hobby is now something to be monetized. You have to be good at the things that you do. Otherwise, it is a waste of time. Look no further than fucking Book Talk to see this, by the way. where it has become a flex, a genuine flex for people to say, I've read 100 books in a week. And it's like, no, you fucking haven't. No, you fucking haven't. You may have skimmed 100 books in a week, sure, but you haven't read them. You don't know what you're doing. You don't know what you're talking about. You don't know what's going on. I'm gonna shit talk somebody really quick. I'm gonna shit talk somebody very quickly. And this is gonna be mean. This is gonna be like a little call outy. But I'm punching up. I hate this channel. And I am so sick of channels like it. Because do you know what this channel is? It is, I am going to make 10 to 8 minute, like 8 to 10 minute long videos, specifically about rumors about a game. And all of these are going to get hundreds of thousands of views because I'm doing, oh, look, clickbaity title. Oh, look, clickbaity title about a video game. Oh, look, clickbaity title, update 5. Hytale just surprised everyone. Hytale is changing quickly. Hytale update 4 is huge. Hytale's biggest update yet. Hytale now has voice chat, right? All of these are like over 8 minutes because they're monetized. I fucking hate this guy. I'm not kidding. Because 9 times out of 10, you could go learn all of the information in probably a minute by just going checking Simon's fucking Twitter. Which comes with the added risk of going to Twitter in the first place. But this kind of content is fucking everywhere. Because this is what people have made into careers now, is that they've turned talking about something into a career. Think about all of the channels that purely exist to simply talk about a cartoon. I'm not kidding. Think about all of the channels that have built their entire career around talking about something like The Amazing Digital Circus. Have you seen all of the fucking dumbass fucking videos about Gameaverse where they talk about the same 5 theories over and over and over and over and over again? And they add nothing new to the conversation because it's almost like there's nothing new to add, but everybody has to be like, did you notice this in Gameaverse? When Kit says hello to Gobbles, she is actually saying hello to Gobbles. Like, what the fuck? Stop it! Oh my God! But this is the other thing I talked about yesterday about the wickification of fucking everything, and it's why everyone's a fucking moron right now, and this is what AI is doing to everybody, is that everybody just wants the easy way out. Everybody just wants to have something on the side of their screen. I'm calling you out right now. I know I'm on the side of your fucking screen. I know. I know I'm not on that main screen right now. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, I'm looking at you. Don't worry. I see you. Yeah, you keep playing that fucking video game. Mm-hmm. Yep. I know what you're doing. It's okay. I do that on purpose. It's totally fine. I don't mind one bit. But everybody wants their little second monitor content, whatever they're watching on their phone, whatever they're doing on the side, whatever extracurricular content that they want. Right? I get it. I understand. One screen. Okay, fair. I'm just giving people shit. But this is like this is what's happening. This is what's going on, is that like everything is just made for like second channel stuff. Everyone's on their phones all the time. Nobody's paying attention to things that are going on. Nobody cares too much about anything. Everybody just wants things done easy for them. Nobody cares about learning actual skills. Everybody just wants to flex about how smart and cool and awesome they are, right? To the point where they just want things like re-boiled down to themselves. It is, everything has basically been turned into like, I hate to do it because I actually enjoy watching these kinds of content, but it's the same thing as like Crit Crab or D&D Doge, right? Where all they do is just read somebody else's D&D story that was on Reddit that you yourself can go and read and experience. but you're having somebody else read it to you and then give their thoughts and opinions. It's why I will never, by the way, I'll never do it. I don't like doing React content. I don't. When I watch videos with you guys, when I like eat or like we hang out or something, I treat that more like we're just watching a video together than the video is like the actual content. And 9 times out of 10, I'm kind of pausing it too. 458? What? Where's Fahrenheit coming from? And this, again, this goes back to AI, where people wiggle. I gotta get rid of the bike. People want the easy way out. That's all people want. You know, people want to make art. People want to tell stories. People want to do these things. And it comes across as monumental, right? It comes across as something that you have to work at. And when something requires work and effort and time, but is something that can get you prestige, they don't want to put in that time. So they're going to take that shortcut. They're going to do whatever they can. And this is nothing new. This is genuinely nothing new to artists. We've dealt with this for years. We've seen people who trace popular pieces of art, right, and say it's their own. We've seen people who outright steal characters, you know? What this book warns against. I never read the book. I think I saw the game. But even then, I think I watched PewDiePie play it like all the way back in the day. I've never seen the book, but I believe you. But this is the problem. And most of it does, in fact, stem from social media. I'm part of the problem, technically. And the reason why it is as much of a problem as it is because everyone has always wanted to be famous. Everybody wants to be famous. Everybody wants to be able to make money just by playing video games. Everybody wants to be able to, you know, pay for whatever the fuck they want by, you know, letting their passions speak for themselves. And social media has allowed them to do that. And because it's worked for so many people, so many more are trying to do it. And it keeps working. And it keeps working. And it's causing us to have this perception around hobbies, specifically hobbies, that make it harder for us to actually engage with them in any meaningful sense. Right? You have to be a super fan of anything. If there's some hip new TV show out, you have to like it. You have to talk about it. You have to be the first one to come up with theories about it and make a deconstruction video on it. I watched one video about Homestuck. I watched one singular video that caught my eye because I read Homestuck back in the day. I wasn't a super fan of it. I knew of it. I liked it. I read it all the way to the end. It was a good story. I enjoyed it. Do I remember much of it? No. I'm stupid like that. But I watched one video, and now I'm inundated with people's opinions on the Homestuck comic. And most of the time, like, not the comic, but the pilot itself. And most of the time, these videos are pretty bad. But they get, like, hundreds of thousands of views because they're talking about a popular subject. You know? And it's everywhere. Killed fanzines when the internet started to really pick up. Yeah, no. Spread your work based on the quality of what you made alone. Not. Yep. Mm-hmm. No, you're dead on with that. And I don't want to compare this to myself or nothing like that, but I've been like a micro celebrity. I would say micro celeb. Micro. I'm definitely not walking to a fucking McDonald's and going, do you know who I am? Do you know who I am? I'm like a micro e-celeb. But no. 3,000 people, not to bring that up, but like 3,000 people being subscribed to my channel. 3,000 people is a lot of fucking people. Right? That's a lot of fucking people. I think the closest I've ever been to being around 3,000 people is being in fucking Disney World. And even then, I wouldn't really say 3,000 people. Maybe. I don't know. I really don't know. I also don't know. Like, I've been to a few concerts that have had probably a shit ton of people in them too. Right? But that's a lot of people. It's a fuck ton. I will never be able to meet all 3,000 people. That's weird. That's really, really weird. But here's the thing. That's small baby number. Right? That's tiny itty bitty baby number. Compared to like the giants that have like 10 million subscribers and shit like that. But that's the thing that people chase. They chase that big numby. Because that big numby make dopamine go cray-cray. Do you know... This is me being an ass for 5 seconds. Do you know how little I care about hitting 3K? Like, I appreciate it, and I'm like over the moon that I made it this far, of course, and that like 3K people care about me. But I'm not over here like, yes, number, go big. I'm like, oh shit, I hit 3K, sweet. Awesome. I get more dopamine actually landing a character in Zenless Zone Zero than I do getting 3K for my channel, right? I get more dopamine talking to you fuckers than my number going big. And yeah, I do care a little bit about, you know, numbies. When I see that my stream isn't performing as well as I want, like when we get like a sub 300 view stream by the end of it, I'm a little upset. I'm a little butthurt. But I'm not like, I'm gonna quit and never doing this again. No, I'm still gonna do what I'm fucking doing. Ugh. But here's the thing, right? Trying to take it back over to AI. Is that it's a cheat code. It is genuinely a cheat code. Because it's been turned into a cheat code. It used to be like part of a workflow. It's not part of the workflow anymore. Have a good time at therapy, Black Rabbit. Say hi to your therapist for me. Same shit I say to Jasmine. And the most important thing that you can do, that's what I try to do, and you should try to do it too, is don't let the easy way make you forsake learning the lesson. Right? Because here's the thing. Going back to the bike example, right? You can have training wheels on your bike. But you know what you'll never be able to do if you put training wheels on your bike? You will never be able to bank a corner. You will never be able to hop on, like get onto a motorcycle and bank a fucking corner. Feel like you're flying. You'll never be able to do that. Because those training wheels restrict you. They hold you in place. Sure, they let you do the activity, but they restrict you. You can't bank a corner. If you're going to try to turn going fast with training wheels, you're going to crash. You can't do it. But if you learn to go without the training wheels, you can bank that turn. You can hop on a motorcycle. You can learn how to do that. You can be better than the people who are just stuck with training wheels. And of course, you know, the easy way is always the more appealing way because it's less work. But that's why it has less value. Is that it has less work. And right now, we live in a society that doesn't value work. It doesn't. No one values hard work anymore. If you work hard at something, it screws you over. If you, for everything that you do right, whatever you missed will be pointed out. Personally, I've always hated that. I've really hated that. That was like a big point of contention in my last job, unironically. Was it's 8:30 p.m. Oh, it is. Shit. I mean, crit's gonna take like 3 seconds, admittedly. Is Rowan here? And is also Axel still here? I know I haven't put on music. It's mostly just because I've been rambling this whole time. Here, I'll put this on in the background. No, but seriously, like, the easy way is always going to be more appealing, and it's going to be appealing to everybody, but the thing about the easy way is that it's easy. You're turning on easy mode on your video game. You're just turning on easy mode. You're just going through the story mode. It's whatever. Sure, you can get a good experience out of it. Sure, other people will probably experience it like that, but you're not really doing anything cool. Not really challenging yourself. Not really figuring out, like, the limits of what you can actually do. And you should value that more than anything else. Hobbies are meant to be fun, not meant to be turned into something that, like, you make money from. I know that's rich coming from me, where I'm over here being a YouTuber, like, you know, technically monetizing my abilities and stuff, and even right now, drawing for all of you fuckers is pretty much the same thing. But I do this to turn around and tell you to fucking make art. I sit here and I continue making art, and I'm like, yeah, it's gonna take time. I want you guys to make art. I want you guys to make stuff. I want you guys to draw. I want you guys to do things that you enjoy. Might be asleep. Okay. I mean, if they are, that's all right. Took a nap a few hours ago. Okay. Final wrap up. All right, final wrap up for this. Here's the vibe. Right. Monster Hunter. Monster Hunter, back in the day, was a niche little baby title, right? Niche little title. And the way that game worked is you could get through the whole game and do all of the content without ever looking up a single tutorial. Did you know, fun fact, I played through all of Monster Hunter 4 Ultimate up until endgame without realizing I could Savage Axe with the Charge Blade. I did not realize you could charge the shield with Charge Blade. I learned that I could do that by accident. And here's the other side of it, is that entire time I was playing the game and using Charge Blade and not knowing that was a mechanic, I never got yelled at for it. Isn't that weird? Here's the other thing, though. Small additional thing, because some of you might recognize this argument that I'm making here. Is that I never called the game bullshit or got mad at the game because of something that I wasn't doing. I was just having fun playing the game. Seems like a common occurrence. I mean, to be fair, Charge Blade is like the most complex weapon in the fucking game, to be fair. Certainly a far cry from Sword and Shield. But that's... Nobody yelled at me for it. Nobody got mad at me for it. Nobody told me that I was like a horrible player for it. And when I learned it, it was like a cool new thing. I was like, oh my god! It's like a thing I could do. Holy shit, that's awesome! You know, and... What else? There's other games that are like that. No, same. But But nowadays, before somebody even like picks up the game, before somebody even picks up Monster Hunter, right? They go look up a tutorial. They go figure out what is the best weapon in the game. I used Monster Hunter 4 Ultimate's gun lance for the longest time. It was the slowest, clunkiest, worst weapon I could be using, but I thought it was cool and I liked it anyways. But nowadays, most people avoid gun lance in general because it's a subpar weapon and doesn't do good damage and is in the D tier rank. So people just don't touch it. I rarely see a gun lance player. I rarely see a good gun lance player. Why? Because everyone's out there doing the max amount of damage because they want to end these things as fast as possible. Monster Hunter Wilds' biggest problem was the fact that everybody made tutorials on how to beat the game. So yay? Oh, jeez. Oh, hey, Rowan. We're rambling about putting in work on stuff, and then I'm gonna get to crit very quickly. Your crit's very quick, by the way. Just letting you know. But everything with Monster Hunter, right, has been solved nowadays. It's no longer fun to do it. You have to be good at it. And the game overcompensated. No, you're good. No, don't worry. Hell, if you weren't going to be able to show up, I would have just like recorded another bit after stream for you. You're good. Don't worry. Life is more important than silly doggo streamer in an outfit. You're good. Don't worry. But that's like life right now, right? Everything needs to be optimized. Everything needs to be perfect. Everything needs to be done properly. If you're not doing something properly, you're missing out. You're doing something wrong. If you go to Disney World and you don't go on these specific rides, go fuck yourself. Right? You're going to Disney wrong. Oh my god. If you're what is it? You have to do something like this. You have to read books like this so that you can maximize the amount of books you're reading. Like, no. Stop. Stop going to the fucking forest for the goddamn trees, motherfucker. Just fucking smell them. Hang out. Live life. Breathe air. Somehow you're gonna get there. Stop going to the gym for the free pizza. Knock that off. And I think one of the worst things right now is that for a lot of us, I'm just going to wrap back into crit, because I'm going to do that in a second. I promise. Is that art is probably one of the most prestigious things that you can actually do. Because everyone likes art. There is not, this is a real thing, by the way. Even people who say they don't like art, they like art. You know why? Storytelling is art. When a middle-aged white woman goes to her hairdresser and is getting her hair done, and they're just gossiping the whole time, they're telling a story. That's art. When somebody wakes up in the morning and they make eggs for breakfast, that's art. When somebody reads a book, they're engaging with art. When somebody, watches a YouTube video, that's art. Even if it's drama slop content, it's storytelling, it's art. Shut up. Everybody likes art. There is not a single human being on this planet that does not like art. Even the fascists out there who are so opposed to art because art is inherently a free-thinking thing, they love art. Why? They love propaganda. Right? That's just how they are. They love that shit. Humans love art. We will always love art. You want to know how much we love art? We were doing it before we were even human. Cave paintings exist. I love bringing that up. Art is just like baked into us. Timothy Charlemagne. It doesn't matter if it's good or if it's bad or if it's middling or if it's crappy. Nobody cares. There will always be someone who is a fan of some of the worst content imaginable. I mean, just look at Vivzy Pop. Hello. Shots fired. But when I say that, what I mean by that is that humans are always going to enjoy art to some degree. And so that becomes one of the easiest things for people to jump on. Whether it's making food, making comics, making animations, making pretty pictures, taking pictures even, right? And so AI and social media has turned it into a pretty contest. It is genuinely a contest to who can make the prettiest, most appealing, most like jaw-dropping, most fucking Pavlovian art imaginable. Who can just suckle the teat of art the most. And the more you pump it out, the more people are going to be able to consume it. And the more likely you are to find somebody who will like it. But if anybody's seen SpongeBob, it's basically just King Neptune versus SpongeBob. SpongeBob may have made one singular Krabby Patty, and Neptune may have made 1,000 in seconds. But they'll never taste as good as one made with genuine care and heart. I would say a tiny baby artist. One who doesn't understand fundamentals, one who doesn't care about, perfect anatomy or anything like that, who is purely drawing for the fun of it, has more value than 1,000 AI artists combined. It may take them 3 days to draw a shitty stick figure. Who cares? They're doing something that they love. You may, if you've been in artist circles before, have heard of... Oh, who said it? I know the quote. I forget who said it. Is it Picasso? Here it is. It took me 4 years to paint like Raphael, but a lifetime to paint like a child. You know why? Some people will think of that and go, "Oh, haha, it's like it." Because like childs have boundless creativity. Yes, it's their passion. They do it for fun. They separate the world and stress and reality and everything around them, and they just do something that they love. That's worth so much more. And yes, I know, it's a little fucking not redundant. It's a little hypocritical for me to be saying that, and then we're going to be going over into critique where I'm going to be telling people to draw things good or better. It's a little absurd, admittedly. But for me, the reason why I do that, and the reason I do what I do, and the reason why I stream myself making art in general as well, is because... How do I word it? I don't want you to just enjoy making art. I want you to enjoy learning. That should be the epicenter of your entire existence, by the way. You should love to learn. I had to say 2 L words there. That was really difficult for me, so you better be applauding right now. If you don't like to learn, see, I'm struggling. If you don't want to, discover new skills, try new things, figure out new stuff, if you don't want to do that, you're missing out. I'm constantly learning. I'm constantly trying to figure out new shit for me to do, trying to figure out new ways that I can do things. Playing around, figuring stuff out, trying new angles. I don't do the same thing twice. I hate doing the same thing twice. Right? When I'm not told or made to. Exactly. That's a huge problem though, right, Anya? Is that so much of our existence is being forced to learn. And sometimes you need to be forced to learn something. Like math, you kind of got to be forced to learn a little bit of math. I'm not very good at math, but I was forced to learn it. You know, you should learn about history, even if you don't care about history. If you don't care about American history, that's okay, but you should still learn about it. You should still know what's going on with it. Like for me, my whole focus on learning is entirely around how to make good stories, how to write compelling characters, how to write characters that people care about. That's all I care about. That's all I want to learn about. So I do. Love learning about everything, art and otherwise. See, I agree, but it depends on the art class. Try to study a lot, which you should do, exactly. Which again, to fluff my feathers a little bit, that's why I do, like, that's why I really don't like doing tutorials or telling you to do a specific thing. I instead just like kind of guiding you guys with like, this is what you're trying to do. I can see what you're trying to do. There's just a gap in that knowledge. You just have to learn that by doing it more. And here's the other side of it. Again, crit. We're gonna get the crit. I'm gonna talk about this first. I'm gonna do this. The best thing, this is the hardest thing to do. Genuinely. Like, seriously, you have probably gone your entire life struggling with this, right? I struggle with this, but I try to live by this, and I've mentioned it before. And all of you should try to do this as often as possible. You should all try to be really, really good at being bad at something and failing at it. You should be comfortable with failure. Failure should not be scary. Failure should be the goal. You should be aiming to fail. Fail with purpose. Fail faster, in fact. That is the best thing you can do for yourself, is to learn to get really good at being bad. Because here's the thing. I love this bit. I love doing this bit. I always love doing this bit. When you were born, were you good at walking? Did you just like stand up and start going, "Hello, mother, I'm off to work," and then like tip your fedora and then walk away from your, just given birth mother, like, "Goodbye, mother. See you tomorrow." No, you sucked at walking. You had to learn to do it. You had to learn to walk. Some people, to this day, are still learning to walk. Just go to any public event. You will see them in real time. Used AI to walk. Fuck you. But no, you sucked. You were bad. You were bad at it. When you picked up your first ever video game, were you good at it? Probably not. You probably didn't even know what the buttons were. You fucking dumbass. Fucking stupid idiot. You don't know that the B button is how you jump, you fucking moron? No, of course not. You were bad. You sucked and you got better. You learned. You improved. Were you good at the first shooter game you ever played? No, probably not. You had to learn. You had to train yourself to figure that shit out. When you're young, when you're really young, you get taught a lot. You learn a lot. And as you get older, you start kind of losing that, you start losing that ability to learn because it becomes kind of a, what is it? It becomes like a mental block that if you're not good at something, why even try? Why bother? You're not good at it. Stop trying, forehead. And that's damaging. That's harmful. We can properly identify alone what should be done differently or worked on. That's actually that's a huge thing, actually. Vicente. Is that I don't think I talk about it as much as I should. Is that there's a thing that happens when you're learning art specifically, where your eyes will learn faster than your hand. And you'll start seeing problems and like missteps and incorrect things before your hand does. And then you don't know how to get your hand to cooperate. There's a disconnect there. Right? Same thing with like fighting games. Right? There's a here. Where's Strive? There it is. Let's do that. Let's do a really quick learning thing. I'm gonna get to crit. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. It's so fast. It's so fast. It's so fast. But like I like bitching about this. I'm gonna learn you a little bit of Guilty Gear. Okay? I'm gonna try and make this into a bit. I'm gonna try and learn you something. So fighting games are probably one of the hardest things to get into because they are so information dense. It is 90% knowledge check. That is every single fighting game ever. They are all knowledge checks. And trust me, as somebody who's played a fuck ton of fighting games, from Street Fighter to Soul Calibur to Guilty Gear to Tekken to fucking everything. If I go here, let's up a video game. Shut up on you. All right, you know what? Let's be topical with our boy Soul, because we were playing Soul other character. I'll get to crit. Give me a second. Hold on, I gotta pause it. Okay. I'm gonna throw a bunch of concepts at you very quickly, right? So Guilty Gear has a Gatling system with its combos, right? Where you can run up and you can do elevating combo damage, right? So you can go from like close slash, far slash to heavy slash, right? And that's like a really basic combo. And then you have all of you have like an RC, and you have like a wall bounce, and you have all of this, and like all these special attacks and all this other shit, right? That's a lot to take in account for one fucking character. Hell, even I'm trying to remember how Soul works. Damn, they changed that. Right? And if we go over, it's like really easy for you to go to the command list and go, okay, forward X is an upper body invincibility move. This is like a forward slash. This is like a far slash, right? This is forward and X. That's forward and slash. That's forward and heavy. Here's the problem though, is that you can learn what those buttons are. But do you know when to use them? Do I know when I should be using this button specifically? No. I don't know when to use this button specifically. In like a go-to fight. And I'm gonna be bad at it. I'm gonna be bad at using that button. I'm clearly bad at using that button. I keep fucking it up. There we go. You don't just get like a combo like that by picking up the game. You have to learn. You want to know how I learned this? By fucking it up a shit ton of times. There you go. I just did it again. fucked up again. Every single hobby, everything that you want to do is simply a knowledge check. And you can, in fact, learn what the buttons do. I'm bringing it full circle. No, I wanted to close it. Thank you. Ahem. Correcting bad habits is no, exactly. I'm gonna put back on music, and I will get to crit. I promise. Play the game. Yeah, exactly, but like you can learn what the buttons do, right? Same thing when I do any of my tutorials, right? Especially when I talk to you guys about like stick figures, right? And I go, okay, guys, we're gonna draw a stick figure today, right? And a little sticky figure. Here's a little stick figure. Stick figure, right? Yay! We all love the stick figure. Woohoo! Right? Awesome. Love the stick figure. How do you use it though? Why are you using it? How do you figure it out? Well, you fuck around with it, dum-dum. Play with it. Figure it out. To loop this back into kind of video games and other stuff, again, we're gonna get the credits. It's gonna be very quick, I promise. Learning should be playing. And playing inherently doesn't necessarily have purpose. Right? You should feel comfortable just playing around. You should actively play. But here's the thing. Right? After this whole conversation that we've just had about social media, AI, all this other shit, is that it's hard to justify playing when everybody else seems like they're a professional. You know what it is? It's League of Legends. In League, right? You might have friends that know the game really well and they convince you to play it with them. And you might not know anything. And they might be having a good time just playing the game. They might just be enjoying it. But you're having a horrible, horrible time because you're like, man, I don't know what the fuck is going on. And the only way that you're going to have a good time playing with those friends is if you play in your own time. I'm not kidding with that, by the way. This goes for any game. Have you ever played a game with friends? I'm going to slap you, by the way, if somebody in this chat says, oh, I don't have friends. If you only play a game with your friends and you don't play it in your own time, you will never get better at that game. I played, Deadlock, exactly. I was playing Deadlock in my own time. I really was. I enjoyed playing it on my own. I didn't always play it on stream. I played it on my own time. I haven't touched it in a while. Because frankly, I stopped kind of caring about it just a little bit. But that's the thing, right? Is that if you're not playing on your own time, you're not going to learn anything. If you're only doing something to perform, you're not practicing. You're not learning, right? Keep coming up with examples. I keep trying to do examples. I'm trying to finalize a point here. Ha! But that's how it works, right? In general, is that everyone's being expected to perform. Nobody's being expected to play. You need to be comfortable just playing. When people ask me, how do I draw for hours on end and not get tired? Or how do I animate? Or how do I do anything for a really long period of time? Is because I'm just playing. I'm in real time just doing fun shit. That's usually why projects fizzle out, is when I'm I'm not doing fun shit anymore. And I'm just I'm doing the boring shit now. Oh, I don't want to do any of the boring shit, but sometimes you gotta do the boring shit. You just don't want to get yelled out. Don't work on your own time. Some other games. That's fair. No, I just have fun with what I do. Genuinely. Like, do you think I'm over here drawing big, busty, booby bunny girl because, like, I don't know, it's gonna make me a shit ton of money? No. I do it because it's fun. That's like the whole thesis of my content in general, is that everything that I do on stream, I would just be doing anyways. Right? I don't think there's a single thing that I've done on stream that I wouldn't just be, like, doing in my free time anyways. When I'm not streaming, I'm still, like, making art and, like, drawing stupid shit and having fun. You know, I still play video games off stream. No. No, even if, okay, you know, even to pull that example on you, even if Hull wasn't, you know, my rich Italian nobility benefactor, you know, for the past few months, I'd still be doing this. Still would. I mean, maybe from inside a cardboard box, but, like, I'd still be doing this. I still like it. I still have fun with it. You know? And that's, like, a large difference. I'm going to say me and other people. I'm not going to say you guys. This isn't you guys. This isn't a dig at any of you. But this is a difference between me and other people, is that I always love doing art. If I'm, like, going somewhere, right? If I'm going on vacation, I'm still going to bring, like, a sketchbook. And I'm still going to draw. Still going to do that. You know, I have sketchbooks that have drawings that I was doing while I was in England. I have sketchbooks that have drawings in them from when I was in Disney World. I actually have a whole sketchbook dedicated to me, like, really quickly drawing a bunch of, like, Renaissance fair goers. I drew one guy that was on, like, a unicycle with a horse. It was a good time. Right? I still draw all the fucking time. I don't necessarily have to do it when, you know, somebody's watching me. I just like doing it. $30 Patreon tier. I just draw in my own free time when I want to. I play video games in my own free time when I want to. I still do all the things that I enjoy. And to get it off me for a second, this is the thing that I think a lot of people need to learn, is that if you actually enjoy doing something, even when you fuck up, it's still going to be fun. How many times have I been playing a video game and I fuck up? Something goes wrong and I go, I fucked up! Goodbye world! I'm dead! And I laugh it off and I keep going. I don't get mad. I don't get upset. I go, I turn it into something funny. Because that's just how I roll with shit. You know, you gotta take the good with the bad. Sometimes you're gonna fuck up. Sometimes you're gonna have a bad roll. Sometimes you're gonna have a bad time. Sometimes you're gonna do something wrong. Sometimes a boss is just gonna get you. Sometimes some bullshit's just gonna hit you and you're gonna get annoyed, but then you're just gonna go, wait, I'll go next. Hell, this extends even further into my everyday life. You guys have heard me say it all fucking month. Can we just go next? I want this month over with. I'm so sick of it. I'm not saying, oh, my life is terrible because this month sucks. It's just, no, this month is bad. It's just been a rough time. I'm sick of it. I want to go forward. I want to do something different now. Going, when you fuck up is a skill some people haven't learned. Yeah. My, like, halfway, not even halfway, like 1/3 Tom and Jerry scream. This is a good time. So, if I can pull this around into actually a solidified point, right? Like a jello-ified point, is that don't take the easy way. The easy way is bullshit. Take the hard way and enjoy the hard way. Because the hard way is going to force you to learn more lessons. Right? And the more you learn, the better you get. And the better you get, the better you are than somebody else. And this is where my own personal existence kind of comes into question here, just like an eeny little tiny itty bitty bit. Is that I am a very, in case you haven't noticed, a very competitive person. But I try to keep that as like smothered as fucking possible. Because the way I look at things is that everyone is my competition, everyone is in my way, everyone is somebody to beat. And it's not, I'm going to beat you underhanded, it's that I'm going to surpass you, I'm going to get better than you. You are my goal, you are my position, you are in the preferred position that I want. I am going to do what I can to get into that position, because that's where I want to be. So whatever work and training and like effort I have to put in to get into that position, I'm going to do it. If I'm playing a fighting game... No, actually, you know what? Vegeta? Yeah, actually, a little bit more like Goku. I mean, Vegeta only wants to go as far as being better than Goku, rather than just being the best like Goku does. And I don't really have like a family to hold me back anymore. So, I would say more like Goku. Goku still trains in spite of his family, oddly enough. How do I put it? It's more like, okay, Deadlock. Deadlock is the best example, because when I first started playing Deadlock, I wasn't into it. I didn't really like it. And then Silver came out, and I said, ooh, I like this character. I'm going to get good at this game now. I want to get good at this character. I'm going to get good at this game. I'm going to try. I'm going to put in effort and try to be really good at this game. And then I did. And then I started having like pretty decent games, and I started getting better, and I started learning shit, and I started figuring things out. And then I started playing other characters, and then I got pretty good at the game. And then I said, all right, I'm happy. I'm done. And then I just put it on the back burner until I have an interest to play it again. And that's just how I operate, is that when I want to get good at something, I go, I'm going to get good at this now. I'm going to dedicate time to learning, and I'm going to figure this out. The one problem with that, though, the one smidgen little itty-bitty problem with that is when people who are better than me show up and then criticize me for not doing the things that are optimal while I'm learning. I don't like that. I don't really like that. And two, I don't like learning on stream. Because learning is boring. Or at least it's boring to watch somebody else learn. Just to put that out into the universe. I remember when I was trying to make a game, and we were trying to do the game idea like forever ago, and I was trying to learn it. Pocket! I know, technically it's been an hour and 10 minutes, I'm sorry. Don't worry, again, it's quick. It'll take like 2 seconds. You know what, since it'll take 2 seconds. Here. I'm gonna do this. This is what I did earlier, because I needed to double check. Here, put a pin in it. I'll come back to it in a second. Alright, so you sent me this reference image. Wiggle, wiggle. This is your base reference image that you sent. So, All right, we're doing crit. $3 Patreon tier, blah blah blah. Does it every Wednesday, 8 p.m. Blah blah blah. Unless I get involved in a rant, blah blah blah. Keep your mouth shut. This is a paid for experience. Blah blah blah. Yada yada. Blah, 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 blah. You understand the deal. Wiggle wiggle. All right, and this is what Rowan sent. And Rowan pretty much did the exact same. They haven't adjusted this since I talked about it last week. So admittedly, Rowan, I don't know if you even saw the video or not. Because pretty much everything that I said still stands. I'm trying to line this up as best as I can. Here we go. That's as best as it's gonna get. Give me a second. Let me put on the crit music. Not that one. This one. Turn up my audio so I can hear it. Adjust it properly. Gets my brain focused. Okay. Couldn't tell the pose. So I'm gonna say this, right? We're gonna break this pose down very quickly into what it actually is, because hopefully this will help you kind of see where I'm coming from with this. Swoop, 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 swoop. Hide that. Pull this back up. This was as close as I could get it to the same. Swoop. From there to there. Swoop, swoop. There. Swoop, swoop, swoop. Swoop, swoop. Swoop, swoop. Swoop, swoop. Swoop. Swoop, swoop. Swoop. Swoop, swoop. Swoop, swoop, swoop-de-whoop, swoop-de-whoop-de-whoop, swoop, 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 swoop. It's also going like that. It's going like that. All right, so we have this one, and then we have this one. Let me extend it out just like a little bit. Now, of course, with art, you're never gonna get like a perfect one-to-one, but I'm hoping that you can kind of see the difference between one and the other. Here, you know what? I'll even do the same like structure lines like there. It's kind of going down like that. So it's more like this. Do you see how much more of a bend this pose has as compared to how much lighter of a bend this one does? And also, too, the position of the head as well. Where the pose that you had, its head was actually rotated a little bit forward. So the neck was a bit more like here. So this actually positions the head right in between the two legs where the hips are perfectly straight. Meanwhile, this one puts your head directly above one singular leg where both the weight is on both legs. And also how much more further back your character is leaning. Because this is a way softer bend than this. Right? Again, if you look at this and you look at this one, you'll see the midpoint of the body is just slightly moved over, right? We can actually see way more of the side of the figure than we can here. This is like yours. This is like the actual figure, right? This is where this figure's midpoint is, because if we cut it from the belly button up to the middle point of the collarbone, that's that curve, just like that. See how it kind of goes up the split of the chest there? Versus yours, where the midpoint from the belly button to the middle point is more like this. It's very, very minute. It's very small. It's a very minuscule adjustment. But the way that this pose is reading is that it is way more leaned back. Mostly just because of the head position. And because of the rotation of the body. If you just scooted over, like, the rotation of the body, if you just, like, scooted it just a little bit, it would work just a little bit better, just because this is reading more like they are leaning this way than they're leaning back, if that makes sense. If you want, if you're able, stand up. This is the fun part. I gotta move my microphone up. If you stand up, and you kind of take this pose, right? I'm trying to mimic it as best I can. So if I'm mirroring it, it's like here, right? You can lean pretty far back, but your head is going to kind of pivot to stay in between where your legs are, or even put yourself on like the back foot a little bit. And it's kind of hard to hit this pose a little bit. It's a little sassy. But it's how far or how flat the actual torso is and how it's rotated that makes it feel like they're leaning both sideways and to the back, rather than just back, or like arcing themselves just a little bit back. You know, it's not a gentle arc, it's very far away. The reason for that is because if you look at your head placement, right, where your head is, we draw a straight line basically down. We're hitting this toe, which creates this kind of off-balance feeling to it. Again, it feels very over here. The head isn't being in line with the rest of the body where all the weight would want to be, and where the head would need to be, what's the way to put it? Balancing itself, right? We're kind of, think of like a chicken, how they like balance their head when they move. Same diff here, right? This is weird, and especially where both legs are taking up a very squared stance. It's not like one hip is higher than the other, where this one could be kind of over here, where it would be more straight down, kind of like this, and then this leg could be out here, and then we kind of lean back, like a bit more like this. Even this is weird, right? Being able to move this kind of position like that, that's like weird. Because this is a very squared off kind of spot to be in. But it's how far back this pose is. Like that. See how far off this head is? Versus the figure that you actually sent in, where again, this head is here, and if we drop it all the way straight down, it goes right between her legs. Because her gravity is being centered on between her legs. Of course, because of foreshortening, and the figure being over here, like rotated this way, it's a little bit different. But you'll notice again, her head is rotated forwards here. Her neck is kind of going this way, right? And that's where her head is. This is not the music I want. I did not remember to loop it, apparently. Right? And again, if we structure out this pose just a little bit, right? That's her midpoint. That's her belly button point. What's that rotation? See how the head kind of cocks a little bit more forward there? Allows itself to sit squarely, like where the legs are going to be. Kind of goes back in line with this like midpoint-ish thing. I don't know how many times I can like go over the same example, but your head is so straight, right? This is like the neckline. This is where the neck is. And then your body kind of does this like whoop. Just based off of how far back this is and where these hips even are. This feels like it's leaning more back than... Not that one, this one. See a diff? Even just the rotation again. If you just like offset it by moving that neck like a little forward, which might feel a little awkward, and rotating it here, you put that head point right back in the center so it feels more balanced. It's very minute, very small. And then also if you extend out how much rotation you actually have of the body, you just like show a little bit more on the side. And rotate, or not rotate, but like curve this a little bit more. Because you do kind of have like a, what's the way to put it? Your not rotation. Just your blah blah. Here, here, here. Like that. Right? See what I mean? You have a very straight kind of also very low rib cage. Your rib cage is kind of forming like down here, oddly enough. It's a very, very long rib cage. Right? The ribs would probably form more like about here. Just based on off of the neck a little bit. And then, you know, your pelvis would be about the same spot. Like right there. And then your shoulder, fine. Other shoulder, also fine. It's just how straight your kind of neck gets, and also how, again, how much curvature you have here for your body. Again, I still stand by the little edit that I made in the previous video that I sent. I'm gonna do this. Where literally all you would have to do to kind of fix this just a little bit is like grab this and just rotate it very lightly, maybe a little bit further back. Just like that. Right, and if I paste this again, let me minimize it. I just grab that and I paste it. Right, and we get rid of this. Hopefully you can kind of see how one feels a little bit more leaning back than the other. Right? This is like the original one. This is the edited one. Very, very small adjustment. Very puny adjustment. But this already had, because the head is now in line with that center part of the leg. Right? So here's the head. We grab that midpoint. We drag it all the way down. It hits in between the legs. Versus it being over here, where we hit that same center point. It's at the toe. Is that making sense? Am I making sense? I want to make sure. I don't know why I'm saying that like I'm eating something. I'm not. And technically, as well, because I modified this over... If I get rid of all that, right, and we pull this back up, and I go under here. Do you already see how that's like a little bit more in line with what the actual reference was? Like, yeah, the figure's like a little bit different, but like if I take it and we structure it around just like a little bit, you can see that it's actually way more in line. I mean, of course, your shoulder's a little bit more jank. But that's far more in line than this one. Which if because I didn't touch the legs, I can actually combine both of them just a little bit. If I do this. There we go. It should be about the same. If I do that, you can kind of see, if I hide this one now, you can see that it's like a little bit more off. Again, it's such a minute little change, little baby, like the barely moving anything forward. It's just like that, right? And even just like, you know, I didn't even like move the head or adjust it or anything, but because it's more cocked forward, it creates a, how do I put it? It does a little bit more of a zigzag where it's like, this is going this way. This is going this way. This is going this way. Right? That's got like a little bit more to it than this one. That's pretty much that to this to this. Oh, wrong thing. I know it's so minuscule. It's so baby. It's so puny. Barely a difference. But it's this like straight bit that gets corrected. It gets a little diagonal into another diagonal into another diagonal. It's more of an S curve than a again, very small. Huge nitpick. Kind of. I'm just hoping that you can see the difference between the slight change and how much of a better balance and also how close it is to the actual reference as well. Hoping that makes sense. Also, hi, ominous. And then also, another thing is your anatomy is very pointy. This leg would probably be a lot straighter. Like this. Foot 2, probably closer to that than how you have it. Same thing here, especially with the knee, is that if you're looking at your leg from the side, your shin is flat. You will not see any of your calf muscles stick out this end. And your calf kind of goes around here. And then your ankle is right at the point where your foot becomes your... or your leg becomes your foot. Kind of like that. Right. And then same-ish, kind-of-ish thing where I don't really know what's going on with this musculature here and even right here. Because these two muscles technically sit over the knee if they're going to be defined. Kind of like that. And because of how humans store fat, the thighs are going to be more on average than not rounded. Kind of like that. Same thing here. I mean, your arm is good. It's just like how bubbly you made your legs out to be. They kind of read weird. And then, yeah, your ankle would go like there. Probably there. But you probably wouldn't even see it because it wouldn't pop out too much. And yeah, if you just did all of that. Whoop, and that there. Whoop. Scoop de whoop. Whoop de whoop. Oh, let me get. And then that's the hand. Of course, I smooth things over quite a lot, right? But this is kind of how your figure would be forming. And it's a lot smoother depending on what you want. I hope that made sense. Again, most just because you haven't really changed anything from when I talked about it last time, a lot of the points I'm covering are basically the same things that I said. So, but if you like it, you like it. So go ahead with it. I'm not gonna shoot you if you don't do what I say. It's okay. And now, for fairness, we're gonna do. Where is it? Where are you? There it is. We're gonna do axles, but I'm only gonna do 2. Because the 2 that you uploaded today, I'm basically gonna have the same thing to say about both. So you can apply everything that I say to both. But I do have more to say about your kit fan art. So I'm gonna do that. Which is this. I also didn't do the metadata for Rowan's just because technically I already covered it last week. So it hasn't really changed. But for this, I will cover the metadata for, which is punch! Exclamation mark. Digitally done on the 22nd in Metabang. So I'm gonna open very immediately with I want you to do something for me. And everyone at home can do this. You can do this while sitting down. Actually, no. Stand up. Stand the fuck up. Stand up. Get up, kids. Get your physical activity in. All right. I want you to take your right hand and I want you to, without moving your chest, put it as far back behind your body as possible. Don't move your chest. Keep that shit flat and keep that shit straight. Does that suck? I bet that kind of sucks, doesn't it? It kind of sucks to do that. Because that's what Kid is doing here. Is that they're winding their arm all the way back, but they're not moving their chest. Alright, I want you to let go of that fold. I want you to get rid of that hold for a sec. Now what I want you to do is put 1 foot forward, 1 foot a little bit back, turn that back foot slightly to the side, right? Put it at like a diagonal angle, right? Kind of make like a funky little L, right? Actually, scratch that. Better example. Imagine that there's a square on the floor. All right, we're gonna do the boxing angle for this. Imagine there's a square on the floor. Put your left foot sideways on the top left side of the square and put your right foot on the back right side of the square. You should have a very squared off diagonal kind of stance. And then I want you to rotate forward a little bit, right? So that your chest is flat, facing forward, facing your screen or whatever. Bend your knees too. This will make your life a little easier. Right? I want you to take that pose. Now, you're standing in a very secure stance, I hope, if I did my job right and I told you how to stand properly, right? Now what you're going to do is you're going to rotate your chest sideways. But you're still going to be looking straight ahead, right? And then what you're going to do is you're going to take your left hand and you're going to put that into like a little fist next to your chin, up next to your chin. Right? Just pretty close. And then I want you to take your other hand and put that other hand up next to your chin. Kind of like a rock'em sock'em robot, right? Right? There you go. Congratulations, you are now standing in a boxing pose. If you want to get like a little bit more technical with it, take your back foot, take your back left foot, stand on your toes. Keep your front foot forward, like your front foot flat on the ground. Lift up your back heel, just your back heel, right? You should have like a little ability to kind of spring out of that heel, right? You can kind of bounce off it a little bit, right? And with your hands up, this is just boxing 101, by the way. If you have your hands up, and technically if you had gloves on, that would be huge and make your hands way bigger. they would be covering your chin so that you wouldn't get punched in the chin, because that's how you knock somebody out, is by hitting their chin and then rattling their brain, and then that shuts down their brain because the brain goes, ah! Right? But the reason I'm making you stand like this, in this uncomfortable-ish position, presumably, because most of you probably don't stand like this very often, is because now I want you to rotate your torso to the side a little bit more and pull that right arm back. Are you noticing now that you can pull that right arm back a lot more than when you were just facing straight and pulling it back from the shoulder? Now you're able to full twist your hips and get that arm way back there. Right? Are you feeling that? And now, without punching your screen, I'm gonna move my chair. I'm gonna do this sideways so I'm not facing the screen. Right? I want you to wind back that punch. Right? Wind that shit back. Just twist your chest into it. Right? And then very slowly twist your body the opposite direction, right? So you're going to twist your body to throw the punch. Right? You're going to twist your rib cage so that your right shoulder goes flying forward, and then you're just going to extend out your arm. Right? You're going to wind that back up, and you're just going to throw it in a straight line. Wind it back up, throw it in a straight line. Kind of like you're revving a lawnmower or something, right? Well, like straight ahead. You're like, are you getting it? Are you doing this? Are you following along? Am I just an idiot? So if you're learning from this, the locomotion of your body, right? You'll notice that your power does not come from your arm winding back. The power comes from your hips, right? If you, I'm gonna teach you how to throw a hook. All right, I've done this before. I'm gonna teach you how to throw a hook. Right? All you're going to do is put your arm flat with your shoulder, right, and kind of form it into an L. Right? That's all you're gonna do. Flat in the shape of an L. You're gonna bend your elbow flat, and then you're gonna wind your body back, and you're just going to wind your hips to bring that arm into whatever you're swinging at, right? You're not moving your arm, you're not twisting it, you're not pushing it. All you're doing is just twisting your hips. If you twist your hips really, really fast when you do that, you will generate more power than your arm can. Right? So, now that you're feeling, presumably, I hope that you're doing this, by the way, if you're able. Presumably because you're feeling your hips, right? You're feeling how much force you can generate out of your hips when you swing your hips to swing your arm. Now I want you to try to do the exact same thing, but without using your hips at all. I want you to take your arm, hold it in like an L pose, same thing that you just did, and now I want you to rotate your shoulder without moving your chest. Yeah. That probably hurt and did not generate as much power as you thought it would. That sucks. You don't want to do that. Your body don't move like that. You know how your body move? Your hips move. You want to know the only way to throw a punch with your arm? It's called a jab. More learning. Get back into that little boxing stance, you know, the square. Do the square. Lift up that back heel. Put that right hand by your chin. Put that left hand a little bit away from your face by your chin. All you're going to do is with your elbow flat against your ribs, you're just going to extend out your arm. And you're going to twist your fist as you do it. You're going to twist your fist inward. Right? So be touching your chin with your right hand. Just extend out your left arm. Very slowly. You don't have to do it. You don't have to do it hard. Right? Now, without punching your screen or punching your sibling or punching anyone near you, your parents are probably looking at you funny if you're in a main room. You're going to extend that left arm really fucking fast and bring it right back to where it was. But keep that elbow tucked. Keep that elbow tucked. When you do that, all you're doing is extending out your arm and kind of like poking, right? But here's the thing, is that speed that you generate from your arm moving out forward is fucking annoying. If you're hitting somebody with little right? And you're keeping that elbow tucked, guess what? One, you're not telegraphing your punch. You're not winding that jab back to punch. You're instead just extending it out. That's all a jab is. It's just extending out your fist. It's a little uncomfortable to do, and it's definitely hard to learn because doing it properly is difficult. But that little pa, 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 that's annoying. It's fast. It's in fighting game terms, very low committance, right? And when you throw that punch, by the way, again, I know I'm teaching a lot about punching right now. When you throw that punch, you should be rotating your shoulder up when you twist your fist inwards. If you're looking straight ahead, you'll notice that your shoulder is actually guarding your chin. Isn't that neat? Your body will naturally defend itself if you hold proper form while throwing a punch. And the opposite is true if you're going to throw a right straight, right? This, you're going to twist your right hip and twist your fist the same way that you did it with the jab, but now you're using your hip at the same time, right? So you're going to rotate that hip. Rotate, you know how I said put your foot, lift your heel off the ground? You're going to rotate your foot. You're not going to rotate your front foot. You're going to rotate that back foot because rotating that back foot is going to move your hip forward. And then when you move that hip forward, you're just going to extend your arm out. You're making it a rigid fucking bah, right? A little bah. And now what you'll probably also notice is that when you do that, it's the exact same form as the right hand, but now you're getting your hip involved, which if we learn from our hook example, that means that we're generating more power, so that right straight is going to hit a lot faster. It is also a direct stab of a punch, and it's going to hit straight where you want it because it's called a right straight, and it's also going to defend the right side of your chin so you are no longer defenseless. And then when you pull it back, guess what? You're going to put it right back next to your chin. Oh my god, you're defending your chin the whole time that you're punching. Crazy, I know. Congratulations, you have now learned to throw a jab, a hook, and a straight. If you were following along, I'm very proud of you. So now that you've, again, learned the locomotion of your body, you may be able to see what the problem is with this pose in general. And this is the one time I'll ever turn. Well, I mean, I'll probably do it some other point in time as well, because I assume we all just did this lesson together. I'm assuming. I don't know how many people actually did it. But with all that I just talked about, what is missing from this pose? Peanut Gallery, you are allowed to speak this one time as I drink my gross-ass coffee. I'll get a better one tomorrow. No, I'll get a better one Friday, actually, because I'm not streaming tomorrow. Also, congratulations, I have taught you a special power. If you go to school and you beat somebody up, it's not my fault. Anya gets it. Ugh. Turning of the hips and torso. Exactly. You guys are so smart. I appreciate you guys. So again, I'm not even talking about line work. I'm not even talking about anything. What I'm getting at is that if you want to do a pose like this, you need this to go like this, sideways. Go sideways. You can still keep this head tilted this way. And this is another smaller thing, because as we do this, you know, this is animation. Where'd that go? What happened there? Why did I do that? This is animation, technically. Well, this is an animation principle called anticipation, and also technically like squash and stretch and all those things, is that an exaggeration too. More exaggeration than anything else. What I just had you do was very realistic and something that you would probably want to do in a real like street fight or boxing fight or something. In cartoons, that doesn't register as good because you need that exaggeration to be able to sell the emotion or the weight of a pose, right? To use my own work as an example here, right? We see down here with Elise, and she's in this like big swing pose where her arms are outstretched and even her sword is bending here. That's exaggeration. That sword isn't really bending. That's just displaying visually the speed at which she is swinging the sword. It looks like it's bending, right? Because she's able to swing the sword so fast, it curves, right? Same thing here with this pose that she's in. This is like a really deep, really probably uncomfortable pose for anybody to be in. But it's exaggerated to sell the pose that she's in as well. Same thing happens here, where we can kind of have this big curve. We can put this arm back here. You know, rotate it back here. Here's the shoulder. And we can even put, I don't know, like the arm over here for some reason. Right? This has more of that arc. See how much more that feels like they're actually winding something back? Their body is twisting this way. Their arm is going this way. Their head's swinging this way too. Right? Everything kind of feeds into this twist. It's not flat body with kind of arm back here. Also, too, is the position that you have the actual hand in, right? Is it's very flat. Imagine trying to punch somebody straight. That's a very like a very Ip Man way to fight, right? The punch with like your fist flat. Your fist would usually be twisted sideways, right? If you're twisting back, just because of how your arm bends, it doesn't like twisting to the side. Think of it like if you put your arm on a table, right? Put your arm. This is another example. Do this. Follow along. Put your arm on a table and pretend that you're about to arm wrestle somebody, right? So you have your hand like kind of like karate chop oriented. I want you now to twist your arm without moving your elbow. Or not twist your arm. I want you to twist your hand sideways, right? Feel that. That sucks, doesn't it? Hey, Rose. That kind of sucks to do. Your hand doesn't like bending this way. It does not. It likes staying flat with the curve of the arm, right? Your palm wants to stay on the inside of the arm. If you start bending it out and away, it starts fighting you a little bit. It doesn't like bending that way. It's able to. It doesn't like doing it, though. Right? So when you twist your arm to pull back that cross, do the exact same thing. Twist your arm so that it's flat. Feel how much weirder that is than if you just let it sit and relax, right? The palm is going to be facing down if you're pulling that arm back and twisting your torso with it, right? If you twist that upright so that like your palm is facing the side of your head, that is strain. That's a lot of strain. And then also when you punch forward, move your arm forward with it, don't punch your screen, you're going to kind of feel that that's like a very weird position to hold your arm in. Your fist is going to want to twist inward. It really wants to. So specifically for this hand being faced, like turned like that, right? That's awkward. Again, the best thing. Yeah. Got like a dusty in my mouth. The best thing that you can do anytime you're trying to do a pose for a character, right, is if you're not directly referencing something, if you're not doing the, you know, the like squiggle down, here's like top of head, bottom of blah, there's the legs, there's the arm, whatever. If you're not doing like a figure drawing thing for it, the best thing you can do is put yourself in that position. If you can put yourself in the pose that you're going for and be comfortable in it, it's a good pose. This goes for anything. I'm certain all of you can do this pose and be comfortable. You don't even have to stand up for this one. All you have to do is rotate your arm back and just like kind of be like, right? You can sit in that pose. You can see how that pose works, right? You can sit in that. Versus this, try to sit in that pose. That's got a lot more strain on the arms. That goes that way. That's a little more painful to do, admittedly. Ow. Ow. Don't do that. Right? But other than that, the only other thing I'm gonna, because most of this comes down to posing. Other than that, it's fine. I'm gonna give you smack for this. I see what you're trying to do with the speed lines. This isn't working. It's just not working. The best way that you can do this is to actually just have like really thick lines and have them kind of come straight out like this. Some programs like Metabang actually have downloadable speed lines that you can do, and if you hit Control, you can pinpoint where you want them to go, and you can do something like that. And you can kind of customize where they go as well. Do that. Nope. I did it on the same layer. Actually, if I do manage to finish this page today, you're gonna see me do some speed lines here. And also I do speed lines here. See how I've got them like around the corner? Same thing. I know it's hard to see because my tits are in the way, but like this is same diff, right? But this kind of, it feels like a paintbrush that you're using. It just doesn't sell it as like actual speed lines. You want something more like that? Or technically what you would want is around the ring in the corners. You'd kind of want something more like this. And have them kind of focus around there. Unless it is moving forward, then you kind of want to break up the line art a little bit with actual lines. And then also just your eyes are very lizard-like. Can I pull up an image of Kit and not get smut, please? Thank. Also, I like the implication that Kit is a bodega cat. Because Kit does have those kinds of, like, the square kind of eyes. But they actually sit a lot more like this. And then also she has eyebrows, which you seem to be missing here. Oh no, they're like up here. So her eyes are more like this kind of shape. And also have like a little twinge of an eyelash there. You can see that? I want to make sure. Oh, I'm in the way. Whoop. Like this. And then also your ear kind of like flops over a little bit. And I see that you did good shaping for her hair because this is true here. But also just the shape of the head, the chin kind of makes the goggles rotate a bit more. And the ear goes there and the ear goes there. Also, gravity would cause this piece of hair to kind of sit here, depending on how she's holding this pose. Also, as much as I don't want to give anybody else the power, I'm going to give you the power. If you want to mimic, don't. I'm gonna put this out into the universe. Don't do it unless you're good at fundamentals. You know who I'm talking to. But if you want to mimic Gamerverse's style, as much as I hate giving away this information because some people are going to abuse it, you have to use the line tool. Some people's brains probably just exploded with me saying that. But if I pull up Kit here, right? You'll notice if you get like really close to, can I get really close to it, please? If you get really close to it, you'll notice besides some occasional curves that she has, there are a lot of these very deep kind of straight lines that happen a lot over the form. Some of them get bent. See? This is a line tool that's getting bent. Same thing here with the tail. See how this is like straight? This is straight. This is kind of curved. This is kind of curved. That's how you want to do that. The reason why they do that is because it looks like it's low poly. You can especially see it around the chest, right? Because this is one straight line right here. This is a slightly curved line. This is a straight line. Straight line. This is slightly curved. Right? You can see it really good with her leg here. They do very, very minor lines, like line tools. Oh, I'm kind of in the way. You do line there, line there. And then they combine them by chunking up the line art and making it darker so that you don't see as much of the line tool as possible. Right? So if you want to mimic it, step one, know why you're mimicking it. Don't just do it because it's cool. Know that it's literally because it's meant to look low poly. Oh, yeah. No, you're right. This is all straight line tool. Same thing with the arm here. This is all straight line tool. But it's mixed in. It's not done willy-nilly and it's not done specifically. It's done with purpose. That's a huge reason why I'm like fundamentals first. Don't just like copy this style because you don't understand why and when they're using it. Right? That's a huge thing. That's a huge thing in understanding a show's like, I don't want to say art style because I hate using the word art style. You guys know this, but understanding why a certain choice is being made will make more sense to you and help you in what you're doing. If you're going for a low poly look in 2D, this is helpful. Tangents, say that. Flack because apparently AI uses tangents and all professional artists know better, so any art with tangents is AI. No, it's stupid. No, it's dumb. Okay, like, I'm even debating using this, not because of, Gameaverse and because I like Gameaverse, but because it would actually suit what I'm working on. This would actually go crazy with like a pseudo low poly aesthetic to it, right? I would be very cool with like figuring out how to make that work, but that takes a lot of effort. It takes a shit ton of effort, but I feel like I could do it. And it wouldn't make sense because this is very video game coded. To the point where I'm even debating with myself if I want this to be a video game or if I want it to be like a real life thing. I think I might just leave that up in the air. I'll pull an Amazing Digital Circus and never explain anything. It's totally fine. But other than that, pretty much everything else is good. Actually, your shading here is pretty good. I'll give you credit on the boob shading. Basically, look at that. Oh, no, that's actually pretty accurate. Thinking about trying to make a game. So, make it, Forehead. I went on a whole rant earlier today talking about why people should be okay with failing and making bad shit. Make stuff, you fucking moron. Sorry, that was aggressive. Love you platonically, Slow Line Rose. Looks like a lot of effort. It does. No, it is. That's another huge thing, specifically, not to get tangential, because I do want to cover one more of Axel's works, but not to get off topic, but like on topic, but like off topic, is that this requires a concept sheet. Okay? That is a huge part of animation. You guys know how I do the fucking, like, let me pull it up. Like the reference sheet that I did for Al. You see this, right? This is just a reference sheet. This isn't a rule sheet. You may have seen the image floating around. Let me go find it. Here it is. This is a no-no sheet. These are rules that animators have to follow while working on something. Right? You can't do cross eyes. Complete circle for eyelid. No. Yes. You can't do sharp teeth. No. Can't do square teeth. No. Pointed big smile. No. It has to be rounded. No. Yes. Lips and see this? This is standard in animation. Right? Because all of the animators have to be on the same page for why they're doing what they're doing. Every single animator needs to know this shit. Got to eat. Pocket, go eat. Fuck you. Platonically. See? There's one that Homer should not. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. That's where I'm like, you guys have probably seen things like this. These are like really super duper important. And this is why I give people further slack whenever somebody's like, it's my style. It's like, it's not. You don't have a consistent style because this doesn't exist for you. You know why? Is because people want to mimic like cartoon show styles because it gives them like a unique flair, but they don't understand the amount of work that goes into it. Because the reason shows have art styles is to remain consistent. The biggest enemy to any beginner artist or any kind of artist at all is consistency. I'm not kidding. Being consistent as an artist who is not selling a product is like detrimental, hugely detrimental. I mean, technically just look at my work too, right? See how I'm doing this, like, I'm gonna hate myself for saying this, but like, you see how I'm doing this like new way of doing line art? Where I've started going around the borders of it and making it a lot thicker, right? I'm playing with this. I don't know if I even like this yet. I'm just seeing if I dig it or not. I'm entirely like not on board with it just yet. I don't know if I like it. I don't know if I will like it. I'm just seeing if it'll work or not. And so far it's kind of working. It's me playing with it. Now, if I, turned around and I was like, I will never play around with my line art and try new things because it's my style, that hinders my learning and my growth. When webcomics switch artists like 3 chapters in. Exactly. No, see, you get it. See? Pocket understands. That is the difference, is if you're not making a product. It's huge. It's a huge part of it. If you're not making a product, if you're not selling something, don't stay in a bubble. Don't bubble yourself. Try new shit. Think of it like one tricking. Right? In a video game, like a fighting game or like Deadlock or anything where you just get good at one character. Why are you doing that? There are other characters you can play. Sure, you might enjoy playing, I don't know, Silver like I do, but maybe there's like another character that you could play and like learn from and go, oh, I get how this works now. Good bunny. See, Pocket gets it. Pocket makes me proud. You have to play around with things. You can't work in the same way all of the time. Hell, even I'm trying to go through it right now, right? I'm trying to like just demolish my reliance on realism or like cartoonish realism. I know that's weird to say, but like I constantly keep melding back to realism because a lot of my older art is like based in, I don't want to say like Marvel comics, but like real anatomy, right? Again, if you look at anything from Vanguard, none of that was like hyper proportioned or all over the place or anything like that, right? A lot of that was kind of down to earth with some like anime aesthetics kind of thrown in. I'm really trying to lean harder and harder and harder into like furry aesthetics and like larger booba and shorter proportions and just like, I don't want to say more sexualization, but just like a little bit of it. Curves instead of snaps of progress. Yeah, there you go. But that's the big thing is if you're not making a product, don't worry about style. Don't worry about doing things consistently. This is another part of it is like where if art is a toy or art is like a toy chest, I should say more so, right? You have a toy chest. You can have your favorite toy. You can absolutely have your favorite toy. Don't only play with your favorite toy, play with different toys. Don't be an Andy, right? Don't be an Andy and only play with Buzz Lightyear. Don't be an Andy and only play with Woody. Play with all of your toys. You might have some toys that you've never played with. Imagine that you have like a bunch of Transformers that you've never touched. You do not know how they work. Of course, trying to play with them and trying to transform them is going to be difficult because you've never played with them before. But if you give them the chance, I bet they'll be really fun. Or maybe you won't like them at all and then you'll learn that you don't even like Transformers and then you'll never need to buy them again. But at least you tried. I hope you guys feel good about my analogies. I try my best with them all the time. I really do. All right. And then we're going to do one more of Axel's. Whoop, whoop. Because pretty much everything I'm going to say about one applies to the other. Wiggle, wiggle. Jesus. Boop. So kind of the same things that I said in the last video that I made for you in terms of like how you construct your characters. I find the way that you do your eyes very weird. Not necessarily the stylistic choice to put in like crosses in them. I think that's fine. I just mean the way that they're kind of just big circles. The way that you kind of construct your eyes is like burp. Burp. Is like this, and then you put like a little squiggly in front of there. You I'm noticing now pretty consistently actually lack eyebrows. And a smaller thing too is that this gives your characters, I don't know if it's intentional or not, whether it's intentional, I don't know. This actually gives your characters this kind of like wide-eyed look, like your eyes are going, right? I mean, if you look at my eyes, right, I know I look very tired because I basically do this exact same thing that you're doing here, with big circles, but then I cut them in half, and then I have my eyes kind of pop out here, and they're like, "Hey, John, here you got some lasagna, buddy. What's going on, dude?" Right, and then I just add like some highlights and color them in. Right, that's how I kind of get my eyes a little bit. But imagine with me. Borp, borp. If my eyes were like this. That's scary. You know why that's scary? That's a whole ass eyeball. If I pull up, not that, eyeball, we're gonna get a little like anatomical. Okay, that's actually a good image. And then I'm gonna pull up this one. This is scary. That's scary, and this is what you're drawing without realizing it, right? Because if I take our scary eyeball and I just paste it, that's a scary fucking eyeball. Fucking Eye of Cthulhu over here, right? What you're doing when you draw eyes is you're going, all right, here's the top part of the eyeball. Here's the iris. Usually better at drawing circles. This is the pupil, right? This is what you're drawing. You're drawing like an implied just giant fucking eyeball. There are no eyelids visible at all. All right, and then you just take it and flip it. And then this is what your characters are. Do you see how scary and unsettling that is? Especially with the lack of, you know. E.T. phone home. Ooh. Right? You see how scary that is? It looks like the fucking, like frog guys from, like Dark Souls. You know these guys? With the giant fucking eyes and they like spit poison at you. So now that you've seen this, right? When I go back to your character, you see that now. Right? Are you picking up what I'm putting down? Dark Souls Basilisk. Thank you. I forgot what it was actually called. That's what you're doing. You lack eyelids. You know how you do that? So here's what you do: is you pick a shape. Pick any shape. Can be a circle, could be a square, could be some people really like doing like this kind of almondish shape. You can even do like a kind of twisted square or something like this, right? These become your eyelids, right? Technically, when you do an eye, right? When you draw an eye, you have eyelids. Crazy, I know. And we're going to work over this circle. We're going to work over this. If we take this circle and we add our pupil to it, right? This is our pupil. This is our eyeball. This is basically what you're doing, right? Is you got your giant pupil and you got your cross and your pupil. Awesome, cool. You know what you do over this is you just kind of add a shape. You add a shape over top, you add a shape underneath. And you can kind of close over here. Now, it's a lot less wide. That has a more eye shape than big, scary. Any difference there? Also, add your eyebrows. Do eyebrows. Add fucking eyebrows. Please add eyebrows. Okay, like, the thing about eyebrows is that they are like 90% of your expression. Look no further than my face. I am not, like, you guys have seen me do it all the time. When I change my eyebrows, do you see how much my expression changes? Nothing else about my face has changed, except for the position of my eyebrows. Nothing else about my face has changed, except for the position of my eyebrows. Nothing else about my face has changed, except for my eyebrows. Do you see how much control I get when I do this? Right? I'm over here animating like fucking Asmongold. You need eyebrows for your expressions. They are so important. It is also why in a lot of like anime media, you will see the eyebrows get animated over the hair. I have the exact same thing, you may have noticed. It's because it helps sell like an anime, like the expression I'm making. We have no other information about this eye, right? Peanut Gallery. What emote is this? What emote is this? What expression is this eye making right now? This is the part where Peanut Gallery is allowed to speak. Don't all answer at once. Stream delay's a bitch. Angie looks focused. Okay, all right. See? What about now? Was this given? Sad or worried? Heem. Oh noes. How about this one? Bring that a little closer. There are no other expressions going on. I'm not even moving the eyelids. All I'm doing is just moving the eyebrows. That's how much emotion you can get out of eyebrows. They're so important. It's also why, perhaps if you enjoy a certain shonen anime, you may have seen whenever a certain character goes a certain form and they lose their eyebrows, their eyes kind of do with this. They don't have eyebrows anymore, but their brow, their expressive brow, still gets defined. Right? Talking about Super Saiyan 3. Look no further than if I go find... Ugh. Look at Goku in Super Saiyan 3. Look that they still defined where his eyebrows are. He doesn't have actual eyebrows. His brow line becomes his eyebrows. See what I mean? Your brow is super important to understanding expression. Huge. So even when you don't have eyebrows, you still need brows. So yeah, your eyes are scary. Yeah, I still watch this. And then again, I'm gonna give you smack a little bit for your line quality here. I feel like if you just did like regular straight lines for this in white, it would actually kind of sell it. It can't be Vegeta because he is Vegeta. My son is the drink. I am the cup. I don't give a fuck. Look at his liquidity and his riz. Don't tell me that shit isn't skibbity. They call me the parfait. Because I'm sweet in the cut. Can you suck on my what? You see, I came back from the future, and Frieza was waiting for me. And he said, "You think you're the drink, bitch? You're not even the cup, brah!" Middle cut with a low taper and... do you guys know that Trunks is the drink? And Vegeta is the cup? And that when Trunks was a kid, they called him the juice box? But now he's the drink. Did the sketching line look cool? It looks messy. It looks unfinished. A beverage of sorts. a better way again, you don't have to listen to me. You never have to listen to me. A better way to do this effect is if you did like straight regular white lines as like a form, and then you added, the fuck am I talking about? Do I have to send it to Hull? I cannot play it on stream. I could not play that video on stream. I am censoring myself. Hold on. Trunks is the drink. Okay, I cannot play it out loud. I can't. I'm not allowed. I will post it. Again, fair warning. It is language I would never use. I am a white wolf on the internet. I am not allowed. But I have posted it to share other people's stuff in the Discord. Feel free to watch it in your own time. Doing something more like this would kind of sell. Oh, please don't shoot me. Please don't stab, kill, shoot anything of me. I beg. See this? Something more like this. Would kind of give you that same like sketchiness to it, while still like defining the actual form underneath and giving it kind of that sketch look to it. Otherwise, this kind of looks like an afterthought just because of how much of a squiggle you do. How much of, see here how you kind of have this like squiggle instead of like a defined-ish kind of squiggle. This also comes with, this is a small thing. Who knows the story with the banana and the duct tape? Who knows the story of the banana and the duct tape? I can also just point at any time I talk about how I'm a small streamer and people usually treat me poorly because I'm small. But they like treat larger creators differently. All right, so here's how this works, right? I need to find like a good way to visualize this. Whoop. The more we're gonna say this is skill, right? And then I'm gonna say that this is I'm trying to think of a word. Squiggle. The more skill you have and is discernible, that's the biggest part. Like the more that somebody can look at your work and go, oh, you have skill. Oh, you know what you're doing. The more it seems like you know what you're doing, the more, I'm going to say, confidence people will have in your decision making. Right? So think of it like, again, the banana with the duct tape. You know, if you go to an art museum and somebody duct tapes, you don't like how catchy that song? Dude, he's the drink! Look at his liquidity and his riz! Don't tell me that shit isn't skippity. I'm sorry. I really like that song a lot. It's really good. Okay, back to the point. Is if you go to an art museum and you see a banana duct tape to a wall, the context of where you are and the other works that surround it will make that seem intentional. Right? This is why some artists who are really, 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 really talented, like way better than me, super duper better than me, can do shit that looks way worse than anything I'll ever do, but still get praise like they're a genius for it. Right? That is technically, in a mean sort of way, what's going on here. Is because of, again, I'm sorry, I'm being a little mean. It's just, you would never think it would be that good. No, it is that good. And the voice acting is real, like the Vegeta voice actually sounds like Vegeta. It's weird. Because of this part, right? Where this is like the main thing that you're looking at, I can see, you know, oh, there's like a little jank with the foot. There's even jank with this pose. You know, your line quality up here with your chest is a little even like your effects are a little right? I'm really kind of ripping you apart right now. I feel bad that I'm even doing this, but the reason I'm bringing that up is because of all of the perceived lack of skill, right? It makes the whole come together in a way that makes it seem like things aren't done necessarily intentionally, but done, what's the other way? There's like words that I do not have for this. And I'm not trying to say it nicely, I'm just trying to say it at all. Okay. Ready? Here, I'm gonna do this. We have a white sheet of paper. I'm gonna do red square. Red square on a white piece of paper. $3 million. Is there anything special about this red square that I just did? No. Would you probably find this in a modern art museum? Yes. Would it probably be going for like $1 bajillion? Oh yeah. You know why? It's because of the name that's tied to it. Whoever made this red square on a white piece of paper, it's probably pretty, I mean, just look at Banksy, right? Remember when he shredded the fucking painting? Like Portrait of a Girl with a Balloon or whatever, and he shredded it, and then people couldn't tell if it was worth more money now because he shredded it? Same diff, right? That's like the difference here, is like, if a child drew a red square in a white piece of paper, it'd be like, very good, Timmy. Very good. You drew a white square. You drew a square on a white piece of paper. This is going to go right on the fridge. Versus like, you know, a modern artist who's like, I have spent 30,000 days drawing every inch of this red square on this white piece of paper, and it represents my inner turmoil and is a commentary on women's suffrage. It's just how much bullshit you can actually sell with the story. Is a context of how it's being presented. I don't know how many more times I can say that and try to make it make sense. I hope it's making sense. I always second guess myself with this shit. I just gotta be more confident with the things I say. But that's kind of how this comes across here, is that because of how, I don't mean this in a mean way, amateur it looks, it makes it look like this deliberate decision is not deliberate. If that makes sense. I know I'm really hammering on it. Is the red square a thing that actually... Yes. No, it happens all the time. Are you kidding? No, that's like a constant thing. And the worst part... Here's the worst part about it. Now, here's the thing. Is after I went to college, I now understand the importance of the red square on the white piece of paper. Because here's the horrible thing. To take away from Axel's drawing for a second. The red square on a white piece of paper, by the way, this isn't just digitally done. This is actually 9 times out of 10 going to be on some kind of lightly colored parchment. Right? And again, I know I'm doing this digitally, but this would be something that was going to be painted. And all this would be would be a demonstration of value control. That's what something like this would be. Imagine somebody painted this with real physical paint where you could see how clean these corners are. To see the very soft and subtle transformation of this dark to this light gray. And it's so subtle, you have to get close to it and see it. It is genuinely talent to get this kind of thing to work with paint. To paint. Paint. Again, that's the huge part, right? Getting something like this with paint is fucking difficult. It's not just a red square and a white piece of paper. It's a piece of paper that has a gentle, natural painted taper to it and a finely painted square. See, exactly as Pravis is saying it. Exactly. And that's really the difference with fine art and like regular art that people sometimes like have that disconnect with, is that you kind of need that perspective of like what the fine art actually is. And this is why a lot of people hate fine art specifically. Well, not fine art, but like contemporary art, I guess. Hi, Goku. Again, I always bring up Jackson Pollock because he's like the easiest thing that I can explain. Because it'll make sense. Let's do this one. Oh, no, let's do this one. Right? If you look at something like this. Right? What do you guys see when you look at this? If I've done this bit with you before, don't answer. But for the new people here who have never seen me do the Jackson Pollock bit, tell me what you see here. This is like a mildly trick question. Go ahead. I'll wait. Take your time. Not gonna lie. Okay. Thought it was a plant. Okay. Bunch of paint splatter. Okay. Looks like mold. Okay. Whole lot of lines and white streak. Okay. You guys want to know what this is? Because it's not a thing. It's a concept. You want to know what this is? It's human activity. I want you to sit with that for a second, right? This is where like contemporary art gets really bullshit. It's human activity. And the reason why Jackson Pollock's work goes for as much money as it does, and why he is technically a genius, so technically, is because you can never recreate exactly that painting. The amount of paint, the way that the paint is streaked, the way the paint mixes, the way the paint was prepared, you can never, on another canvas, perfectly recreate that painting. You can never copy it. Even if you take a picture of it, you will lack the actual paint on canvas. That is why his paintings go for as much as they do. Because it is his activity, his existence as a human, that will persist on that canvas. All of the decisions that he made, all of the ways that he prepped that paint to go around the way that it did, can never be recreated. You cannot trace and perfectly mimic because there was no thought behind this in a calculated way. Oh, hey, Doctors. And here's the thing, is that all of you who said earlier trying to discern what this is you probably didn't think of it like that. You probably don't realize how much of a one-of-a-kind piece that is. And how, technically, my stepfather owns one. He has a Jackson Pollock sitting in the hallway of our house. Like, I'm being for real. And it is exactly that. Not that specifically. It's not this painting, because that's in a museum somewhere, probably. But that's the difference. Who's messaging me? Oh, yeah. Right? That's the thing that people lack understanding of when it comes to art, is that it's human activity. Art, 9 times out of 10, has a purpose behind it. It's not just a red square and a white piece of paper. Sometimes these splatters actually represent something, and understanding that representation sounds really fucking hoity-toity. Do you see how much of a fucking art snob I sound like right now saying this all out loud? Are you putting it together right now? Are you going like, Sydney, shut the fuck up. It's just a bunch of splatters. And I'm like, no, it's human activity. That's what this is. That's why it's good. That's why it's important. It's why it's value. You know what else is human activity? Now you got me on this rant. Who knows about Impressionism? Who knows about Impressionist paintings? You know what the Impressionist movement is in response to, by the way? Cameras. Because cameras started getting really good at taking pictures of humans. So we didn't need perfect good portraiture anymore, because the fashionable thing was to get a picture taken of you. So we started doing Impressionism, which is highly stylized and capturing the moment. This is the same thing. Because now we're getting more abstract with Impressionism. We're getting more conceptual with it. We're breaking away from looking at humanity in this sort of sense. Because guess what? This sort of thing has been done for years. This came about in like the late 1800s. This is contemporary art. This has only begun to exist within the past like 30-ish years or so. Way different. Way cooler. Art is neat. Art is very, very cool. Learning about it is very, very cool. You should do it. Oh, also, because I'm already on this, might as well, for all the new people here, just to show how much I fucking know and how smart I am, because I'm smart. Does anybody know what the first animation ever was? If you know the answer, shut the fuck up. And specifically, if you know my answer. This is for everybody else who doesn't know my answer. If you've never heard me talk about it before. Who knows what the first animation ever was? I assure you, you'll probably be wrong. I'll wait till a good chunk of answers are locked in. I want to see who'll say the wrong answer, and I want to see if anybody will get the right answer. It's gonna blow your fucking mind. I'm being honest. I'm gonna blow your fucking open mind with this shit. No, Okay, Champ said the wrong. Okay, Black Rabbit got it. I'm so proud of you, actually. Black Rabbit, I am unironically proud of you. Not to immediately give it away. Cave paintings. Cave paintings were the first animation. Okay, anybody besides Black Rabbit, because you seem to know what it is. Can anybody tell me why these cave paintings are animation? Not these ones specifically, but I want to see. I want to see who can think of it. Because Black Rabbit was dead on. This is the first animation. I want to see who can figure out how it works. I'll wait till answers are in. I like doing art lessons like this. This is always fun. I like going on these sorts of rants. They tell a story because they tell us something. They schmoove. Nowhere. Why do they schmoove? Pravis, dead on! So proud of you. I want you to imagine, shut your eyes for a sec, okay? Shut your eyes with me. Shut your eyes. Stop typing for a second. You are a bajillion years ago, right? In the first evolution of human, right? You were the first existence. You are huddled around a fire. It is dark, it is cold, and there is a shaman chanting to you in a language that you definitely do not completely understand. And on the walls are these paintings. And as the fire flickers and dances in the middle, you see the crevices and the curves of the cave that you are currently housed within get illuminated at different times, which flashes the image, allowing it to move back and forth. No different than a Captain Underpants book. You know, the Fliporama? Exact same concept. It is simple. It is rudimentary. It is basic. But you know what? It tells an active story. It moves an image from one side to another side. It creates motion. You're allowed to open your eyes now. That is where animation comes from, and we didn't realize it for a really, really long time. But there you go. Also, technically, in a sort of roundaboutish sort of way, animation has always existed in like those like things that like spin really fast and they display an image and you look through like a little peephole and then you see like a guy riding a bike or something. That's existed for like eons. That's been a thing for like ever. The horse thing, that's another thing, was taking pictures of a horse as it is running to see if they fly, right? That is just the invention of movie cameras. That's all that is. Yes, technically animation has some history in it too, but cave paintings are some of the first pieces of animation that we have. Is that true? Yeah, one of those. Those things have been around for like ever. Mind's eye is having a hard time comprehending that. So what you want to do is you want to like turn the lights off, go into the bathroom, turn on the shower head, and then like eat a mango. That'll help. How many of you have actually read like a Captain Underpants book, by the way? The paddle actually works too, yeah. I think I've seen those before. No, animation's cool, by the way. art and animation is sick. And also, furthermore, to go all the way back to my earlier rant about AI, we've always been making art. Always. Always. We have been making art since our very existence began. Hey, not to alienate some people, but I mean, look at me for a second, okay? We're gonna get like a little religious. Most art is just the Bible fan fiction. I'm sorry, I had to say it. Think about it. Think about it. Think about it. If you go back to old Renaissance art, most of it was some kind of depiction of a biblical story with nobility in place of specific characters because it's supposed to show how pious they are. I'm not kidding with that. That's why if you look at a lot of like Renaissance, like Italian Renaissance art, you'll notice that Jesus is on the cross in a Firenze background. They got like olive branches and shit because it's in the backyard of nobility. I'm not fucking with you on that. It's a real thing. That is also, I'm sorry, again, gonna alienate some people. That's where white Jesus comes from. Because it was a slow change in the depiction of Christ over time, right? Is that if we go back to the early medieval period, he was always green. Does anybody want to tell me why the J-Man was green in early depictions? A little bit of Renaissance history. This was my minor in college, by the way, was Renaissance art. The Divine Comedy is a bit of... Exactly. No, dead on. But does anybody want to tell me why Jesus was green? It's not a trick question. It's a little bit of a trick question, but it's not as much of a trick as you think. Anya's got it. He was dead. Jesus died on the cross, in fact. So he died. And so because he was dead, they depicted him as decomposing. A lot of old medieval Christian art, which was most of the art, by the way, because the only people who were writing books at that time were monks. So they were doing a lot of religious texts. And because of that, they would do a lot of iconography and art in those books, and they would be very good at painting. Painting and art wasn't something very common amongst like regular people. Sure, people drew and still made art, but it wasn't as profitable or even like a celebrated thing in the early medieval period. Further down the line, as we start to hit the Renaissance period where, you know, people are starting to care about art a little bit more. People are starting to you know, be pretty wealthy, so they're able to start spending a little bit more on going places and traveling and going and seeing things, and artists are being more celebrated. So that's when we're getting a bunch of really good depictions of art and things like that, right? When that starts to happen, now that we're out of that early medieval period, we start moving over instead to, well, I want to show my noble friends how pious I am. I'm very religious. You want to know how religious I am? I was there when Jesus was on the cross. Mr. Artist, can you paint me in my favorite part of the Bible, please? And then the artist goes, okay. And then they start painting all of the characters that all have, I forget who was what. There's like little ways that you can tell which character people were supposed to represent. I know that there was one noble family that had a depiction of Jesus on the cross, and the wife was the Virgin Mary, and the husband was one of the disciples. So their likeness was literally the printed faces on the characters, but they were in the costuming of those characters, right? And so that started happening. And then here's the other thing now, right? Here's the other side of it, is that people got kind of into it a little too much. And you'll even see it nowadays in a lot of modern depictions of Jesus, is that Jesus isn't dead. He's no longer a decomposing corpse, because that's bad. He is not mortal. He is not a human. He is the Son of God. What does that do? Oh, well, he's not decomposing anymore. So we're going to draw him with healthy skin. We're actually going to show him so healthy. Well, we've been depicting him with green skin for so long, and now we're in the Italian countryside. What are we going to do? We're going to make him white. Not because of racism, but because we're going to say Jesus was Italian. He's not from Jerusalem. No. He happened. This happened in our backyard. No, this happened like right back there. See? That's how pious I am, is that Jesus was like in my backyard when he was put up on the cross. In fact, actually, this is where the Holy Roman Empire is. So of course he would be Italian. Are you kidding? He was Roman. Of course he was. Come on. And then over history, that's what changed over time. And then, like was said earlier, Divine Comedy, like Pravis said, fan fiction. We got, so much art depicting different events and other things going on. Even to this day, you can go find some. This is like the largest swath of art being made at the time, and it was being made with nobility in mind, of course. And they didn't have the same sensibilities that we do nowadays. Civil rights wasn't like a big thing anymore. Nah, it was right over there by Tony's place. Yeah, Big Tone. Yeah, Big Tone. Big Tone was a huge friend of Jesus, man. Yeah, Big Tone. And this is the importance, by the way, of understanding the power of art. I know I've gotten so wildly far away from talking about Axel's work. I'm so sorry, Axel. I hope this has been educational, though. I'm going to get back to your crit in just a second. But this is the power of understanding art in general, right? Is you need to understand, 1, why it's made. 2, where it's made. 3, who made it. 4, once again, why was it made? This doesn't mean that a stick figure drawn by a child needs to, house the importance of the universe in it. 42, by the way. But this is why, to turn into a little bit of politics for a second, this is why fascists hate art. And why they use it as power. And why AI has dominated lately, and why it makes you question what is real and what isn't real, and why that technology is being abused. Is because now they don't have to think, and they don't have to hire artists to do things anymore. Got a towel? What? I'm gonna ask a pointed question for a second, okay? Follow along, because this is a question I've asked before, but I'm gonna ask it again. And after this whole ramble and rant that I've gone on, hopefully it makes a little bit more sense now. So in this modern age that we live in this day and age, have you noticed how much of the talking sphere around video games is centered on how there are no games for boys anymore? Oh. Sorry, I just know the 42. I haven't read Hitchhiker's Guide in a long time. Have you noticed that? Have you noticed that there's a lot of angry people out there going, ugh, It's all these women and minorities making games nowadays, and they all put in their own politics and their own sensibilities. What happened to men making video games for men? I ask you that question. What did happen to men making games for men? Why aren't they in creative spaces anymore? Where are these nerds making video games for these sorts of people? I mean, really, when you get down to it, when was the last racist game made? No, really think about that for a sec. I know that might be a little uncomfortable to think about, but really reach in deep for a second. When was the last time a game was made that was just outright promoting racism? And I don't mean, I'm going to cover my own ass a little bit. I don't mean something like Zenless Zone Zero, and I don't mean something like Genshin, where they avoid adding characters that are of color, right? It's almost like people who are bigoted and hate the way that the world exists in its current moment don't actually make creative works. And when they do, they're bad. Shadiversity with his fucking book. When was the last time a really popular game was made by just the shittiest fucking company? Besides Blizzard. But no, I'm being serious. I mean, hell. You know what's weird? You know what's really strange? Is even in its heyday, this is something that's like really, because I've been playing World of Warcraft lately, this has been in my head, and this has been something I've been seeing a lot of, by the way. Even in the heyday of something like World of Warcraft, Shadiversity's racist. Oh my god, he's horrifically racist and sexist. He's a piece of shit. Even in its heyday, World of Warcraft was trying to get the Alliance and the Horde to sing Kumbaya. Not kidding. I mean, if you go back to something like Wrath of the Lich King, they were trying to work together. They were trying to get over their differences. But the writers kept adding different ways to keep that PvP side of things alive and keep that faction warfare going. But they were always trying to combine all of their heroes. I mean, Thrall and Varian were friends, for God's sake. Right? That's weird, isn't it? But nowadays, people act like it's all the women and the furries that are ruining the game. It's almost like those people liked the game when it first came out. And it's almost like when you don't have to think about anything and you get training wheels that allow you to just make whatever you want, you don't have to really put too much thought forward. If all you want to do is goon to some art, but you don't want to think about being part of the furry community, you don't have to interact with anybody outwardly about being a furry. You just get to do it on your own time. I mean, hey, not for nothing. Five Nights at Freddy's was in the Epstein files. I'm just saying. And maybe, just maybe, because equality for them feels like exclusivity. See, you know what? I want to stab the DEI thing for a second because I feel like it's so confusing that people don't know what it means. It's just a buzzword. Same thing as woke, to be fair. I'm lying? No, I'm dead serious. No, there's FNAF smut in the Epstein files. I'm not joking. There's links to like X videos. Those who know. And like Five Nights at Freddy's smut. I'm being dead serious. It's a real thing. Yeah. It's gross, but more on the DI thing. We're gonna skip past the Epstein files for a sec. No, I'm dead fucking serious. Because all DEI even is, and this is the thing that I struggle to understand why people don't understand it, is that all it means is that you're not going to hire somebody for their race, sex, or religion over somebody else who is more qualified. All that is for is so that you don't hire people based off of their external characteristics and not their qualifications. I'm being serious. I'm being so dead serious. It's like, if somebody goes, oh, it has DEI in it, it's like, what does that mean? What the fuck does it mean? You've read the book. It's nothing but bland and video game inspired, weirdly obsessed with sex, and also anti-tradition, which are also excused as woke RP. Yeah. No, his book is just bad. His book is just genuinely bad, but he will always reference it anytime he's trying to make a point. And here's the thing. We're bringing this all the way back to art for a second, is that no, I understand. No, I get that. Brett, you're good. Don't worry. I understand. I'm not like, oh, whoa, hey, you're racist much, fucking asshole. No, that's. This is also why it's really hard. This is also why I've put it to the mod team as well, is if we get people in here like that, I want to talk to them. But it's really hard to talk to those kinds of people because they don't actually want to talk to you. They just want to make you look stupid. But if you actually have a conversation with somebody and ask them questions, it like blows their mind. And this is a further tip from Mother Sydney over here for 5 seconds. Mother Sydney, what the fuck? Mrs. Sydney? Miss Sydney. I'm not married. Miss Sydney, that works. This is a tip from me for if you're dealing with a bigot. Be stupid. Those of you who have been with me before know this. Those of you who have been here less recently may not know this. This is the best thing that you can do for a bigot. Is not argue with them like you're the smartest person in the room. You have to be the dumbest person in the room. And that doesn't mean be dumber than them. It just means you have to ask them questions. Your mom? No, I thought you were grandma. I thought you were Grandma Pocket. Did you get younger? I mean, technically I'm like, so, you know. I want to see my viewer count like spike from that. That'd be really funny. Because here's the thing. If somebody is yelling at you and they're using a bunch of buzzwords, you just gotta ask what those buzzwords mean. Your mama pocket? Oh. Then I guess I'm just Miss then. Miss Sydney. That works. But I'm being serious. Be the 4-year-old, keep asking what exactly. Day is grandpa, Day because he's older than... Oh, okay. Jeez, throw Day under the bus. I see you over there. But no, seriously. Act like a fucking idiot. Make them explain to you their reasoning. Because the second they can't use a buzzword, they have to say what they mean. And if you've ever watched any of those like deconstruction videos or anything like that, well, not deconstruct, like the debate videos, like with like fucking Ben Shapiro or anyone, it's always the same thing. It's somebody who's super duper fucking smart, who knows what they're talking about, and the only thing that Ben or anybody else has to do is say some quippy one-liner, and it undermines their entire point. Mommy said, I mean, no, faster. I need like a super macro for when we get the turnaround. I need it to have a vine boom whenever I hit it. It'd be really funny. But really, and that's what I want. That's really what I want to do. I really, one time, I want some fucking moron to come in here and for me to actually test it. But they're always stupid. Have making a thoughtful and understandable argument. Right. But that's why you gotta be dumber than them. And you gotta go, what does that mean? Because here's what happens. This is what happens, right? Is that they get so comfortable using buzzwords and saying rhetoric that they don't think about it. They're sheep. They're sheep from fucking Animal Farm, unironically. Right? Because here's the thing about the sheep and Animal Farm, by the way, at some point we should actually just watch Animal Farm. It's like a really important film, especially lately, and especially because of the new fucking animated version that is garbage and is bad. With fucking Seth Rogen in it. With the fuck, why did we do that? Why the fuck did we do that? But here's the thing, is that there's a group in Animal Farm who are the sheep, and the sheep are a collective, and their whole bit is they don't care what they're saying. They're just happy to be saying it in unison. Exactly. The original, not the live action. The original one. The one that should not have been shown to kids. Animal Farm is not for children, by the way. It's for fucking adults because it's an adult story. Right? So when you take away the rhetoric, when you take away those buzzwords and their meaning and their perception, what are they left with? They're left with critical thinking. They have to think. And that's where the gears start to turn. This is also the problem that people face in echo chambers as well, by the way. He does the laugh in that movie. It happens in the trailer. What do you mean? He says they like the first shot of the trailer is Laughter's house. I love to laugh. But seriously, if you take away the rhetoric that these people have and you just have a genuine conversation with them, they have to think about what they're saying and they have to put it into words that are simple for you. Seriously, imagine if you asked somebody, my favorite example, you may have seen this post before. Favorite example is after Charlie Kirk passed away, right? And step one, I would like to say nobody should be killed for their beliefs at all. No hate. I mean, he was a horrible person for one, but no, he should not have died for his beliefs, or he should not have been killed for what he was saying. That is an extreme solution. I don't feel like that's an extreme thing to say out loud. But somebody once posted that after he was assassinated, some people were trying to fuck with the poster of this comment, and that person went, "Oh, I don't know who they are. Who is she?" And they referred to Charlie Kirk as like a he or a she, right? And they're like, "Oh, who is she?" So now they had to correct that person and go, "Oh no, he was a podcaster." And they're like, "Oh well, what were they talking about? Who were they? What did they do?" And now they have to explain to somebody who Charlie Kirk actually was. And now they think about it. And now they're going to have to say that out loud? They're going to have to say that he was like a racist and hated women and believed in controlling women's bodily rights? That's weird. That doesn't sound like anybody that you should be supporting in the slightest. And there you go. Now they're critically thinking about it. No longer is somebody just saying things that fearmonger them anymore. They're now thinking for themselves. Crazy, I know. Wild. I'm so sorry that this got like so far away from commissions, but I know that you guys like this for whatever fucking weird ass reason. I don't know why you guys like me ranting. I don't understand it. Especially when I cover the same topic. I don't know why you guys watch me in the first place. What the fuck is wrong with you guys? What the hell? Give me praise, give me praise, give me praise. But to, again, bring this all the way back to art in general, is that those kinds of people don't think critically. So don't be like them. Think critically. Engage in media. Read a shit ton. Get knowledgeable. Actually learn to decipher what things mean. Look at the state of the world. Understand, like, cautionary tales. They do stay strong until they have power and realize now being dissident is being against them, and that being quippy and gloaty when in power makes you unpopular. I feel like you should be listening to this in the lecture hall. I mean, I haven't updated it, but like, here you go. Here, I'll even get out the ruler. Also, you know, isn't it so funny? For like 5 seconds. Isn't it so funny that I assume most of you have grown up with like parents who are like always pushing you towards going to college, and then you go to college and then they make fun of you for being college educated? Isn't that really weird? Isn't that really, really strange? I'm not going to say who, but I have a friend of mine who has very, very right-wing religious parents. And I've had conversations with them in the past. I've met them in person, and I've had conversations with them in the past. And those conversations usually have them go, oh, well, you went to art school, so, like, you know, they brainwashed you. I'm like, what does that mean? I went to college. You wanted me to, like, people like you want me to go to college so that I get a degree so I can be, like, a productive member of society. And now because I'm educated, you say I'm not educated because I don't know how the world works because I went to college. What? And then that friend of mine actually never went to college. He's never been to college himself. Instead, he's like an electrician. Ironically enough, kind of wish I could call him up and be here, but that would go against our lease. He's an electrician, right? He should be totally Republican, but he's actually very left-leaning, surprisingly. And they say the same thing to him whenever he gives pushback as well, because he didn't go to college, so what would he know? It's so interesting to see that happen, that flip. Like, what is that? But that might be because we don't have the same culture around. Yeah, that's Sweden. I'm mostly talking about America over here. Isn't that so interesting? That, like, if you're educated, you're uneducated, but if you're uneducated, you're not educated, even if you're educated, but you just don't agree with them. Isn't that weird? It's almost like there's no winning. It's almost like you can't win. It's almost like winning isn't the goal. I hate adults that do that, by the way. I do it occasionally. I hate that I do it. But it's like when somebody younger than you is, like, saying shit, and you're just like, shut up. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Shut the fuck up. You dumb, stupid child. I'm older than you. I could lie to you about, like, reality and you just would have to believe me. Fucking moron. Imagine how many teachers out there in the world that teach, like, history and shit could just be, like, lying the whole time. The South. And it's just like, oh, yeah, no, I totally believe that. And kids just, like, eat that up as fact, and it's just like, what the fuck? History is written by the winners and all that shit, you know what I mean? I'm gonna put back on the nun outfit now. Oh, I still have the ruler. Neat. Remember, kids, educate yourselves. And you're allowed to do whatever the fuck you want to do. Pushes you to do college or trade school at the same age as dad, and it's like, don't leave me alone. Yeah. I mean, and here's the other end of it too, right? This is the part that I think that a lot of people need to hear too. Because, you know, I've been bashing a certain group of people this whole time. You guys know who I'm saying, and it's a lot of the older generation and things like that. But here's the reality of it too, right? Is that those people, in their own fucked up way, want what's best for you, and that's always the hardest thing to think about. Narcissistic parents are a little different, but most parents, even the most like Bible thumping, most like aggressive, most, you know, dictatorship over your life, they worry about you. Not all of them. I'm not saying all, but 9 times out of 10, they worry about you. They care about you. You're their kid. They want to make sure you're okay. Same thing with people who are devout Christians, right? And why they push it on you as much as they do. I know it's wild hearing that from me in a nun outfit. This was for Kingdom Come Deliverance too. They want, exactly. So that's that disconnect there. And you see it all the time in media where a parent wants what's best for their child and is thinking that they're doing the right thing when there's this disconnect between what the child desires and wants and what the parent wants for them. And the problem is that it's a disconnect that happens in parenting when the parent has been in charge of a little person's life for so long, and then finally that child goes, no, I want to do my own thing. No, I have an interest in something that you might not care about. I know, Mom, that you really, really like Harry Potter. I'm more into The Witcher than Harry Potter. I'm sorry, Mom. And that mom struggles with that, and they have a hard time understanding that. Maybe you have a dad who's super into racing, like doing race car stuff, and puts you in a bunch of races and shit. But as much as you enjoyed it when you were a kid, you would much rather be staying at home playing video games. That's what happened to me. When I was really young, my dad was putting me into pretty much every bike race imaginable in the state that I was in. Really, really, really trying to push me to become like one of the best cyclists. He used to get really upset with me because I would ride my bike with training wheels for like a really long period of time. Mostly because I actually had odd PTSD of riding a bike. Because I witnessed my dad crash really, really bad and fuck up his whole arm. And I was in the operating room when they were taking like the rocks and stones out of his arm. And I saw it like bleeding and gushing blood. And I was freaked out. So I was always afraid of crashing. So I just never rode a bike again. Up until I got like older and I got over that fear. And I was like, no, I just won't crash. Just don't crash, forehead. And then I just never crashed. And he put me in like go-kart racing. He really, really wanted me to do like F1, and I just had zero interest in it. As much as I like racing, I have zero interest in F1. I mean, I like F1. I like watching F1. Do I kind of wish I went down that path? Kinda. But just wasn't something I was into when I was a kid. But to him, he you know, as much as my dad is a total piece of shit, he saw that as, you know, an angle for me to be something he could be proud of, which is kind of fucked up, but it comes from good intentions. As much as I hate my dad, it comes from good intentions. Same thing with fencing. When I was way, 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 way younger, like 12, right? Does anybody remember the episode of iCarly? Rode a bike and fell face first, chipping some of his front teeth. I can't. Teeth, I can't do. I can't do damage to teeth. I can't think about damage to teeth. I can't do that. Comic at some point? Yes. No, we will. We will. I want to get the comic done tonight. Yeah. Here, I'll pull it up, and you can stare at Elise's booba and butt. Technically, I just had to finish the last panel and color it. But like, if anybody remembers the episode of iCarly where they go like Freddie and Spencer, they do like fencing. That's where I learned that like Olympic fencing was like a thing, and I was like, oh, you can do sword fighting and it's like a sport? Hell yeah, I want to do that. So I asked my mom about it, and we found a place. It was like an hour away, and my dad was like, wait, you're doing fencing? I used to do fencing in college. And he would, after my actual fencing classes, he would train me in how to fence. And he is the entire reason that I was like the best person in the class. And I'm not saying that as a flex. I'm saying that as I was a 12-year-old in a class with a bunch of other 12-year-olds who were given swords, and all of them just wanted to smack the swords, right? You know, like when you're a kid and you really like Star Wars and all you want to do is like bash the lightsabers against each other, you know, and that's like the fun part because that's all you see in the movie. My dad pulled me aside and he's like, so what you want to do is you want to take the pointy bit and you want to hit the other person with it. And I'm like, what? And he's like, yeah, you don't want to hit the person's sword. You want to hit the person. And I'm like, whoa, really? And not in like a sarcastic way. I mean, like a genuine way. I was like, what? That's how you win? What? And then I started doing it. So all of the kids would be like, I'm going to hit the sword. And I'm going to be like, I'm just going to stick my arm out and hit you. And I got really good at footwork because I had to avoid my dad. He used to teach me how to play chess. He really valued me being really, really intelligent. And now here I am with stupid, dumb brain damage that makes me forget shit immediately. I am now an ex-boxer, which is so much less elegant than fencing, but I still occasionally study HEMA here and there. And that's, you know, that all comes from him trying to do what he thinks is right by me. Now, of course, he didn't do what's right by my whole family. I mean, he cheated on my mom, but still, like, he at one point cared about his kids, right? Kind of. I mean, he used to take me, like, to the go-kart place sometimes. And he took me to, like, a car show a couple of times, right? Had to come from some amount of good, right? I was an ex-boxer. Were you not here for the whole bit that I was just doing about explaining to you how to actually throw a punch? Do you think I just learned that for fun? I mean, I lost like 2 out of the 3 of the fights I was in, but still. Yeah. I wasn't very good at it. Kind of sucks. But it taught me a lot about the body's locomotion. I was a very angry teenager. If you guys think I'm like emotional now, think about how fucking crazy I was when I was like 19. Right? And that's why I do what I do and why I stream. Because when I was a kid, I would have wanted a place exactly like this, because this would have been a very healthy location for me to be, both for my art and for my mental well-being. And also for my identity, because I was going through a gender identity crisis at the time. Still technically am, but here I am. Thought I knew anatomy? No. I know how to do. Oh, that's laughing. Actually, fun fact, I am now actually getting back into my old boxing regimen. I have started doing, it's not really ladder, climbs as much as it used to be. So there's this thing. I'm going to demonstrate it here. Also, feel free to steal this. This is like an actual workout that you can do, especially at home, as long as you're not on the second floor of anywhere. if you're at home, right? And say you have like tiles, right? You have like a tiled floor. This is what I've started doing in the morning. When I go downstairs and I make my dog food, is I will place a foot in one of the boxes and I will bounce in this kind of a pattern. So I'll bounce forward and then I'll bounce back and then I'll bounce forward and then I'll bounce back and I'll keep my foot on the tile. And then I'll spin, I'll like rotate the other way around. And then I'll do it the opposite direction. I'll do that while my food is cooking. Also, another thing you can do that I've also started to do is pivot. So here, this is fun. I'm gonna stand up for this. You can do it too. This is my last little ramble. I'm gonna swing out the arm this way. So what you do is hopefully you have a large area around you, right? And if you remember from earlier, that way I told you to stand, right? Where you kind of you stand like in a box. Like a ladder drill. It is a ladder drill. But I'm using things at home. This is how I've always worked out, is I do everything at home. Because I like building practical muscles rather than like, what's the word for it? It's not conditioned. Not fake. It's like, I like having context for why my muscles are growing the way they are. Also, hi, there's a spider on my wall. Hey, buddy. I'm not gonna kill you. I don't hate you. My last little thing. This is my last little thing. This is something that you can do at home, by the way. Right? So what you're gonna do is you're gonna stand in that box position. You're gonna lift that heel off the ground just a little bit. You're gonna bring up that hand just a little bit past your face, just so it's like close enough to your chin, and then that other hand, right? And what you're gonna do is you're gonna throw your left hand, just like a little jab, like a little whack. And then you're gonna throw your right hand, and you're gonna do that twisting motion, right? And you go shwa shwa. Just 1, 2, right? Just a 1, 2. Shwa shwa. And then all you're gonna do is with your toes on that lead foot, you're gonna lift up that heel, and you're gonna swing your body and pivot, right? And you're just gonna pivot 90 degrees. And then you're gonna do the same thing again. You're just gonna go thwah thwah, right? And then you're gonna once again on those toes pivot, not even lifting up that foot. You're not lifting that foot, you're just pivoting. And you go in kind of like a circle, right? You just go in a circle. You throw a jab, you throw a right straight, you spin around again. I'm facing backwards, and you go swah swah. You go around. And also, another thing, when you throw a punch, you have to breathe, right? You're going to throw that punch with effort, and you're going to breathe. Don't overextend. Don't straighten your arm. Just kind of keep it like a little bent, right? Don't completely lock that elbow. Give it like a little bit of bend. But you're going to breathe. And when you do that, this is weird, I know. It's going to sound like you're just breathing out, right? Don't bite your tongue. Grit your teeth and go, right? You're just breathing out very forcefully. It's good for your body. And you go, pivot, pivot, pivot. And you do that, right? And you do that for 3 minutes, right? You go in that circle for 3 minutes. And you know what you do as well? You throw in some defensive moves here and there, right? So you go 1, 2, and sorry, I just punched my microphone because of course I did. You throw out like a few punches, like you go 1, 2, and then you dodge to the side, and then you pivot. And then you go punch, you block, and then you punch again. And then you finish your 1, 2, right? You throw in some little fucking defensive shits here and there, like shwa shwa, right? This gets you moving. All you need is space around you. It's good aerobics, It does not require weights. It is not going to generate like strength or muscle. It's just going to get your body moving. And also, this is very important, it's going to train you to defend yourself just a little bit. Because here's the thing. You know that thing in like movies? I know I haven't moved my mouse in a minute because the microphone's over here. You know that thing in movies where it's like, his aura shows that he knows how to fight. I'm scared to even draw my sword. Like Nen from Hunter x Hunter, right? Where it's just like so overwhelmingly powerful that you can't even go near them. If you simply step properly and raise your hands like you know what you're doing, most smart people are gonna go, oh shit. They're not gonna fuck with you. And then all you need to do is throw one little fucking jab, like a little jabby and a little straight. They lose their fucking mind because they're like, oh fuck, shit, you actually know what you're doing? Oh god. And it's like, yeah. So fun Sydney story, very quickly, on top of the other Sydney stories that I've been doing. Once upon a time, me and Puck had actually gone to a mall. We had gone to a mall together. It was our local mall. And she, being the way that she is, she's like, hey, I have to go to the bathroom. I'm like, okay, cool. So I'm waiting for her outside of the bathroom, and I'm just hanging out, doing whatever. And these kids come up to me. And there's like 5 of them, right? 5 kids. And they all walk up to me, and they're like, hey, you, looking all tough over there, huh? And I'm like, I am simply a goober being a goob. I don't know what's going on. And they're like, yeah, you want to go fight? Like, you want to fight? Like, you want to fight one of us? Like, you want to fight? I'm like, the fuck is happening? And I'm like, what's going on with, what is with the youths these days? Like, what's happening? And they're like joking around. They're like, hey, yeah, like show us your stance. Show us your stance. Like, yeah, blah. And I'm like, all right, fuck it. So I get into the little, and, you know, there are a bunch of youths that are like, ooh, whoa, that's good, whoa. And I'm like, yeah. And then one of the other kids is like, oh, check out his stance. Check out his stance. And I'm like, what the fuck is happening? What's going on? And the kid like gets into like a little stance, and I'm like, well, and I'm like, am I allowed to touch you? Or are you going to throw a punch at me if I touch you? And he's like, no. I'm like, okay, well, step 1, you want to like move your hand like this so it blocks here. And then you want this hand here so it blocks your ribs, right? And he's like, oh. And all the kids were like, oh. And I'm like, yeah. Like, I actually box. Like, I'm not doing a bit. And they're like, oh, shit. And they're like, yo, you cool. All right, we'll see you around. And they gave me like a fist bump and they ran. I mean, I don't mean they like ran away, but I mean like they kind of like scampered off and they started like harassing other people. I'm like, I didn't even have to throw hands with them. I just had to show them that I understood how to like not get the shit kicked out of me. Huh. No, I did get wrapped into a Yakuza sub-story. Yeah, you're right. And also this has happened like throughout pretty much my entire life. I don't know what it is, but I go anywhere outside and people want to fight me. I'm so sick of it. I'm genuinely so sick of it. I don't know what it is about me. Apparently I'm scary, or like I'm like threatening people's aura or whatever, but like everybody's always scared of me. I don't understand. I am just a little goofball. I am a little genderless goofball. I don't want to fight anybody. But as evident from earlier's discussion, I know how to throw fucking hands. And the number one thing to know when you throw hands in general is that you don't want to throw hands. As much as I talk about throwing hands and learning to defend yourself, the most important thing that you can do and the most important thing that you should always do... I mess with you because you're weird? Oh yeah, no, same diff. The most important thing that you can do when it comes to situations like that is not fight. And that doesn't mean be the bigger person. That just means like show that you're not scared. can't handle that. I guess not. First step to fighting is to leave. Exactly. No, you never. Evidently, that's a problem for me nowadays, though. Shots fired. But if I'm in a situation that is like uncomfortable or about to like explode into a fight, I just leave. I told you guys. Well, I mean, we have some new people here who have not heard all of my tales in wondrous times. Evidently, by me explaining that I'm a boxer and people going, what? But I had gone to a furry convention. It was my first ever furry convention. And I had to commute in every single time. And while I was commuting in, every day, some new person wanted to fight me. And I'm not saying that like a flex. I'm saying that like I don't understand why. Please don't bother me. I don't mean it. I'm sorry. I did not mean the slight against you of existing and breathing. Like I don't. Holy shit, how much shit have I opened? So we're gonna change music. We've been listening to this like too long. I wonder if I can play this. I was listening to this last night. But yeah, legitimately the best thing that you can do is if you get into a fight, leave. If you can't leave, defend yourself. And when I say defend yourself, I don't mean like immediately throw a punch back. I mean like protect yourself. You guys want to know a fun fact? You guys want to know a fun fact? You guys want to know a fun fact? 9 times out of 10, if you're going to get into a fight with somebody, is with somebody that doesn't know how to fight. Because most people who know how to fight do not want to fight. You are never going to get into a Karate Kid situation where someone has learned karate and they want to fight. That will never happen. You will never get into a Karate Kid situation. So anybody that's going to like punch you is going to do it out of anger. They are not going to do it out of reason, and they 1000% do not know how to throw a proper punch. So you know, all you have to do is avoid that first punch. That's it. And you win. Not even kidding. Is there a condition that I think people are supposed to be invisible? Exactly. No, you're right with that. Oh, I know I just kind of like skipped over it and I completely got away from it. Back to this for like a nanosecond. Other than like the sketchy lines and the eyes and like your line art, which I've already talked to you about, this is good. I like this. I like the construction of the scythe. I kind of wish that I could see a bit more of this. This is kind of hard to see with the darkness of the background. That's just a contrast issue. And I like the diamonds here, but I wish that you did an actual white instead of this gray. Other than that, you're good. Sorry to just blitz on through that. No, because it's true. As Pred is saying over there, is that if somebody is angry and they're going to throw a punch at you, oops, where? I just didn't know where I was. I was on the wrong layer there. If somebody's angry and they're going to throw a punch at you, it is a punch out of anger. It is not a well-formulated punch. It is not a well-thought-out punch. It is just a... Whew. Same talking point. Exactly, yes. Let me take like a really quick look at it very quickly. Very quick look at it very quickly. I would also say on your second image that your other hand is rotated in the wrong way. You would see the thumb and the palm from the way the hand is. You're rotating it like way too far to the side. And it's also a bit too long. And your feet are weird. That's it. Other than that, I like seeing your works colored though. I think you should do that more often. I like your colored works more than your black and white ones. But that's just a personal preference. You don't have to listen to me. It's okay. I've always just had an interest in fighting in general, by the way. My thing has always been okay, well let's put it into mildly realistic precautions for a second. Fair trigger warning for abuse, I guess. I'm surprised I have to do that. I don't want to just drop this on somebody. So remember how I said that my dad did like not martial arts, but he did like fencing in college? He also did like jiu-jitsu, as Anya said, and he also did taekwondo, and he also did like a little bit of, oh fuck, what is it? Is it Muay Thai? No problem, Axel. You've been doing good, by the way. I'm happy that you're pumping out as much as you're pumping out. Even with my few little comments and gripes, you're doing a good job. But my dad had basically done pretty much every martial art under the sun, because I guess we're just the same like that. No, Anya, you didn't trigger anything. I'm talking about my own proclivity towards violence, I guess. And the thing is I learned all of that because that's how my dad used to beat my ass. I laugh about it now because it turned me into like an actual somewhat decent fighter, oddly enough. But yeah, my dad used to use his like martial arts techniques on me. I remember I did something stupid. I was some dumb little kid. I think I like bit my cousin or something at like a family function. And I was outside playing, and my dad had heard what happened, so he came outside, came up to me, and you know that move in Attack on Titan that like Annie does on Eren, where she like pins him and like flips him over her shoulder? He did that to me on pavement and then kicked my head into the pavement. Sorry to be like that violent with that. And he thought that was like a really good idea to do to his like 12-year-old child. Admittedly, I was a 12-year-old who bit somebody, which is stupid to begin with. I don't know why I did it. But yeah, so that's a fun experience. But you want to know what's funny? Him doing that to me, unironically, saved my ass from getting beaten again. You want to know how? Is I recognized the move. Because he tried to do it to me again, and I stepped back and adjusted my foot positioning so he couldn't trip me like that. And I even pushed him off me. And what that did was impress him. I had a fucking Baki moment with my dad where I independently like learned to defend myself. And he's like, that was impressive. I am no longer mad at you for whatever it is that you did. You may continue. No, he was impressed. It was weird. Literally, you're trying to. And yeah, I can laugh about it now, of course, and at the time, and even still to this day, I still hate the fucker. Of course I do. But not so funnish fact. Is that around the time that my dad was like about to leave, which happened on Super Bowl Sunday, actually. There was a huge fight between my mom and my dad because my mom wanted to do something that day, and my dad was like, actually, I'm going to a party, and none of you were invited, so go fuck yourselves. And then he like left, and then he didn't come back for like 2 months. And then when he did, he like took all of his stuff, and then I was like, oh, okay. Not to be trauma dumping onto you guys, but this is part of it. I was 17 at the time. And I was in a specific class called Advanced Strength and Conditioning. No idea how I got in it. No idea how I managed that. But it was, I think I've mentioned it before. It was literally like a class where all you did for the entire class period was just work out. That was a whole class. It was a gym credit, and you just worked out for the whole class. And you just worked out in like a little mini gym, and it was literally just going to like a gym with all the bros. I'm not even kidding. And it was a really good time. And I used to like do, hi, Strawberry. I'm glad you don't mind trauma dumps. I do that a lot. It's a problem. But apparently people resonate with it, so hey. Also, hey, the night was feeling unfinished without this song. But because I was doing that class, and I was taking it seriously because I was actually enjoying working out. This was like the precursor to me going to becoming a boxer, actually. Because I was really enjoying that class, I was getting kind of fucking roided. I mean, I wasn't on roids. I am 1000% natty. As every workout influencer ever says. I've never touched drugs for working out. I'm serious. But I had, I was really working. I'm really, in case anybody isn't aware, I'm very self-conscious about my chest. I'm actually incredibly self-conscious about my chest. Not so much about my butt. I don't really mind having a fat butt. I mind my chest quite a bit. But because of that, I was really doing a lot of chest exercises because I was trying to tone up my chest a lot. And because of that, my arms were starting to get a lot bigger. I was getting that kind of like triangle shape, you know, the upwards, the Johnny Bravo shape, basically, right? And I also have endomorphic. Is that my body type? What's my body type again? Yeah, I have more of an endomorphic body, if I'm being entirely honest. I'm very much a rectangle. I hate it. Actually, my hips are quite fat, thankfully. I do have kind of nice, like... I got good hips. I just need to get rid of my love handles and I'll be hot as fuck. Hot girl summer. Actually, unironically, not to be weird, but like this is kind of my real body type if you just make the chest like a little smaller. Just saying. Just putting that out into the universe. But because I was starting to get, you know, kind of fucking juiced, It actually started making my dad a little like self-conscious because my dad's a stick. My dad is like a stick, like a genuine skeleton. Because he's a cyclist. Yeah. I mean, if I get rid of my love handles, I got like nice fat thighs. My butt's really big too. I used to be really self-conscious about my butt, but now I like my butt. Not to be weird. I'm sorry. I'm single though, so I can talk about this. This is fun. A dry spaghetti noodle. Oh, even smaller actually. But that's because he was a cyclist. And for cyclists, you have to be like super duper fucking skinny, while also having like really, really strong muscles. Right? You need like really lean leg muscles for cycling. So that's why his body type was the way it was. And so for me, not having to worry about that and getting fucking roided, he didn't like it because it was making him insecure. And so what ended up happening is he started checking me more. And he started like causing fights with me to try and like prove himself as like the bigger man. And I'm like, boy, I ain't even a man. What is going on right now? What is happening? But I told my mom about this, and I'm like, look, I think there were two options, not to flex, like literally and metaphorically, but I genuinely think that if we had come to blows, because he was constantly trying to fight me, he really was. He was that much of a fucking moron. Because my mom even told me about this. She was like, yeah, there were so many times where like he was trying to like start shit with you, and you were like, my mom talking about me specifically. All this body talk is making you want to work out. How do you think I feel? I want to work out too. I had a really good time. I'm going to go for a run tomorrow, actually, bright and early in the morning. I actually charged my headphones specifically for that. I'm really excited to go for a run tomorrow. But my mom's like, yeah, there were so many times I had to step in because you were checking him, and I was afraid of what was going to happen if you two actually like came to blows. When I figure out my gender thing, that is a separate story that I will go into in just a moment. What kind of fucking dad is that? A shitty one. He left like a month later. I'm not kidding. My dad's a piece of shit. Oh, also, if you want to know how much of a piece of shit my dad was, he hired a PI on my mom. Yep. He hired a private investigator to follow around my mom. I had to testify in court against him. Yuppers. I hate my dad, by the way. In case it's not abundantly fucking clear that I have daddy issues. But no, that's the thing. And I told my mom this is like, I was like, hey, look, I'm going to be dead honest. I might not have been boxing at that point in time. Actually, that is why I picked up boxing, is because I was like a really angry teenager. And I needed some kind of like constructive outlet to take care of it. And that's around the time that I actually learned about Hajime no Ippo. And also Megalobox. Megalobox was like the introductory bit. Hajime no Ippo was actually the inspiration that made me start working out and getting like way more fit. And losing a shit ton of weight. To actually start boxing. I dropped all the way down to like 162. Which was really good. Which I think is middleweight. Am I right? Was I middleweight? I can't even remember. Oh my god. How bad my brain is. Boxing weights for amateurs. I was middleweight. No, I had dropped to 162, so I counted for middleweight. That was like the lowest I ever got. My aim was 125. I really, really, really wanted to be featherweight. Oh, don't be sorry. It was character building. wouldn't be half the person I am today without all that bullshit going on. I'm being dead serious. I needed to go through all of that so I could be like a better person. Little Mac is featherweight. So is Ippo, actually. Ippo's featherweight as well. At 109. That might be... Oh, actually. Featherweight's supposed to be like 125. I don't think weight class actually matters that much in in that game, to be fair. Because, like, you know, your Little Mac is fighting fucking King Hippo over there, who's definitely a heavyweight. Huh. Boom, 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 boom. Not yet, actually. Because this is page 3. I mean, technically you can join our Discord and I post comics to the comic post. Or the comic channel. And our Discord is free to join through Patreon. You don't have to spend any money. You just got to join as a free member through Patreon. This of snow and apologies. But yeah, no, like, again, not to get real, more real. I know I was just talking about my abuse as a child, but still. I am... How do I put it? I've been through a lot in my life, right? And I don't say that to be like, I'm so awesome and cool. But no, I really have done. There have been a lot of lessons that I've learned. There's a lot of things that I've fucked up with. There are a lot of people that I've even hurt, right? And there's a lot of things that I've done wrong, and there's a lot of things that I wish I could take back. But the important thing that I do is I move forward, and I learn from all the mistakes that I've ever made, and I try to be a better person every day. And one of the things that keeps me going is that I know that what I've gone through, who I am, and what I do every day. I'm not talking about streaming. I'm just talking about like existing. Somebody else has gone through as well. Clearly, as a lot of you seem to resonate with what I'm talking about, which I do appreciate. And so whenever I reflect on any of the horrible things that have happened to me and the way that my life is and, you know, the things that I've done, I always put it in the perspective of it's turned me into the person I am so that I can be who I need to be for those that need me. And right now, not to be kind of gushy and gay and stupid, I feel like there are a lot of people out there who, again, not to fluff my own feathers more so than I already am, but they need somebody like me. Again, not to be weird. But it's because I remember who I was when I was a kid. And I think about the things that I would have wanted. And I thought about the things that I used to do. And I thought about what I've done and who I am and what I've become over time. I'm going to close this really quick. I need like reference sheet. My nose. It's so dusty in here. My nose is always itchy. I know that is so wildly off topic, but I know if I was younger, you're the drink. I am the drink, but my dad ain't the cup. My mom is the cup, if anything. Genuinely, if you want to give anyone credit for my existence, it is my mom, my grandmother, and my uncle. Give them all of the credit for the person you see before you, in sense of like personality and otherwise. My uncle taught me my sense of humor. My mom taught me my love for video games, and my grandmother encouraged me to be the artist that I am today. I will always remember them. I will always give them thanks, and I will always, 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 always remember the support that each one of them have given me. Do not get me wrong. But you know, I think to when I was, you know, younger, and I say younger, even though I'm only 25. I'm like about to be 26. I'm like about to pass my mid-20s. But I think about what I needed. You know, I have that hindsight now where I'm older and I'm able to look back and be like, what did I need? What did I need to hear? And I remember basically the step-in father figures that I had. And I've talked about him before, so some people might recognize the name. I know we have a lot of new people who haven't heard who I'm about to talk about. But my old buddy Winston. Winston was everything that I needed. He was genuinely like a father figure to me. I feel old now. You're almost 4. Jesus. I'm sorry. Knee joint check. I'm sorry, that was rude. But oh no, not blue, orange. And the little orange bit on her nose. Winston was really good to me. Miss the bastard. Hope he's still alive. And oddly enough, he's a lot like how I am to you guys. You know, he would have like crazy life stories that would take him all over the place. And I really looked up to him. I really idolized him too. I love that guy. Platonically, of course. I wanted to be just like him. I used to act just like him. I used to mimic him as best as I could. I mimicked his confidence. I mimicked his everything. And he was exactly what I needed. He was exactly who I needed in my life. I should text him. I should message him after all of this time and be like, hey, I know you haven't heard from me in a long ass time. No idea what happened. Literally the last time we talked, he was like, my sister is moving again. Are you willing to help me move her? And I was like, yeah, that's fine. And then we just never talked again. I don't know what happened. I helped his sister move back in the day. But, you know, I needed somebody like that in my life. I really did. And I was really thankful to have him. And even nowadays, I think about it too, where it's like, not everybody will ever get a Winston. You know, not everybody will have somebody who, for lack of a better way to put it, like cares about them. You know? Not everybody's going to have that, you know, kind of guide. And I try to be like that. I do. I hope I do a decent job. I really do try. I try to teach you guys stuff. I try to give you encouragement to work on the things you want to work on. Even in the stupid world that we live in that seems to, at every turn, want to tell you to quit. Which is dumb. Don't quit. Keep working. Keep doing the stuff you want to do. If you want to draw big boobied bunny girls with their butt cheeks hanging out, go ahead. I ain't gonna yell at you. Oh, have a good night, Ominous. I mean, I certainly do it. But going back to the reason I bring it up is that like all of the things I've been through in my life, everything, all of the good, all of the bad, everything in between, right? They're just lessons. You were doing that? Doing what? What did I say? Wait, what did I say? Oh, okay, yeah, all right, yeah, big booby women, yeah. See, you guys get it. Good. I'm glad. I'm glad for that, Mouse. Genuinely. We're shading her boobs. You said that, nearly died. No, but you know, I hate how often I bring this up, but I know some people think about it. Anya, don't apologize. You're fine. I don't say all of this because like I want praise. I don't say all of this because I want like everybody to go, "Oh, yes, good job, Sid. Yes. Very good." I do it because like I know that you need to hear it. If that makes sense. Sometimes people need to hear that you genuinely believe in them. Sometimes people just need to know someone's in their corner. Sometimes... Let's get claimed by YouTube really quick. Let's get claimed by YouTube, shall we? Wrong one. Not the right scene. Hold on. Wrong scene. English subtitles. Minute 45 seconds. Kita versus Yozen. Dude, can I not find it? Can I find it? Can I find it? Kumatetsu versus Yozen. Not that one. That one's 2 minutes long. No, that ends after he gets knocked out. That one's still the same. I'm looking for the whole clip. Should I just pull up the movie? Should I just like actually pull up the movie? This is undermining my point for how long it's taking me to find a stupid fucking clip. We were having like a good moment. Now I can't find the fucking clip. And you're just getting the whole ass cheek.
You're wasting your time.
Okay, I can't do it. It undermines the clip. It undermines the clip. Response as much as a killer is one's motivation. Exactly. Damn it. Okay, The Boy and the Beast. There's a scene where Kumatetsu is like the main character and like nobody's cheering for him. Everybody hates him. And like everybody's cheering for Iozan and Iozan is like winning the little like wrestling match. And the second main character, Kyuta's like, hey, nobody's cheering for Kumatetsu. What's going on? Nobody cares about him. And so Kyuta's the only one in the whole crowd that's like, fight Kumatetsu. And then Kumatetsu's like, what? Somebody actually is believing in me? Crazy. That's a quick rundown of everything. But sometimes you just need somebody to tell you, like, that what you're doing is good. And I know this is like right after we did crit, but I want you guys to know, especially for crit, especially, right? Is that I don't say that you need to work on stuff or that you're bad at something or that, you know, you need to think about something or that you're doing something wrong because you're doing something wrong. I'm saying it because I want you to get better. It could be, I don't want to say it's easy because I wouldn't do it. But I could, technically, in a roundabout sort of way, just start, like, Gordon Ramsaying it, where all I do is just tear you apart and say, you did this horribly wrong. What is wrong with you? This is stupid. No, I don't do that. I don't want to do that. I never want to do that. I hope I never do that to anybody. Sometimes I might be a little rude with it, admittedly. Also, you have a good night, Badger. I might get a little rude with it sometimes. But of course, it's crit. Sometimes I have to be like a little mean and call you out on things that, you know, you might disagree with. But for the most part, I try to be like a gentle, heavy hand. I used to be a lot meaner with crits back in the day. Not in college, but like when I was in high school and people used to ask me for help, I used to be a lot meaner with it. Oi. And I'll say this. I will put this into the universe. Maybe it'll make someone and some people feel better. The harsher I am to you about your crits, the more I care. I'm being honest with that. The more pointed and like exasperated I get, the more I care. That might come across wrong, maybe, to some people. Because they might go, well, you don't get really animated when you do my stuff. You sound kind of like, you know, quiet about it. It's like, yeah, because you actually presumably know what's going on and you're just learning. I'm not gonna get uppity at you if you're just learning. Start his critiques with tell me about it. Exactly, yeah. You DM'd me? What'd you send me? Is it boobies? Pocket, did you send me boobies? Oh, no. Dude, it's like people draw bunny boobies and they get excited. Pocket, why not? Send me boobies. I want to see bunny boobies. I mean, technically I have bunny boobies on my screen as is to begin with, but, you know, could always do with more. No. Gotta erase it. Right. I can tell. I'm glad. Again, I think everybody should have a big booby bunny character. It's fun. Why do you think I love Elise as much as I do? I've had her for 10 years at this rate. Buns of the chest. The chest is called a dewlap. The cheeks can be the buns. So you get it. No, actually, do you guys want the secret to getting really good at art? Do you want the genuine secret? Do you want the one-stop shop secret to getting good at art? Why'd you say no? I'm more interested in you saying no. Does draw what interests you? No, well, yes, but no. One more pointed than that. One more pointed. Because it isn't just draw what interests you. It's have an anchor. Have one thing that you, no matter what, will always love to draw. For me, it's this character, Elise. I love her. I've had her for 10 years. 10 years this has been my character. I've had her since I was 16. And I've been evolving her and changing her and dressing her differently, giving her different last names, giving her different characteristics, changing her personality, changing her eyes, everything. And at every step of the way, regardless of whatever it was I was doing, whether I was learning to animate, learning to make comics, learning anatomy, learning anything, I was always drawing her. Even when I was doing something I didn't want to do. Right? Even when I was doing something that was really, really, really annoying, I would still draw her. She was my favorite thing to draw, but she was my anchor point. That was the biggest and most important thing that I can say, is that she was 1000% an anchor point. By that I mean, like, she was always weaseling her way into my projects. Even in things that she had no right being in, she was there. Have a good night, Doctress. You also have a good night, Strawberry. How do you make a character like that? You just... How do you? That's a good question. See, because I say specifically an anchor because Mouse is picking up on it. I say specifically an anchor because it doesn't need to be a character, right? It doesn't have to be something like Elise. It just has to be something that, regardless of what you're doing, you can enjoy doing. Think of it like tricking your ADHD autistic riddled brain with like a treat. You're a dog. Get clicker trained, motherfucker. Because that's what this is that at the end of the day, all you're doing is going, man, I have to go to the dentist. But after the dentist, as a reward, I'll go buy a Beyblade. I love Beyblades. I'm going to go get a Beyblade. And okay, so here's but for a character specifically, this is my advice. You're not going to like it. This is genuine advice. Steal. What you're going to do is you're going to become your inner 12-year-old. Don't go near any Minecraft street like YouTubers while you're in this state. You're going to go find your inner 12-year-old. And you're going to think of everything you think is cool. Everything. Everything. And you're going to do everything in your power to make the coolest, most over-the-top, most fucking, just as fucking crazy as you can design. Just go nuts with it. Right? If you want wings on it, go put fucking wings on it. I don't give a shit. You want some fucking horns? Throw some fucking horns on that shit. If you want wild, crazy, patterned hair, go nuts. Go fucking do it. Go crazy. You want multicolored hair? Fine. You want like a bunch of strapped on pieces of armor or whatever? Go right for it. You want like a big over the top weapon? Awesome. Cool. Write some dumb, stupid, self-indulgent story for yourself, right? You want them to be like the queen of fucking Asgard or some shit, and you want everybody to love them, and you want to give them a love interest, and you want all this shit. Go fucking for it. Go do it. Go nuts. Go crazy. And then you know what you do after that? Is you draw them. And then you draw them again, and then you draw them again, and then you draw them again. And each time you draw them, you get more and more annoyed with all the detail you threw in. And you go, ugh, why did I do this? And then you change their outfit, and then you put them in a different outfit, and then you give them a character that they can bounce off of, and then you give them like a little bit more of a backstory, and then you give them this, and you give them that. And then you start kind of caring a little bit more about how they actually operate. So then you start thinking about actually how the story is going to be structured. So then you write kind of like a story and you do like a first pass comic, and then you don't really like it too much, but it was a good idea. So you keep it going, and then you kind of like always build on top of it little by little by little by little, to the point where eventually you do make like a really long period of comics that actually goes over super well. And is actually pretty well written, even though like overall it's just like not that great, but it's okay. But at the same time, you're growing and getting better. And because you're putting them in these different kind of situations, you have to grow as an artist and do different things in order to make your dream come a reality. Like you have to learn how to do a background and learn how to do like other characters and how to do all this stuff. And it's like, keep going. And you just keep going and going and going and going and going and going. And eventually you have spent so much time focused. It's called the inflation method. Go look up OC inflation to see what I mean. And you've built so much around this character. You've built so much headcanon information around them. And you care so much about sharing them with other people that you do everything you can to get there. I wonder who I was talking about. 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 That one doesn't count. That's a different character. I wonder who I was talking about. 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 I actually want to put on Evantris music. I said I was going to play it late at night. That's too much. These are too uppity. I should have done this one. Better. Clearly Adela. Who else? I mean, technically Adela was the first one to go through that. Obviously Joe Sippy. Or Joe Banana. Which one? We have two Joes. But remember, guys, at the end of the day, art is self-expression. What? What? Question? Hit me. You're allowed. It's okay. You're free. Speak freely. Saw your work in progress. What eye color? Let me see. Let me look back at it really quick. I'm gonna say a very bordering on vibrant red. But art is self-indulgent. So indulge. Allow yourself to make what you want to make. And if you can't make what you want to make, learn how to. You can. You absolutely can. Especially now in this day and age of art and so on, you can learn how to make whatever the fuck you want. You want to learn how to make a game? There's tutorials for that. You want to learn how to make a comic? I'm right here. I will tell you how. And at the end of the day, furthermore, this is the other thing. This is the other really, really big thing. And I know it's hard because I'm awesome and all of you love me in a very freakish way, you fucking weirdos. It's a joke. I'm joking. Make art for yourself. No one else. No one else's opinions matter. Not even mine. I am not the grand sage of art. I will tell you where I think you can improve, but it's where I think you can improve. You might entirely disagree with me and say, shut the fuck up, Sid. You don't know what you're talking about. Until you get me talking about art, and then you realize very quickly, oh shit, they kind of know what the fuck they're talking about. Don't worry about what the online masses think of your work. Do not worry about what happens when you become famous and everybody loves you. Make art for the sake of making art, and the people will come. Or you can make art that makes people come. I'm sorry. As I draw bunny butt. Do I remember how to shade a butt? It's been a little bit of time since I've done like a smut drawing, admittedly. I do have like a real... I'm single, I can say it. I do actually have like a really cute one that I want to work on. Like a really cute one. It's like actually really cute. I just haven't had the time to work on it yet. But I'll probably work on it tomorrow. Put that in the universe. Isn't it nice here by the lagoon? $30 Patreon. Now what's that gliding in the water? Are the kids in bed? Am I allowed to speak freely? Am I allowed to speak very freely? Like a starved vulture? Okay. Am I allowed to speak freely? I've never really talked too much about like the smut art that I do in general, but there's like a consistent theme with it. And I wouldn't hate actually talking about it, but that's only if people are comfortable with that. If people are going to be like, ew, gross, you're talking about smut, shut up. But I'll leave it to the peanut gallery if they even want to hear that kind of conversation. Anya, you're not supposed to say anything. You're supposed to... Zip. Anya, I bet you go on to smut sites and you actually get stopped by the fucking "Are you 18" prompt. What kind of happiness would be your happiest? What is that one regret that you okay, so what are you so afraid of losing? We're gonna get very spicy here for a sec, okay? This is fair warning. Hold on, I have to bring it back up. Okay?
Pegi 18.
Right? Oh, wrong button. I'm gonna put on different music so I can talk over it. What do I want as music? Something, this one works. Sorry, I'm wiping off my hands. Thank you. This is gonna get very spicy, so buckle up, buttercups. So in a lot of my... How do I even want to, like, word it? I'm trying to think of how to word it. So, all of my characters are, for the most part, by the way, lesbians, for lack of a better way to put it, right? Because that is they all are, right? And for me, I like making sure that like my smut art is technically within canon. And the way I like to do that and also freely allow myself to explore around with different like poses and things like that is by invoking magic. I'm letting the air sit with that for a second. Is the handle black? No, the handle's brown. And when I say that, I mean, you know, if hands have to be doing something, or a certain body part needs to exist, it is magic. It is magical in nature. Because here's the thing, right? Is that if Elise is in a committed relationship with somebody and all of my work is canon, I can't, in good faith, nor do I even really want to, put her with some kind of unseen party, right? I can't do that. So what do I do instead? Magic. So not to entirely spoil, but also to kind of upsell my own work a little bit. The current idea that I'm working on, the current cute idea that I have is some head pats and some hands. Smile. Just felt like sharing that. But technically as well, I do... It isn't written up anywhere for people to be able to read. I did actually tentatively put together like an actual explanation of how all the things work. Because there are bits and pieces to it to account for certain interests I have, if you will. But there is a legitimate reason behind pretty much everything. So everything in that $30 Patreon tier is by and far canon. But it's this is another part of it. It is specifically canon to that version of whatever character is there. And I kind of got lazy with it after a point, but everything is actually categorized by era. Because I've been doing this since Vanguard. So there are pieces of media that exists from the Vanguard time period. Is that around his shoulder too? Is this just like everywhere? Yes. Okay, just his his vines are a different color. And the reason for that too is because I'm lazy. And also, surprisingly, you may or may not know this, it's actually really difficult to find really good-looking, like, girl-on-girl poses. It's very difficult. Could one commission an older version of Elise? like a smut version or like a just like an general version? I do have to stand firm on my smut like stance where it's like I will not do commissions except for $10,000, as Hull is getting very worryingly close to achieving. Stop it, knock that off. You still get 4 pictures. But yeah, for like a regular comm, I wouldn't mind doing it. No different than when you asked for me to do Rauta. Right? Quan Chi. Set up a build a scene yourself. That's like the inside of his legs. But yeah, if somebody's like, hey, you know that design that you did of Elise like 7 years ago? And I'm like, no. And they're like, this one. And I go, oh yeah. And they're like, draw that again. I'll be like, okay. But yeah, Hull, if part of your if you go through with it, if you raise that 10K, like if you want one of them to be an older version of Elise, all right. Okay. At that point, like I'm just you've earned it. What was the other thing that I talked about where it's like, man, if that happens, oh, it's with the elevator. Right. Right, if like a ghost manages to like destroy an elevator to cause me to die, it's like, you win. You win. You win. That's fine. You kill me. You've earned it. You put in so much work to get this far. Just end me. You got it. I'll do it for you, actually. Do I even like that? Dude, how do you shade butts? Like, how do you do that? Let me look at my own work for a second. I'm like half kidding. Like I actually have to go like reference my own way of shading butts. I did like a recent turnaround of myself. Where is it? Game prog? Apricot. Where is it? Where's my turnaround? It's just a bunch of boobs. It's boobs everywhere. I need to draw more butts. I feel like I have so many images that are butts, but I don't have any images that are boobs. But then I look at all my work and it's always just boobs. And like next to no butts. Where was it? I just saw... Oh, here it is. Okay, good. You guys can't see that. Haha. Oh, it's like flat. Okay. It is not that much. All right, we're good. Yeah, I curved that like way too much. Sydney, the fraudulent butt enthusiast. That's much better, actually. Under, more so than over. Huh. Nah, that's fine. I'll go boop. Sorry, that's my blue impression. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. I do actually really like this guy's design. I mean, it is repurposed from like obviously an older animation that I did like forever ago, Dullahan, but still. I've always really liked this like overgrown look that this guy had. It was really cool. Oh, I know the ones you're talking about. I like those. I like any of like the model kits where people like do what? They do like the like extra detailing. Like they make the Gundams look weathered. I think that's why I like those the terrarium videos that I was linking off to a while back. Like a few days ago. Not that long ago. But I really like... I think that's why I always set all of my opening stories like in forests and shit, is because I just really, really like forests. Have a good night, Pravis. I'm going to say it out loud, and something's going to go wrong. I just know it will, because it's usually how it goes. But today's been really good. And these past few streams have been very good. Fuck this dumb month, but at least it's ending well. I also really like the ocean. Only pineapples. Oh no! Pineapples are in my head. I know why, 'cause I'm brain dead. Pineapples are in my head. I unironically like that song. I'm so sorry. The one with the 3 princesses? Yeah, absolutely. Like tonight or tomorrow? When do you want to do it? If you're still active when stream's done, I'm down to help. I don't mind. I'll be up late anyways, so. Y'all can have it. Actually, you know what I should do? So I know how we do like movie nights and shit, but you know what we should definitely do? We should do like a documentary night. I think that'd be really cool. Where like we just watch like nature documentaries for a night. Ideally tonight, no problem. I can do that. It'll be good practice for my dual swords, actually. Watch them drop, I'll be pissed. I did that run like 5 times. Well, clearly his pocket doesn't know who fucking David Attenborough is. I feel like that'd be good for everyone. You have level 20. Ooh. The dual axes? Hell yeah. That would actually go nuts. Oh, have a good night, Vorkson. Can one-shot you. What? How are you older than me and not know who David Attenborough is? That's your fault. That's not my fault. That's you. That's like me saying Bill Nye the Science Guy and you being like, who? No, we should watch like an Antarctica documentary and we should watch a deep sea documentary together. That'd be awesome. I love those kinds of things. You know who that is? Good! I'd be pissed if you didn't! He was in a Disney World ride. With Ellen DeGeneres. That was a weird time. My tummy hurt. You don't see the later armor doing any of it. That's fair. I know that the undersea armor looks sick as fuck. And I got like a really cool white short cape with like a hood, and I really like that. I haven't done too much farming of like the different armors or anything. I also haven't played in a while, to be fair. I hit level 20 on my warrior, I got my dual blades, and I was happy. Oh, you know what she needs? She needs her little highlights. I really like how I've been doing the highlights, actually. Just little like boop, 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 and then connecting them with a little line. I've really been liking doing this. This looks like really nice. I'm just adding like a little bit of extra highlights where like I feel like it's needed. Oh my god, Pocket. You're sending me, is it boobies? Can it be boobies? Send me boobies. Because she just came to life. Oh, yeah, your OC is like begun to exist. Jesus, Pocket, you're like killing it. Pocket, I'm gonna say something like a little controversial. You might agree, you might disagree. I don't know how you'll feel. This is unironically, these few sketches are some of the best work I think I've seen you do recently. I genuinely do not believe any piece that you've done recently lives up to this very simplistic, well-done sketch. And I'm not just saying that because it's Busty Bunny Lady. Because I can genuinely see how much you're actually enjoying working on that. And that is something that I genuinely have been like acknowledging and missing from most of your work. All of your work recently has always kind of had this air of like, you have to do it. You're doing something that you're unhappy with. There's like it's like you're drawing with handcuffs on. You're still able to draw and move your arms, but that restriction is stressing you out, right? This is like unrestricted. I am seeing zero restriction. I'm only seeing like you're just having the best time of your life. It's not I'm even going to put it like that. It's not even like perfect, right? There are some things that are like a little bit jank about some of your works in progress, but it doesn't matter because I can tell you're having fun, which makes those feel less egregious and more just like part of the process. So I really hope you're feeling yourself on those. My eye is feeling jank. Trying to fix up her butt like a little bit. Don't look like that. Let's see what I'm doing. There you go. See? Pocket is a shining example of exactly what I've been talking about all night. Just enjoy what you're doing. It doesn't matter if it's good or bad. As long as you enjoy what you're doing and don't stress about what other people think, you're going to have a good time. Doing those silly doodles of your one horse OC. There you go. It is the magic of the bunny character. And now, all that's left, Pocket, you gotta give them some narrative. You gotta give them a little story. Give them like a little gay partner or something. That's all you have left to do, Puck. And all shall be complete, and you shall understand the power of the bunny character. Technically not the worst thing I could do. Actually, wait, no, the other way around. I'm gonna say, friends, there you go. Go right ahead. That is the magic. That is the magic of the bunny character. Everybody needs a big... Honestly, you know what? Screw what I said earlier about an anchor. The only thing you need is a big busty bunny character. Call that a day. You will love art immediately afterwards. Does not matter what you do. Pocket, whatever makes you comfortable. Don't do anything that makes you uncomfortable. That's Sydney's fun fact for the day. Pocket, how do you think I feel? I had a large iced coffee thanks to you at fucking 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Pocket, I don't think anybody's going to complain about you drawing more of your bunny character. I'm going to be real honest with you. Why do you think I'm still going? Besides owing a page. Also, Ophelia shows up, like, in 2 pages. Because we're going to have one more page where, like, her sword breaks, and Elise is like, oh no, it must be a boss or something, because it's so strong. Only for it to, in fact, not be a boss, it's just a regular mob. And then Ophelia is going to walk over, one-tap it, and be like, damn it, it didn't drop what I was after. Again, I really don't know how much I actually want to, like, dive into the actual aesthetic of, like, a video game or not. I think it would look kind of cool, but I'm not certain. Kind of like how simple those are. Less is more with her. Yes. You're learning. I'm so proud. Okay, that is the same shade. This is the power that I want Elise to have, is to make other people make their own bunny characters. I should make it your homework, honestly. I mean, a little splash of color never hurt nobody. Red, white, and gold is always a good little color combo too. Which it seems like what you're going for. Where's that? There it is. I think that's on the sword itself, am I right? Yeah. Grab white, protect alpha, swoop. It's for readability. Honestly, I'm going to take these. I'm going to kind of shrink them down. Spread them out just like a little bit. More like that, I think, is probably better. Swoop. And these ones I'm going to blur. This one I'm going to set to a blue. This one I'm going to set to a red. Now, duplicate. There you go. It's a nice little piece to it. We're going to go right here in the center. New layer. I'm going to do a big white spark. Kind of coming out here. And I'm going to duplicate this one again, and I'm going to go down, and I'm going to go find blur, and I'm just going to blur this again. Blur. Now I'm going to go find a good, strong orange. Duplicate. Oh. Duplicate. More yellow. That's pretty good. Here, scroll up, and okay, scroll down. Where's my blur? Past it. I definitely did. There it is. Blur, 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 blur. Not mean to move that like I just did. Grab a nice red. Protect alpha. Alpha. Duplicate, 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 duplicate. Duplicate, duplicate. Just smash those all into each other so we get this nice red. And really quickly, because I forgot to do it, just to put the finishing touches on this, I gotta go back in and I gotta darken the line art like around her. Right. Kind of hide some of my imperfections too, which is actually kind of nice. I mean, imperfections, what? No, I'm perfect all the time. I don't have anything that I ever fuck up or do wrong. No, what are you talking about? I'm always the best. It actually kind of helps them pop out against the background a little bit too. Hey, Alex. You have a good rest of your night, all right? And go get some rest. I'm thinking the next page, I'm gonna try the like cubier like line art. I'm gonna try that. I'm gonna see how it works. I'm gonna see if I like it or not. The importance of playing around. Am I right or am I right? But that'll probably be this weekend. Definitely not today. Yep, that's pretty much everything except for in here. It's definitely got like a poppier comic book look to it, which I don't mind. I should rather like. Kind of wouldn't mind like a lighter blue for this, honestly. What's done is done. Here, just to kind of furthermore finish it off, we got to get some onomatopoeia in there. A little chick. A little woof. Woof. A big old clash. Alright, big clang. We could do a voom. And a swish. Just duplicate that. You have a woof, a chick. And then the sound here can kind of be inferred, I think. And now I gotta figure out where my box line art is. That. I don't even know what that is. There it is, right here. So everything under here gets added into this folder. Everything above here gets added into this folder, except for that one. And then we're just gonna boop, and we're gonna go boop, boop. And then I'm gonna go over top of everything. We're gonna go with white. We're gonna go down. And we're going to go find speed lines. Remember how I was talking about them earlier? Right here where all the action is, we're just going to add in some sweet, sweet speed lines. Just give that all that much more oomph. Now it feels way more tense. I'm also going to go back in here a little bit. And just kind of go. Or we'll like go here, kind of do like a little black. Little lines. This immediately draws attention to the fact that she is drooping, getting a wide stance to draw her sword. Then we come over here, we see that he's drawing his sword, and then they meet in an epic clash of strength and determination. Huzzah. A third page has been completed. Let me name it. And Japeggle. Just, 9 hours later. I mean, I did ramble a lot today, to be fair. I like getting to play around with panels like this soon already. Because, most of my starter works always kind of have paneling like this, where it's like boom, 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 boom. But this is like a full spread with like interlaid panels that kind of show like a background. And then this one is more stock standard, but it's played up for comedy. And then this one immediately is like action. Good job, Sydney, indeed. I'm content. Quite happy, actually. All right. I do think with that, however... Oh, wrong controller. There we go. I do think with that, we can call it a night, honestly. I'm pretty happy with this. No. What the fuck? Go away. Shoo. Get out of here. Let me find... Where the fuck is my music? There it is. Jesus. Alright, let's pause that. Lazy Tales and Hyperactive. Alright, so tomorrow, usual jive. Y'all know the deal. No stream, yada yada. Do whatever the fuck you do. Hopefully we'll have an electrician come in and I can have my AC running while I'm streaming. Oh my god, please. Friday will most definitely be more Terraria with Badger and Vorkson. I'm looking forward to that. And then this weekend will probably be more more comic stuff. I've really been enjoying this, honestly. Just having that much fun, just drawing boobs, having a good time. Seems like you guys are also enjoying it. We've had some of our... We're getting... Okay, so here's the vibe, right? We're getting less views, but we're having higher concurrent viewership. We hit somewhere around like 30 concurrent viewers pretty consistently now, which is really fucking good. Even though the streams themselves have very low viewership, around like being sub 300 usually, because I do notice these things, it's actually way better that we have higher concurrent viewership than we do higher views, especially for a stream. And for as long as we do too, where it is like hours upon hours, really seems like people kind of get lost in my rants a little bit, which is somewhat sobering to hear, I guess. But Friday will be Terraria. This weekend will be more art, so that'll also be really cool. Hull, give me a few minutes to go get a water and take care of some things, and I will help you slay Queen Bee. I got you on that, all right? So just give me a minute with that. But otherwise, I hope everybody has a good rest of your night. I will see you back here on Friday. I'm naked now because I need to howl to say goodnight. So I'll see you then, everybody.
I'm so moody and they're so moody and we're unstable and so unable to calm our bodies or keep shut quiet. Hormones racing, no time for waiting. I'll feel it in the morning. I totally deserve it. We are like animals. We're wild, magnetic, attractive, kinetic, hyperactive. So Leslie's shaking and kind of making out with that Tony that's out that body. I'm just busy and kinda horny. It's way too early, so just take warning. I'll feel it in the morning. I totally deserve it. We are like animals. We're wild, magnetic, attractive, kinetic, hyperactive. They get your motions, then bring it close. Take off your clothes. It's our duty to shake our booties and be fantastic but kind of tragic. Life's a movie, it's not our choosing. I'm self-inflicted but still your victim. Oh yeah. We are like animals. We're wild, magnetic, attractive, kinetic.